This again. A bunch of us got together and did Bone Construct last night. Did you? You guys killed it? Awesome. How many people did it take? Out of curiosity. Because I heard people were trying to do it. Okay, there we go. Now it's functioning. I don't understand why.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
All right, close that. There we go. We'll do it that way. We have 3 full groups, 20 to 15. Nice, nice. Okay. Well, that's about what they're supposed to be, right? That's what the raid is supposed to be for that, is level 20-ish, little less. And then, yeah. So that's good. I'm glad that you guys were able to do it, and it wasn't like was it hard? How many, like, did several people die, or was it relatively straightforward? Like, it's not supposed to be a hard fight. All right, I think I got everything set up. Well, we'll see. I'm a little late getting on today. I mean, if we're gonna be out here for a while, sure. I don't care. Sorry, I'm trying to look at some stuff. Respond to some people. There we go. I think we're good. All right. So I'm coming up on the second stop now. It's the one... You're on the island that's straight out from there? Oh, okay. Well, I don't see you. I still don't see you. Oh, there you are. I see you now. I'm with Git. Well, yeah, we can drop. We were from the group last night still. Yeah. Yeah, I'm dropping. Well, I was gonna drop. I did drop, but it didn't take me out. Leave group. There we go. All right, there we go. Now we got a group. Sorry, trying to make a group. Good morning, Craft. How you doing, bud? More bards than enchanters on this morning. What's up with that? Bards are still really good. Like, really, really good. Let's see, who all... Let's see how many people we have on. We got 266 people. Who all enchanter, 26. Who all bard, 24. So we got 26 and 24 currently. Do we want to wait here for him, or is it faster to go where we need to be? Good morning, Synalytic. How are you? All right. Yeah, totally. Absolutely did. Yeah, I got Sal. I got 4 swimming. Yeah, well, that's good to know that Sal, because my Sal is what, 45, 50%, something like that. So not the shoals, yeah. Tried to get a rep in a pug. It was awful out there. Really? Yeah, we're gonna group with people, you know, like people I know. So if you haven't been to Black Tide yet, it's bugged, not dropping coin. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, it should be dropping coin for sure. I have not been to Black Tide yet, though. A friend of mine was over there. Yeah, we're going to a different place. So this is going to be something new for people to check out. Level 27-ish mobs over here. 20, 25, 26, 27, I would think. So another place that people can go in the 20s. I know there's a lot of people that are looking for different places. I might make a video on it. I may not. $20.85 cleric and enchanter ready if you need. You have, to both to group up. We might. I don't know if we're. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know who's joining. So let me find out who's coming. Who all's gonna come over here in XP? Just the 3 of us, or are we gonna? Just curious if we're gonna get more or what we want to do with that. I'll ask. We'll see. All right, where are we going, Andy? All right, I guess we're gonna hang out here for a second. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of text messages. I've been watching people stream since beta started and have yet to see anyone play Wizard, because Wizard sucks. That's the short version, Merc. Wizard is one of the worst classes in the game. It's up there with Rogue. Rogue and Wizard are probably currently the 2 worst classes you could put in your party. These are all my opinions. Like, everything that I say is my opinion on it. But it's a very educated opinion based on what I know about the game. Pretty cool island. Bunch of specters on it. Should be something neat and different to see today. I mean, if you want to summon me some or give me some so I don't use up my actual good food, that'll be good. But yeah, I'll elaborate more, Merc. So Wizard is good at burst damage, but it doesn't have prolonged DPS. So in a group, Wizard is just awful. In like soloing, Wizard's great solo. Who, me? Oh, I'm streaming, but yeah. Oh, I wonder if it's my push to talk. I'm not holding it down long enough or something. But yeah, Wizards, like, they're very good solo, but they're not good in a party. But solo-wise, if you take a Wizard and you quad kite, insanely strong, because they get a buff that gives them mana back when they kill a mob. So if you kill 4 mobs at once, you get a bunch of mana back. And then you also have an AoE snare at some point. I don't remember what level you get it, but they're really, really strong and very good. I thought about playing a Wizard at one point for the beta, but I decided not to because of my group. So, you know, we needed to have a tank. So that's kind of where I'm at with it right now. Let's go ahead and do all that. Plate. Collar. I'm just going to get rid of this. Yeah, I'll get rid of it. Whatever, it's fine. Move these over here. I don't know what to do with this corrupted leather. Has anybody figured out corrupted leather and what you can do with it? I don't know what can be made with it. Those are the two DPS I had wanted to put my party. Fighter, Cleric, Shaman, Bard, Enchanter. I was leaning towards Wizard for Port or give up Port for Rogue. A pair better with Fighter. I mean, they're going to be good. So like, when I say that they're not good now, it just means that right now they need to be buffed. They need to be balanced better. Right now, the issue with the game is that archers are way up here DPS-wise, and then you have the rogue way down here DPS-wise. They need to bring those closer together, and they're just not, right? They're just not where they need to be. But that's because the archer's broken. They need to nerf the archer and fix it. The rogue isn't so bad. Like, it could be a decent class if it wasn't overshadowed so much by some of these other classes, by charm classes, by archers, by elementalist. You know, those are all just better all around than the rogue because they're just overshadowing what the rogue could do. And that's a balance issue that I've been kind of talking about and complaining about, that people keep saying, oh, you keep complaining about charm. And it's like, it's not that I don't like charm, and it's not like I don't think that it should be strong. It's that it just completely overshadows all of the DPS classes except for archer. And that's kind of the issue that we're running into, right? So anyway, do you want to pull or you want me to pull? You got it, Andy? Okay. All right, I got it. If I'm just playing with the static, can we still complete content? Yes. You can absolutely complete content. The things that I'm saying are kind of more like meta, right? They're more like if you want to min-max your group. And I know a lot of people don't want to min-max your group. You can absolutely complete content with a wizard or with a rogue. You're going to be just fine. It's just that they're not going to be as good as some of the other classes at the moment. Later on, they will nerf things. They're going to buff things. They're working on balancing. I mean, Nick was in the stream yesterday for like an hour or something, and they were talking about what they're planning on doing. So definitely these things will change over time. Just right now, the reason you're not seeing wizards being played is because wizards are just not good in comparison to the other classes. If he has a heal on me, it should be fine. Like... People are so productive in this game that any constructive criticism or protective of the game, yeah, brushes off as a complaint. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. People just look at everything that I say. I mean, they did the same thing in Pantheon. You know, when I said anything negative whatsoever, they're just like, oh, you hate the game and blah blah, and they're just super protective of it. It's the same in every game that we play. But you know, it's fine. Is there good and evil faction like in EQ? Evil races can't go into good town. So there are, but not really, not yet. The deep races, when they come in, will be kind of that way. So like the deep races are, the deep races are coming in for Module 1, and when they come in, they're going to be welcome in some parts of the city. Here, let me turn this down. I think I had this up too loud. There you go. Let me know on the sound if you guys, you might want to hear the specters because they sound really cool. But if you can't hear me, or if you can't hear the game, or vice versa, whatever, let me know. But yeah, the deep races are going to be, let's say, shunned in Night Harbor. They might be KOS in Phalandraw. Maybe. I don't really know for sure. Like, nobody really knows. We're kind of basing a lot of this on what the devs are saying. But yes, there will be some evil, good versus evil races. It's more like, you know, top world versus bottom world races. So think like D&D style, where you have the Underdark, and you have like main people up at the top, and then you have the Underdark races. And the Underdark races are not going to get along with the other races, and in some cases they might fight. Let's see. Wiped these guys twice trying to solo on my enchanter. They've got a big aggro range. Yeah, that's what Andy was saying, or Stein was saying, is that they have a really big aggro range up here. So we're kind of staying off to the side. And move at south speed. Yeah, they do move very quick. That's literally what he was just testing. That's kind of funny you say that, DJ, because right when we got up here, he's like, let me test out what these are with the sow and everything. So yeah, we were literally just testing that to see what the difference was. The website's really helpful for race class info. Yeah, you can see what races are going to be what classes. Deep elves, deep gnomes, deep dwarves, all in their own capitals. You have rep within. Yes, those are supposedly all going to be, you know, evil races or deep races. I don't like the term good and evil in this game because there really isn't a good versus evil. But, you know, they're both evil or good depending on which perspective you're looking at, right? But yes, there is a good and evil kind of faction. But they're not really doing much with the faction until after Module 1 hits, or when Module 1 hits. So as of right now, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But later on, you're definitely going to be wanting to look at that. Are there name mobs you can solo or duo at this level for decent gear? Yes. So there are, but solo duo name mobs, like, you just have to wait until you're a little bit higher level. The idea is that you're going to be taking on, as a solo, you should be killing mobs that are blue or maybe light blue to you. We get an ad incoming. So yeah. The art The artwork in the deep zones is better. Oh yeah, dude, the artwork for the deep zones, I can't wait. I'm gonna try to level up a character to 50 or to 60 prior to oh boy. Prior to module 1 coming in, and I might make my first alt is going to be a deep alt, but I don't know. We'll have to see how long it takes. I want it to take me at least 1 to 2 months to get to max level. That would be my preference, but that would mean that it's going to take the average player 6 months to a year, most likely, to get to max level. And some people don't want it to be that slow. Sean said something about that the other day on his stream where he's like, we want it to be slow, but not as slog. And that's a tough thing to do. It's a tough place to balance, is to make the game slow, make it difficult, but not make it like, oh, this is tedious and annoying and that, you know? For the record, there are more Wizzes being played in beta currently than there are Necros. Food for thought. That's good, yeah. Well, I mean, I can speak on that a little bit. I don't know the reasoning for that. I couldn't tell you. But I think right now the game is it's leaning, a lot of players are leaning very heavily towards the charm classes, specifically Enchanter and Bard, because they can charm everything. And then Druid, because it's extremely versatile. It can charm and it can heal. You know, it's just got a little bit of everything. So I think that's why people are leaning to those classes. And then you have, like, Necromancers is known for being a solo class, but this is known for being a group game. And a lot of people are not wanting to play a Necromancer because grouping for a Necromancer is terrible. But I would still say that a Necromancer grouping is better than a Wizard. Currently. Let's go, right? Let's go. Let's do it. I won't be playing the surface races at launch, so none of what we have seen on all the streams I'll experience. Well, yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good. That means that you can literally watch everything right now and not really be spoiled. If you're going to wait until the deep races come in and then start playing, literally you're not going to be spoiled for the first, hopefully, 15 to 20 levels of the game. You're probably not even going to leave those areas. I'm exploring more now because I know a lot of these areas. We knew about the Spectre Island. I wanted to show it off, so I came over here at level to show it off because I want you all to see the different places you can go. You know, like, this is a really cool zone too. A lot of people don't come out here. They you know, you see like desert zones all the time, and this is more of a water zone. So, you know, I'm trying to spread the love around to places that you probably won't see on in other places. What classes would you say are the most trouble getting parties? Right now, or are you saying that in the end later on? Like, those are two different conversations. I would say right now, rogues are going to have an issue getting parties. Like, let's put it this way. All the time, tanks, healers, and enchanters are going to have an easy time getting party. Always. Like, they're just always going to be wanted. Your DPS classes are going to be where it's going to be difficult to get a party for a couple reasons. One, because you're going to have more DPS classes in the game, more people playing DPS classes. And then on top of that, right now, Charm is just so much more powerful, so everybody just kind of wants an Enchanter. And there's a lot of Enchanters being played. They're like the second most played class at the moment. And there's a reason for that, right? And it's because of Charm. People can say whatever they want about Charm being too strong, Charm not being strong enough, etc. There's a reason Enchanters are being played. They have a ton of utility. They can solo. They're wanted in groups. And they have Charm. They're just like one of the best classes in the game currently. The only thing they can't do is either heal or tank. That's literally all they can't do. So they grab a tank, they grab a healer, you grab an Enchanter, game over. Like, You have everything you need. You don't need anything else. How big does the world feel right now? That's another perspective thing. I will say that in alpha, when I was leveling up, as you're leveling up, you're going to feel like the world is massive, right? Some of these zones are huge. They're just huge. And they take forever to walk through. But once you hit level like 60, 50 or 60, it definitely starts to feel like the game is a lot smaller than you think. When you can teleport around, that was one thing about us on the alpha server. I had access to a wizard, a level 60 wizard, and a level 60 druid. So we were able to teleport around anywhere we wanted to go. We had Sao all the time. The world felt a lot smaller once we were that level. But so to answer your question though, the world is very big right now. As a brand new fresh player, and it's going to stay feeling pretty big as a fresh player for a while. I would say 100 hours, 200 hours, something along those lines, before you're going to be like, okay, now I've seen it. At least I've seen every zone, or seen most of the zones, and seen most of the world. It's going to take you hundreds of hours. Hopefully that kind of answers your question that you have, but I know it's kind of a not answer, but that's the best way I can put it, because I can't really say how big it's going to feel to you, but it's a really big world in comparison to how hard it is to travel and get around and navigate the world. Because it's not like World of Warcraft, where the world can be huge, like massive, but you get on a flying mount and you can be anywhere you want in, a matter of a minute or two. Or you can just teleport to different places. It's feels much bigger than that when you have, especially if you don't have Spirit of the Wolf or Speed of the Wild, if you don't have those kind of things. So anyway, it's wild because my experience time was the opposite in Pantheon. I played Shaman, and it was hard to find a group for the longest time because of their healer overload. Groups were begging for DPS. That's what I think is going to happen in the low-level game for this game, Super. So I've said this a few times. I apologize for those that are in here a lot, and I might be repeating myself. But in the beginning of this game, much like the hang on, gotta taunt this. Much like the beginning of any MMO, you're gonna have a lot of healers and a lot of tanks early on. But then as you get higher in levels, you're going to have a lot more DPS. The reason for that, at least from what I've gathered and how I look at it, is everybody knows going into these games that tanks and healers are needed. So everybody starts with a tank and healer. But what ends up happening are the tanks and healers are also two of the most demanding classes in a party. If a tank goes AFK, if a healer goes AFK, the group basically stops. If a DPS goes AFK or just, isn't pulling their weight, it's not a big deal. So people learn as you get higher level, it's just easier to play a DPS. And they often, tanks and healers often burn out faster. So you start to see that shift. This game is the exact same. You're going to see lots of tanks, lots of healers, very little DPS for the first 10, maybe 20 levels. After that, you're going to see very few tanks, very few healers, and a lot more DPS. So just keep that in mind as you play through the game. So play what you want to play, but if you want to be needed in a party later in the game, you're going to probably want to play a tank, healer, or utility class. Right now, the utility class, being the Enchanter, is overplayed because it's so powerful. But few people played Enchanters like in EverQuest and P99 and stuff. Few people played them because they're kind of a boring class if you really think about it. And once you get geared up, you don't really need an Enchanter other than give me buffs, and that's pretty much it. So a lot of people don't end up playing them. Now, that's why they're trying to fix that with Charm, which is why I think that Charm is kind of... it's a mixed bag for me. I want Charm to be in the game. I just don't want it to be as powerful as it is. So it's just a mixed bag. But anyway, that's kind of my take on it. Yeah, it's totally fair. Oh, shoot. Totally fair. Why I love having 2 healers in a group, if we can swing it. Yeah, so, I mean, and you can do that in this game. You can absolutely have 2 healers if you want to. We actually had 3 healers in my group at times. But you just have to make sure that one of those healers is willing to DPS. They're not going to be as good, though. How I look at it is having a second healer is nice so that if somebody has to go AFK or if you need to replace a healer, you always have that backup ready to go. But you're going to be reducing the effectiveness of your party a little bit as far as like XP rates. If you want to have, you know, the best overall XP group, you're going to want to have 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS, and a utility like a bard or an enchanter. That's really what you want, but not every group is going to be that makeup. So, you know, grab what you can and play what you enjoy ultimately. But you know, I can tell you about min-maxing. I can tell you about not min-maxing. What's up, Hyper Taco? How you doing, bud? League of Distinct, Sal, please. I do say I try to get better at Spirit of the Wolf versus Speed of the Wild. That's why I generally just try to say Sal. I apologize. But hey, I'm allowed to say it. I'm allowed to, because it's kind of like, you know, hey, you can Google something. I could use Bing if I wanted to. But anyway, yeah. I totally get you, though. I totally get you, Atomic Frog. Let's see. Currently not enough looking. Oh, shoot. It scrolled up. I was trying to read, and I couldn't scroll up. Let's see. Currently not enough looking for group. 2 healers. Okay, that's what we just answered. What's a good time frame to get to 60 for a player with a job? 6 months? Well, I don't want to place it on, like, months. Like, I said that a second ago. I did give you guys, like, 6 months to a year. But I would say to get to level 60 right now for the average person playing average, like 500 hours. That's just a number I'm throwing out there based on what I've seen in the game. So however many hours a day you can play, and then there you go. That, you know, divide that by the number of days, and boom, you have the time frame. For me, I'll be playing probably minimum 10 hours a day. In the beginning, probably 15 hours a day. Well, in the beginning, probably 20 hours a day, and then it'll slowly go down from there as we get higher level and we can start to separate things. But, you know, I'm going to be playing anywhere from 10 to 20 hours a day. So if I'm going to go 500 hours, if I play 10 hours a day, it's going to take me 50 days to get there. So approximately, you know, a month and a half, 2 months. That's why I say that I want me to be able to get there in a month and a half to 2 months. And currently, I would say where we are, I will be able to get there in probably 300 hours, depending on how they change things and depending on my group setup at that time. So, like right now, our group setup doesn't really have a lot of charm classes. We don't, you know, we're not utilizing, right? Well, today we're not utilizing, and our early access static group that we have is not going to be utilizing whatchamacallit. Not going to be utilizing those kinds of things. We're gonna have a normal static group. We will have an enchanter, but hopefully charm is fixed by then, where charm is not the best overall way to play. Right? That's my goal. And so I expect it to take anywhere from 300 to 400 hours for somebody like me, but I'm going to be grinding all the time getting up to level 60, like literally all day, every day. Probably won't be doing much of anything else. I'm not going to have to look for group. Well, at least I don't plan to. I'm not going to be doing a lot of like harvesting of materials, a lot of running around town and chatting, a lot of, you know, I'm not going to be doing a lot of that stuff. I also don't have to worry about learning the game because I already know the game. So 300 hours for somebody like me, up to about 500 hours for the average person that is playing. If you're an average player just grinding, but it could take even longer for some people that are doing a lot of trade skills, a lot of harvesting, a lot of those kinds of things. I'm very long-winded in my my responses, by the way, so please feel free to just tell me to shut up if you've gotten the answer. Did anyone send feedback or nameplates? Similar color. Yeah, there has been that feedback. I agree with that. We need more accessibility options. I think we need a lot more accessibility options. So yeah, I love your insights. Very nice source of compact information. Well, thank you so much, Ed. I appreciate that, bud. I try to do that. I wish that I could make videos of some of this stuff, but it's kind of hard to do. I'm holding judgment till I see Enchanter at higher level. Well, I can tell you Enchanter at higher level because I've played Enchanter at higher level. We had a level 60 Enchanter on Alpha that I had access to. They are very, very good. So what do you want to know about a level 60 Enchanter? I can give you how the class plays. I'm not going to tell you what we did and give you content because I don't want to give any spoilers. But I can tell you how the class plays. Did they take the Necro down the same path as EQ? Mostly, yes. Does it kite dot? Yes. It can kite dot, root rot, fear kite, all that kind of stuff. Yes, absolutely. The Necromancer is going to feel very similar to the one in EverQuest. Very, very similar. What 4 classes do I need to run if I want to juice a fighter cleric duo? I would definitely, if you want to do a fighter cleric for sure in your party, I would definitely add an enchanter or bard to that group because it's going to give you haste and mana regen, which both of those classes are going to need, and it's going to give you a strength buff for your fighter. It's going to allow you to mez if you pull too many mobs. Adding a bard or an enchanter to that group, even if they nerf charm, adding a bard or enchanter to that group is still going to be very, very beneficial. The second thing I would add to that party is probably something like a ranger right now. The reason I would add a ranger is because of the snare. So they're going to be able to do DPS and they're going to be able to snare. You could also put in a necromancer for snare. A enchanter, believe it or not, can actually snare mobs, and so can a bard. They both have a very... It's a limited snare, but they do both have a snare. But you want to have something that can snare so that you can do more difficult content deeper in dungeons, and you don't want mobs running around corners and aggroing a bunch more mobs if you're in a dungeon. So absolutely, I would add one of those. A rogue might get the ability to snare with their poisons. We're not really sure what rogues are going to do, so a rogue could be another option. But that's the first thing that I would add is a CC class, buffer, utility class like an enchanter or bard. And the second thing would be DPS. Whatever good DPS class that has high utility, because you're going to be missing utility since you have a cleric and a fighter. Both of those are missing a lot of utility from their kit. So you would want to have another utility DPS. They make up for it in their ability to heal and the fighter's ability to do a little bit more DPS than some of the other tanks. They make up for some of that lacking of DPS you're going to get from like a, having the best, what's it called? An archer would also be another good one because they have caltrops that they can put down, which snares. But anyway, I would add another utility DPS at that point. Let's see, 3 enchanters and a bard. Yes, 4 enchanters, 3 enchanters, and a bard. Or yeah, those are all good right now. Absolutely, those are good right now. And then after you get your utility, then you can add whatever DPS you want at that point. For Beastmaster, do you know how to change the pets? It seems once you choose the pet's bonded, you can get a new one. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, you have to dismiss it. There you go. Yeah, you do have to dismiss it. You got to do something. I dismissed the pet, but I couldn't get a new one. It took a while. Does anybody play a Beastmaster and know how to actually remove your tamed pet? If you know how to do that, let Hyper Taco know. I haven't messed around with tamed pets since they added those in because those are fairly recent, so I don't know the answer, unfortunately. I will find out the answer though. There is a Beastmaster in my guild, so if you can't find out from people in chat, let me know and I can ask somebody. Let's see. 500 hours is awesome out of content. Well, yeah. Some people wouldn't call it content, though, Oasis. Some people are going to say 500 hours of this, of just grinding out mobs, is not good. So it depends on what you think of content. I think this is good content for me. I like this kind of stuff. Killed the bone construct with a group. Was talking. Yeah, one of the items was different. I don't know if you want spoilers. You can spoil me. I don't care. Other people in the chat may not want spoilers, but I don't mind spoilers. I'm not sure 2 months to hit 60 when playing over 8 hours a day is realistic. What's not realistic about that? I'm not sure 2 months to hit 60 playing 8 hours a day is realistic. I mean, I'll be playing over 8 hours a day for sure. I'll be playing like 10 or 15 when the game first comes out. So I'm not sure which part of that's not realistic that you're talking about. Let's see. There's a special beast way to get rid of it. Maybe it's release. Yeah, there is a special way. So I just recalled it. Loving the system changes, Beastmaster. They just don't explain it well. Yeah. I would worry about rushing to 60. I imagine content would be relatively limited. So yeah. For the average player, yes, I agree with that, Rocksteady. The average player should not rush to 60. It's only rush to 60 if you want to be an in-game raid type person. There are in-game raids already in the game, at least 4 of them that I know of. Not going to talk about them, so don't ask. But there are in-game raids. They're going to be planning more in-game type of content for level 60 players, more horizontal progression content for those players. So only rush to level 60 if that is your goal. That is my goal. I love in-game content for games like this. So I will be rushing to 60. Some people that I'll be playing with. However, I do plan on playing an alt. And I will be playing an alt probably with you all in the community. I'm going to be happy to be, leveling with you all and playing other characters and doing all that. I also like to play alts, but I want to get at least my main character to 60 so that we can do raids as soon as possible. That is my goal, just a personal goal for me. I don't recommend that for most people, though. Let's see if we can keep going. Can't stop when you get XP flowing in a good group. Yeah, you gotta go when you can. Do what you can, I'm also running on limited sleep over multiple nights. Uh-oh. Yeah, I only had like 6 hours of sleep last night. I got up this morning. For those keeping up with my family situation, my stepdad is still in the hospital. They moved him out of the ICU, which is a good thing. And then now he's in a regular hospital room. But we're trying to go in and talk to him and just get him alert. So, hang on 1 second. Okay, they're just not talking. Just want to make sure. They're alert, or he's alert, but we're trying to keep him awake and keep him alert. So I went in this morning early. That's where I was going with this. I woke up early and went into the hospital early because he's just better in the mornings than he is in the afternoons and evenings. So that's where I was. That's why I was a little late to the stream today, because I went in to just chat with him. Just sit down with him for like 2 hours and chat. That's all I did this morning. Anyway, let's move on from that. I'm sure not everybody likes to or wants to hear about that, but I wanted to keep people informed that are asking or curious what's going on with it. Was wondering about that for Bard. I end up just letting the song end. You don't want to let the songs end for Bard. What are you curious about on the Bard? On a Bard, you want to constantly be singing 4 songs. In the beginning, you're not going to have 4 songs to sing. But later on, you're going to want to be singing 4 songs at a time. And cycling between them. If you cycle them perfectly, you can keep 4 songs up permanently. If you have a little bit of a lag spike, though, one of them will drop for however long that lag spike was. Are you able to afford all skills just from vendor? Let's see. Hang on. I skipped one. I'm so glad it's Friday. Yeah, me too. I am super glad it's Friday. Up to 3 doing the bone construct. Man. See, that's why I didn't do it. I knew it would be like a long... My guild was talking about doing it. And I was like, man, that's just going to take a lot of time. It's going to take hours to do, and I would rather just XP and go do something else. The bone construct is fun, and it's a cool thing to do, but it's so time-consuming for a level 20 player. It's just, I just can't I can't justify it is my issue. These all have metal on them. That's weird. Now let's click my little button down here, get rid of the corpses. Boom, gone. Are you able to afford all skills from just vendoring loot, or have you been trading to other players? So for me, it's easy because I play a fighter. So for me, it's easy. If you're playing anything other than a fighter, a monk, a rogue, or an archer, anything else, it's going to be a little difficult to keep up with your spells. If you are playing any of the 7 main caster classes, so non-hybrid classes, it's going to be even more difficult. So yes, my friends that are playing non-caster classes, Stein here is level 27. Everybody that I know that's in their 20s to 30 range are still having to pick specific skills that they want to buy because they're not able to afford everything. So yes, it is a problem. I would say around level 30, you're going to start making more money from just doing drops to be able to afford all of your spells. And you'll be able to go back and buy old spells and stuff if you want to. So yeah, it is a struggle if you're just getting coin drops or if you're just getting, item drops and stuff. If you're trying to just vendor those kind of things, it is a bit of a struggle. Yes. Let's see. Final Fantasy 11 style camping is all I needed. This is exactly what I want. Yeah. Why are my pickpockets always failing? Does it have a level modifier? It's probably because your skill is not high enough. What is the pickpocket skill? Does anybody know what the pickpocket skill is? I'm pretty sure there's a skill attached to it. Like you need to have your one of these up here, like acrobatics or whatever skill. And you just have to level that up, most likely. But somebody else asked me the same question the other day. In-game, somebody sent me a tell about it. I'm going to enjoy the journey much more and more likely to stop at 60. So you're going to level up to 60 and then stop playing Unpax? And that's another thing. Yeah, people play like that, absolutely. In-game raid, meaning like world bosses or like raid dungeon. World bosses. So this game is not going to have any type of... Well, there are going to be dungeon bosses, kind of, sort of. But it's not going to be like a dungeon boss like World of Warcraft. It's world bosses that you go out to that are just going to be like dragons or something. You know, things like that you're going to go up to and be like, I'm going to kill that. Yes, dragons are in the game. No, I'm not telling you where. But you've seen them in like Nick's stream and Sean's stream. They've shown off dragons. So, yes, they do have dragons. Do this and this. Okay. Thank you so much, Dub Splitta, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. What are your thoughts on the map versus no map? I like not having a map. We've talked about this quite a bit. And I would say not having a map is a positive, in my opinion. Because somebody brought up the other day, and I didn't really even think about it until they kind of mentioned it. When I play games like MMOs, like especially World of Warcraft or something, I'm constantly opening the map. And I would say that I spend a good 50% of my gameplay looking at the map and not playing the game. And I feel like not having a map in the game for reasons like that are great. That said, I do want them to add maps to the game, just not GPS maps. So instead, it'll be more like you open up your inventory, you have an item like this piece of paper right here, and I right-click it, and it opens up like a little map. That's what I'm hoping to see using cartography skill, and I think that's the direction that the devs are planning to go right now. So I'm absolutely looking forward to that. I'm glad things are getting better, rough stuff. Yeah, thank you so much, Van Goose. I appreciate it. It was about being able to dismiss a charm. Oh, dismissing a charm. Yeah, dismissing a charm on Bard is difficult. That's why I think that you should play a Wood Elf Bard. If you play a Wood Elf Bard, you can dismiss the charm by clicking hide because you go invisible and it dismisses the pet. It makes Wood Elf Bard the best Bard. So absolutely, yeah. If you have an elf, you can hide. Yep, there you go. Actually, somebody said that right on the DJ said that. So hopefully it's gone. Item was way too good to drop on a locked mob. Wait, they have a new item that's even better? Bone Construct, basically the mana regen item was gone and a two-hander was there instead. Don't know if it's intended or RNG. Well, the mana regen item isn't guaranteed to drop. So, like, when you kill that boss, it has, like, 5 items, 4 items, whatever it was. It had several items that it can drop, and it's only going to drop 1 or 2. So that's basically how that's going to work. I hope they took out the mana regen item. Absolutely. That was one of my biggest things when I was talking to Nick about it. He was like, because I was complaining about the level lock mobs in general, and part of the reason I don't like them is the itemization is bad. Well, it's not bad. The itemization is too good. So the mana regen. Yeah, you got 4 of them over there now. You're surrounded by death. Anyway, that item was just too good, and part of the reason was high-level players wanted that low-level item. If they make the items, though, not good enough, then level 20 players are not going to want to do that content. So you see where that balance is. It's a really hard thing to balance, and that's another reason I say level lock mobs are bad. Just take them out of the game. I don't like them at all for a lot of reasons, and I've talked about why I don't like them for all of those reasons. People like to pick on... Hang on. People like to pick out the one reason that they disagree with of why I don't like level locked mobs. I have probably 5 different reasons I don't like level locked mobs. The itemization of it, the time needed to put into killing them and then not being worth it, the FOMO. You know, there's a lot of reasons why I don't like level locked mobs. But generally, people are like, they'll find one of them that they disagree with and just argue with me about that. And I'm like, okay, well, what about all these other reasons? So, anyway, I'll leave it there. Let's see. It does kind of relieve the pressure of required item for casters. It does a little bit, yeah, for the mana regen thing. I think that we should get another mana regen item around that level, but it shouldn't be off of a raid mob. It should be very much accessible to spellcasters to have a mana regen item around level 20, just like it is for melee classes to have a haste item around level 20. I think they both should have something similar around that same level. Hoop is 35 plus elementalist and has all his spells. Yeah, like I was saying, Dave, like around level 30 to 30 plus, you'll start to be able to buy all of your spells. You'll have enough money to be able to buy all your spells. In up to like around level 20 to between 20 and 30, depending on your class, depending on how many spells you need to buy, all of that, you may not be able to afford all of your spells. But around level 30 or higher, you should start to be able to. If you have a static group, they can help with the price of spells. Yeah, like I have money right now. I'm up to almost 3 gold with all of my money right here. I'm actually going to start getting rid of copper. I meant to convert this earlier, but yeah. So I can start giving my money to my group. Let's see what else. Hey, chat. Mouse wheel, click your health bar. Yeah, you can do that. If you come right up here, you can mouse wheel that and change the icon. There's a couple icons you can scroll through. It's actually a pretty cool little feature. It took me a while to figure that out. I didn't know about it for a long time. But yeah, good call on that, Synalytic. He plays with a static group and online. He's farming money. Yeah, he does play with a static. And he does also solo when they aren't online. So yeah. We're talking about Hoop, by the way, for those that don't know. Hoop is currently the highest level on the server, because he has a static group. B, he has a class that can solo, and C, he has a lot of playtime. So those 3 things together are just a really good combination. So when he's with his static group, they're grinding out XP. When he's not with his static group, he can still solo and gain XP. And sometimes he even just plays, I think, with an enchanter. Like sometimes he'll duo with the enchanter, which is really, really strong. Adrulan has the best map. Does it really? I haven't had a chance to play Adrulan online yet. Maps are only limited for a little while. By the time you're level 20, you'll know a way around. So, and that's another thing. Like that's part of that. Another reason why I don't mind not having the maps is you actually learn your way around easier when you don't have a map to rely on all the time. That said, I have heard, and I'm going to talk about it, and I hope the devs are listening. There is a mini-map program floating around. FYI for the devs, I don't know if you guys like that, don't like that, care about that. I personally don't like that people are using a mini-map program. And I hope that you are cracking down on that. Because if you don't want to put a map in your game, I'm sure you don't want a third-party software being used. I probably just stepped on a bunch of toes right there, and I'm glad. I'm glad I did. You guys need to stop cheating. You only know of 2 items? There may only be 2 items, Umpax. I don't know how many items are on that that particular mob. Some raid mobs, I'm not going to tell you what the items are, but some of the raid mobs in this game have like 5 items, like the level 60 mobs have like 5 items on them. Some of them only had like 3, so it just depends on the mob. Try clicking other windows as well. Yeah, you can click like other windows and get rid of like the ability, and I don't know if it works down here. But yeah, some windows you can get rid of like the party thing up at the top. Yeah, you can do it on all the different windows. But this is the only one that really does like a cool thing like that. And if they're decent items, just not best in slot. Yeah, that's the thing. They can be decent items. Like, let's say Bone Construct drops a weapon that is the equivalent of a named mob's common drop at level 30 or 40. That would be fine. Because then at level 20, you're getting a really good weapon that'll carry you until you're level 30. That's a 10 level range that weapon is going to be good for. And then at level 30, if you don't have an equivalent weapon, okay, now you can go and fight this mob and get something similar to that weapon, right? That is the type of itemization. If they're going to do level locked mobs, that is the type of itemization that I expect to see and I would like to see. I'm not saying that, like I've said many times, I am not a dev of this game. I just have a lot of opinions on it. I'm a very opinionated person, so they can do whatever they want to do. But if they're going to have a level locked level 20 mob, it shouldn't be an item that carries you to level 60. Period. It should not. It carry you for like 10 levels? Sure, maybe. Maybe even 20 if it's the rare item off of that level locked mob. But at most that. Like, I think that's too far. It shouldn't be that good. Let's see if I can read some more. Depends on how much time you played, and also people that have jobs and are at home. Yeah, there's a lot of factors in there. If there's a decent item, not just best in slot, I read that. No matter what item, higher levels are going to farm for their alts for money regardless. I do get what you're saying though. Yeah. I'm saying if you're just grinding out, I don't expect many people to play a lot of alts in this game. Like, people talk about playing alts the same way that people talk about raiding. And it's a minority of players that are going to push for level 60 as fast as possible. And it's a minority of players that are going to be bouncing around between 3, 4, 5 alts all the time, right? Those are minority players. The majority player is going to be playing this game one character, and they're going to be leveling up, fairly slowly. They're probably going to be doing some trade skills, chatting with their friends, buying and selling items. And a lot of this stuff is not going to factor in for them. But if you're just grinding out XP, normal grinding of XP and normal playing of the game, then you'll probably be able to afford most of your spells by around level 10 or 15. But in the beginning, you're not going to be able to afford any of your spells. Like, literally, you start with 0 money, and spells cost a couple copper, like 9 copper each. You're going to have to pick and choose what spells you buy first. And by the time you hit level 4, you might have bought all of your level 1 spells. Maybe. I highly doubt it. But it depends on your class. If you're playing a class that only has 5 level 1 spells versus a class that might have 10 level 1 spells, it's going to be a big difference, right? Working from home is going to make camping... Yeah, working from home is going to change this game drastically, whereas back in I say P99. Back in 1999 for EverQuest 1 Classic, you didn't need as much as that. Like, you didn't see as much as that, is what I mean. So, absolutely, working from home is going to change this. How the drop rates for gear, say in Wormsbane? So, I haven't been in Wormsbane. I felt like the drop rates for gear in Wormsbane were way, way, way too low because you out-level Wormsbane so quickly. That you can get through Wormsbane in... Some people can level from 1 to 10 in a matter of a few hours if they know what they're doing and they have a group and, you know, all of those things. They can get there very quickly. They may not even go into Wormsbane once. Now... There's a good and bad about that. You could go into Wormsbane with your first character. Maybe you're an Altaholic and you want to play multiple different characters. One character can go into Wormsbane. Another character can go to a different low-level dungeon. And you can split it up a little bit. But I feel like most of the low-level content, you're going to out-level it before you even see it. And I think that the majority of people in this game are going to play one character. And they're going to level it from 1 to 60, whatever speed they do that with. But they're going to level it from 1 to 60 on one character. When they make an alt, they're going to twink it and they're going to power level it. And they're probably not going to play the game normally a second time around. Normally. I put that in quotations because normal is different for different people. But, you know, like I feel like right now they really need to focus on level 25 to 45 content, and then later on really focus on that higher level content. But I think that a lot of people are going to be stuck in that 25 to 40 range. That's where you're really at level 25. You see a huge slowdown in XP. At level 35, it's even more so. And as you level, it gets slower and slower and slower and slower. The first 20 or so levels is very, very, very fast, in my opinion. So I feel like either they need to slow it down because they already have a lot of low-level content that people are going to miss, or stop making some of that low-level content, let people utilize what is there, and then make more content for that higher-level stuff if they're going to do it that way, which might be their plan. I don't know. Any suggestions on getting a static? I would say get on the Discord. Get on Discord, maybe even get on Reddit and just kind of ask. So yeah. One thing I didn't expect in high level farming Wormsbane, just for enchanting dust. Yep, I expected it 100%, Avery, because I did that in the alpha. I went back into the alpha to do that, and that's literally the issues that I've been trying to bring up and tell people. People are going to blast through levels, get to level 60. Then those level 60 players are going to go, okay, now I want a trade skill. Now I want to start leveling my trade skills. I need to now go back into low-level zones and slaughter everything so that I can level my trade skills. These are the things that I've been trying to bring to the attention of the devs and the community as a problem, and I'm getting a lot of pushback on that. Like a lot of pushback. Not from the devs necessarily, but definitely from the community saying, no, nobody's going to play that way. It's not going to happen. I'm like, people are already playing that way. You're just not seeing it on a large scale yet. But when it happens on a larger scale, you're going to complain about it. And all I'm going to do is say, I told you. I don't know what you want from me at this point. You know, like I told you it was going to happen. I'm trying to help you fix it. I'm trying to find ways to resolve it. But anyway. Sean said there will not be support for add-ons on the game and minimap should be bannable. I agree. Yeah, I agree. But there is a minimap that is available there is a minimap that somebody has created for this game. So it is out there. That's all I can say about it. I agree, add-ons are not going to be supported. Third-party programs are not supported. I even talked to Sean this morning directly, and Sean asked me about automating of using software or hardware to automate button clicks. We're going to have a conversation probably about it later on. We're trying. Long story short, I tried to talk to Sean this morning. We were not able to meet up because I was at the hospital. So we're going to try again at a later date. That's the very short version of that. But one of the things that he mentioned to me was automation clicking, because I brought it up before in Discord. And, you know, to me, it's a quality of life quality of life accessibility thing. In my opinion, that's what it is. For some people, it's cheating. It depends on how people look at it. There's a lot of different ways you can look at it. So anyway, that bone belt was nice. The bone belt, that one item off of the bone construct is my biggest complaint. Actually, more so than the mana regen item. The reason that the bone belt, the haste belt, was the issue for me was because it was the best haste item for monks and rogues. Maybe some other classes in the game, but definitely monks and rogues. So they wear leather, so they couldn't wear some of the other haste items that were in the alpha. Again, not going to go into detail on what those haste items are, but there were other haste items, but the monk and rogue could not wear them. Therefore, the best in-slot haste item for those two classes was from the Bone Construct. The only reason I brought it up is because you brought it up, Van Goose. Like, I'm not going to bring stuff like that up. The racial traits and what are the difference? One's for fighter, dwarf. Yes, there are racial traits. Every single race has a different racial trait, including human. The dwarf one, the reason I like playing dwarf is this right here. I'll show it to you since we're not pulling right now. Is this ability right here. So if you're playing a dwarven fighter or a dwarven tank, so fighter or paladin, this is a really good ability. You can't be a dwarf inquisitor or a dwarf shadow knight. So another good one would be the stun slam ability, which is a 2-second stun for the ogre. It's another pretty good one. But yeah, they all have them. They don't show when you actually create your character. You have to create your character, log into the game, and then look to see what your traits are. So yeah. Human, however, is another good one with tenacity. It allows you to remove magical effects. It's another really good one. Let's see. I tend to play all classes. No interest in rushing, and that's great, Ed. Absolutely. You know, that's a different play style, and I encourage that. But what I don't encourage is somebody that wants to make a bunch of alts saying you shouldn't level to level 60 and try to do raids because that's what you enjoy, but that's not what I enjoy, so you can't do it. I will not discourage people, ever discourage people of playing the game the way they want to, so long as it doesn't interfere with somebody else's play style and the way that they want to play. But if you want to play a bunch of alts and you don't care about raiding and you don't care about getting to max level, absolutely. That doesn't affect anyone else but you. And that is your play style and you're having fun with the game. I love that. Regardless, regarding maps, I prefer to just learn the zones and cities. I agree with you, Velky. I'm 100% with you. Once you learn the areas, it makes the gameplay more natural and fluid. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I know some people agree, some people don't agree. You know, I feel like we have a kind of a generational gap there. There's people that want maps because they're used to having maps in MMOs. And there's people that don't want maps. So, yeah. I'm so upset people are cheating. It's insane. Yeah. I don't like cheating, but some people would say that I cheat, right? That's what Sean sent me a message about today, about the cracking down of automation software and hardware. I use a mouse and keyboard, both of which have a macro function on them, and I do utilize those, and I have utilized those, and I posted about that on the Discord, I make it very clear and I'm very open about it because I look at it as an accessibility thing rather than a cheating thing. However, it's a very fine line between accessibility and cheating, and I think it needs to be discussed further, which is why I bring it up a lot and why I'm very open about it, because I can definitely see how it would be cheating. 100% can see how it can be considered cheating. So some people think that I cheat. So yeah. Sorry, I had to pull back some. My buff was wearing off, my rested buff. I also read on Reddit that a free camera also exists that some guild is using. Yeah, there's a lot of things out there, and I hope that we crack down on those. I know for a fact they are cracking down on all of these things that I'm talking about. So if you are using these, just know that some of these things are going to be a slap on the wrist. Some of these things are going to be bannable offenses. So just be aware. If you're using some of these things, you're going to get caught. Like Swanee, I don't know if Swanee's in here. Swanee has made some really good tooling for this game. And it detects things very easily, right? It can detect what you're doing. Don't people do that in most games? Get max level, then go back and do trade skills? Yes, they do that in a lot of games. I don't, but no. Well, you said most games. They do. People do that in most games, yes. I read that as most people do that in games, which is not a true statement. But yes, you are correct. There are people that do that in most games. Absolutely. Now that I've read it correctly, let's see. Not sure how it will impact this game, but it's so much easier harvesting, killing when you can do it fast. Yes, it is, Bashneer. In this type of game, though, it has a much bigger effect than it does in something like World of Warcraft or in pretty much any other type of MMO that you've probably ever played. It is a much bigger ripple effect, butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. It's way worse in a game like this because people are leveling slowly. There's fewer mobs out in the world. It's just not as. I don't know how to explain it. It's just it feels worse in a game like this. So anyway, I can hear the rush of Melody bots now. Yeah, Melody bots are definitely going to be coming in. I can already guarantee you that bards are using software or hardware to hit buttons for them. They're hitting the button and it's hitting 1, waiting 3 seconds, hitting 2, waiting 3 seconds, hitting 3, waiting 3 seconds, hitting 4, waiting 3 seconds, hitting 1, waiting. You see, that's like they're already macroing these things. Already they're doing it. And I totally get why. I would want to do it too. Why am I not playing a bard? Because I don't want to hit 1, wait 3 seconds, 2, wait 3 seconds. And I don't want to do that all day long. So that's another balancing issue where they're going to have to balance the game around a player actually hitting the buttons manually every single time, right? But what happens is if they balance the game around that, somebody that automates it now has a very big unfair advantage. So you can't balance it around people macroing, but you have a lot of people macroing, especially bard songs. So there's a fine line there that's just really tough to deal with. The reason that EverQuest put in melodies is so that bards didn't have to sit there and hit one button after another every 3 seconds. I have to hit a button literally every 10 seconds minimum. So I hit all 4 of these buttons right here, all 4 of them. And this is a 10 second. This one's 10 second. This one is 6 seconds for armor break and 20 seconds for frenzy. So every 6 seconds I need to hit a button, but I have 4 buttons to hit and I'm breaking them up. So I just basically spam one button over. I created a macro in game right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 and auto attack on, and I spam that button while I'm in a combat. I just hit it over and 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 over. And that's why it looks like, whether I am doing that or even if I were to automate it, it looks like an automation, even when I'm doing it manually. So that's what the discussion that Sean and I are probably going to have, part of the discussion that we're going to have whenever we are able to meet up. I can see where there's an option to play mostly doing trade skills and commerce. You absolutely can, yeah, Velky. You can just play a character level 1 and do trade skills and commerce all day long. And I think that's a great option for some players. I think it's going to be very, very, very niche. I don't think many people are going to do it, but it's absolutely an option. Now, if you go to the wiki and search for traits, you can see the racial traits. Are they all there, DJ? That's good. Classes have such different approaches to content. It's perfect for those that like alt leveling. They do have that, yeah. I agree with you, Ed. I think that alt leveling is definitely it's a cool game, a cool way to play the game for sure, if you enjoy that. One reason that I kind of push through very quickly is for Twitch and YouTube content creation. I don't imagine an altaholic would be a very popular Twitch or YouTube content creator. I'm not saying that they won't have a following. I'm just saying that majority of people want to have more information. They want to have they want somebody that's streaming or on YouTube that's knowledgeable about a lot of things, not just, level 1 to 10 on every single class. They want to have somebody that knows more about the game. So part of the reason that I do what I do is because it's my job in essence, right? Like I'm doing it for that reason. But it's not to say that it wouldn't be popular. I'm sure people can be out there and play all sorts of classes and entertaining enough to be able to do that. So you never know. You never know. There's a way to stop someone from using a macro that's in there. There's no way to stop one from there is a way to stop someone from doing it, and it's banning them. And I think that's the discussion that Sean wants to have about it. Literally what he said, I mean, I'm not going to quote everything that he said, but he said he asked me if I was using automation software or if it was a false positive. And it's somebody that he can easily reach out to, and I'll absolutely be honest with him about it. Like I don't have any issues whatsoever being honest about it. So yeah, there are some ways to tell. Yeah. Well, that's what he said. He said there's no way to stop someone from doing it. Not there are no ways to tell if someone is doing it. Very big difference there. But yeah, I think that's why he reached out. They should make a merchant class like Ragnarok did for pure traders. Yeah, I mean, that'd be kind of cool if they did that. They could make a merchant class. I don't know how they would do that in this game, but I'm sure they could come up with something. But the thing is, you don't need, any class can be a merchant because there's a commerce skill and there's a trade skills. Those are all separate from being, so like if I go down here, blacksmithing, 12 out of 300. My leatherworking, leatherworking is 15. My lumberjacking is 49. Like your trade skills are all, my tailoring is 67. I got that up. It's all independent of your level. So technically they don't need a trade skill class, but they absolutely could have one. Sure. Zone line. Mobs do not leash. Let's see. Well, a little off topic for Monster Memories, but do you plan on going back to Pantheon after the big patch? I'm excited to use 200 weapons on Warrior. Bash, I don't know. Right now, I am very much engrossed in this game. I personally don't think that Pantheon's spring update is going to come out until June-ish. If it comes out anytime after June 1st, I can promise you that no, I will not be playing Pantheon anytime from June 1st until probably end of July. So if their big update comes out anytime during that, I won't have time to play Pantheon. If it comes out during the beta, it's a maybe. It's a big maybe. Depending on what I'm doing in the beta, depending on how that Pantheon update looks, it's up in the air for me. But yeah, no worries asking the question. As long as we're not trying to debate Pantheon versus Monsters of Memories, I'm gonna stop doing that. There's no way to accurately detect it. It's very hard to detect. Yes, that's why Sean, I think, reached out. One of the reasons he wanted to talk to me about it. Very hard to detect. I agree. Unless their software is sniffing your computer, looking for active programs and things like that, which I'm pretty sure, I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me, I'm pretty sure is highly illegal unless they disclose that somewhere. And I don't remember reading a TOS that would disclose that. I would probably allow them to sniff my computer because I don't feel like I do anything that should be frowned upon. But, you know, some people wouldn't want that to happen. And there's nothing on my computer that I care about anybody seeing. They can look at, like, I could literally open up my computer for almost anybody to look at. It literally has nothing but video games on it. Like, nothing but video games. When I want to do something outside of video games, I use a second computer. So, no, I don't want anybody connecting to this computer, but that computer is perfectly fine. But that's me. Like, most people don't want you on their computer. Can you ask him to clarify if they're mostly worried about automation of key presses? I made a macro with a timer that doesn't interact with the game at all, but I stopped using it after that post. Yeah. You talking about my post, or you're talking about their whatever post or whatever? They don't want any type of macro running, period, because, you know, it's going to flag in their system. So if you have any type of macro running on a timer, they can probably see that. Just throwing that out there, guys. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the macros that I've made for the game and tested out and used. I have used them. Mouse and keyboard macros. I've also messed around with auto hotkey in this game. I will fully admit it. The reason I did it, I wanted to see how far you could go with it. You can go very far with auto hotkey. Okay? Very far. That is the one that I think they need to crack down on, really, is auto hotkey and third-party software like that. They also need to crack down on mouse and keyboard macros. I have a Corsair keyboard and I have a Logitech mouse. Both of them allow me to create pretty extensive macros with timers and things like that in it. And yes, they need to crack down on that. They absolutely do, because you can go far enough with those for certain classes to really automate their gameplay. And I don't agree with that. So there's some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. But like I said, there is a very fine line between accessibility and cheating. Very fine line. Some people would say that accessibility features in games are cheating. Even if it's in the game, it's considered to be cheating. So I don't know what to say about it. I'm very much a person that wants to see accessibility in the games, because I have an elderly, my stepdad is, I've talked about him, he's in the hospital. He doesn't have very good motor function. It's very hard for him to play video games, but he likes to play video games. So he needs to use some accessibility features, like some automation type stuff. Also, there's children. I volunteer at a children's hospital, and those kids, shush your face. Those kids, sorry, my friends are talking. I can hear them. You guys can't hear them. But those people, those kids in the hospital, some of them, again, don't have good motor functions, and they can't play video games, but they want to play video games. And I am a huge proponent of allowing that to happen without cheating. So somewhere there's a fine line between those that I think that we need to narrow down. Hopefully that makes sense to people, because, like, I don't want people thinking that anybody's cheating because they're using accessibility features. But I also don't want anybody cheating, like blatantly cheating. More Pantheon questions. I will answer Pantheon questions. I'm not going to debate between Pantheon and Monsters and Memories anymore. I know you guys are getting tired of hearing me talk about Pantheon, so. Neat, they got the setup to notice macro usage. They absolutely do because, like I said, Sean asked me about it. I have used them, and I will be very open about it because I want them to be able to crack down. To me, it's part of the beta testing in a sense, and I'm not trying to justify cheating as beta testing. Don't get those confused. I can't stand when people blatantly cheat and then say, oh, I'm beta testing. No, you're not. You're blatantly cheating. Beta testing is finding the bug and reporting the bug. I have absolutely reported on the Discord my usage and not usage of mouse and keyboard macros and auto hotkey and any of that stuff. I will talk about it openly and tell you exactly what I'm doing or not doing. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because I don't want people doing it. But I'm fairly tech savvy. I know how to use auto hotkey. It's too strong. Okay, it can do a lot. And we don't want that. I promise you, you don't want that. So they need to crack down on auto hotkey for sure. We forgot to go to the bank, Andy, and I'm super overweight now. I can give you my copper. You want that? Exactly. I can give you all my copper. That's what's weighing me down. I'm not going all the way over there. I can give you some of my copper, though. How much do you want? I mean, I'm okay right now. Here, I'll give you some. There you go. That's half my copper. Yeah. I didn't know where it was over there, and I didn't even think about it when I was over there. So, anyway. Let's see. What else can we talk about? Bitcoin miner. Yep. They would have to record your keystrokes, and if they are happening at the same time in a pattern, it would flag. Well, that's the thing, Houdini. So, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, guys, okay? I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. You can modify these macros very easily to randomize the keystrokes very easily. It's not hard to do. So you see where I'm going with this? Like, I can go into a lot of detail about it. I have messed around with auto hotkey. Why is this not tabbing? Oh, that does not have the charm thing. He's broken again. I can't tell if you have something charmed, like the graphic is gone for some reason. When you charm, I don't know. Yes, it is in the party window. Now the graphics is there. The visual is there. That's weird. But anyway. Unlikely, it sounds like your macro just triggered something due to 4 or 5 actions at a time. See, that's the thing. The only macro I would use right now would be one action. One action. Literally, it's hitting one button. Like I can sit here and go like this on one button, or I have a macro that hits that one button repeatedly, right? And that alone can flag something. There's a lot of ways that they can flag it. Anyway, I'm hoping to talk to Swanee and or Sean about it and see where we're at, kind of middle ground. That's perjury discussion laws. I'm also not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how all that stuff works. So I am not a lawyer. Don't take any type of law or medical or any advice that can get you in trouble. Don't take it from me. I will give you advice on the game, and sure, use that. That's it. I say the server sees is obvious to perfect pattern. And that's another thing. You can change the pattern. You can do a lot of things, guys. Like there's a lot of ways around it. How do those differ from macros in game? You're not allowed to set repeated and time delays. So how they differ from in-game, right? In-game macro is I have right now. Let me show you what I have set up. I have this macro right here. Okay. And it hits 1, 2, 3, 4 and turns auto attack on. And I have it down here on my hotbar, right? It's right here. I don't know if you see my mouse straight down on the S0 key, which would be Shift 0 if I want to hit that. However, I have done keybinds, and I scroll all the way down on my keybinds, and I made Shift 0 my auto button hotkey. Hang on, we're dying here. My auto button hotkey for this is numpad 0, right? Keypad 0. So whenever I hit my 0 key on my keyboard, it presses that button on my hotbar. So that's all I have to do is push 0. And I'm doing that right now. Okay? I also can create a macro that pushes that button repeatedly. I can also create a macro that pushes that button repeatedly with a varied delay in it, which makes it look more natural, right? So I can spam it. I can do a lot of different things with it. I can also auto hotkey if I wanted to, make that button turn on and off automatically when certain triggers happen within the game. I'm not going to go into detail, but I can do all of those things. I have personally tested them. They all function. I don't use auto hotkey in the game. I'm very much against that. It's way, way, way too strong. And I'm absolutely want everybody to be banned that uses it. But just for an example, just trying to explain it all, how it all works. There is no pause function. So you would have to build the pause function into whatever macro it is that you're doing. You got to build it in. That's where the problem comes in, right? If I'm hitting one button, let's say one button on my keyboard, and that button hits button number 1, waits 3 seconds, hits button number 2, waits 3 seconds, hits button number 3, and then it stops the macro, that is too powerful, and that needs to be fixed. And that would be in cheating to me, right? Now, is that cheating to somebody else? Maybe not, because that might be an accessibility thing to somebody else. Like I'm not able to move my hand fast enough to hit these different buttons or whatever, like I could come up with different reasons. So like, is that cheating to some players? And I think that's where we need to figure out where the line is, right? Is it a one button to one button, or, can I make a macro that I hold down a button and it repeatedly pushes it, that one button? Or do I have to physically bring my finger up and down every time I want to push a button? Which one of those where's the line there? I'm still physically pushing the one button. It's only pushing that one button. It's just repeatedly pushing it. So can I do this, or do I have to do this? Right? What's the difference? And some people would say there's a big difference. Other people would say there's not a big difference. So, yeah. That's correct. There's no time delay in the in-game macros. Yeah, that is correct. Swanee and Encrypt. Yeah, Swanee is the one that makes the tooling. Encrypt does a lot of the UI work. I don't know what else Encrypt does. But Encrypt comes in the channel often. They've all watched me play. Like, I stream. I'm very open. Like, you don't see any programs open right now, right? Like, I'll even show you, like, 0 programs. I'm in Discord. I'll show you my my task manager because I don't care. Like, I have no programs open that are bad in my task manager. Like, I'll show it to you because I know that I'm not cheating. I'm not currently using, but I do, and I have in the past used mouse and keyboard macros. Some people think not exploiting bugs is just not optimal. They are, yeah, they do. I have a friend of mine, to go even farther in this, I have a friend of mine that thinks adjusting your brightness on your monitor, or even this, which is in the game, go into graphics, and this gamma slider, Like, does the game look better this way? Yeah, it looks a lot better this way. I love it during the day. At night, I slide that gamma slider up. I have a friend of mine that doesn't like that. He just doesn't use it. Now, I don't know if he thinks it's cheating or whatever. I could ask him, but I don't know if he thinks it's cheating or how he looks at it, but I do totally understand. Like, some people think it's cheating, some people don't. Like turning up your brightness on your monitor, turning up your brightness on your graphics card. Cheating? Not cheating. You're wearing the other half of the copper? I am, yeah. How do you turn chat filter off in game? So if to turn chat filters, I got the chat right here. Right click, and then go under filters, and go to any of these right here. You see the asterisks right here next to the experience? That's your chat filter that says that it's on. Without an asterisk means that it's off. I've got a video on my YouTube channel all about how to adjust chat filters if you're curious. Totally cheating, GM, get him? Exactly, right? Hey, what's going on, Justin Beard? How are you? Anyone know when Betavites are going out today? I don't know, unfortunately. Yeah. Where's Nick Otts? Yeah. Report me, guys. Report me. He's using a macro that's pushing a button. Yeah. Yeah. Sean and I have talked about it. My fighter is low level, but I like him. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying the fighter. You're gonna accessibility a ban. See, that's where I don't know. I've got a very fine line. I mean, couldn't you argue that the specific macro you mentioned simplifies the game? One button that will use whatever ability. Well, yeah, but Baron, you're correct. But I explained how this or this. That's literally the difference. I'm not. They create the macros are created in the game. The using like I can create a macro in the game right here. I'm showing you what I'm doing. This is the macro. The only difference is moving this finger versus pressing and holding. Which one is cheating? So this apparently is cheating to some people. Just holding a button down is cheating compared to doing this. Like, right? So that's the argument. That's literally the argument. I'm not pushing one button that pushes multiple buttons. No, it's all done within the game. It's like going in here and turning up the gamma slider. It's a function within the game. You can't call it cheating. Anyway, I'm not able to move my hand fast enough because I'm working, so I need the automation. Yes, that is the exact issue, right? Inspiration. That is the problem. I could create a thing where it just pushes the button over and over and over because I'm working, I'm reading something else, I'm doing something completely different. I see it. I see the line, right? I'm not sure they can track an auto clicker, for instance. They absolutely can track an auto clicker. How do I know they can track an auto clicker? Because Sean asked me if I've been using one. And there are times that I have used something very similar to an auto clicker. So, yes. But he was also asking me if it was a false positive. So I'm going to talk to him about it. We're going to get through all of this. I'm on Discord. What? Hello? Oh, my button got stuck down. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know, Easy. I've had people tell me that having some kind of indicator tell me where my party members would ruin the game. I told them, get a life, go outside. So, yeah, I mean, that is another thing. That's something they had in Pantheon was like a compass that was on your party window. It was over here on the party window, like to the side of the character. And it pointed, so like Stein would have a compass next to him, and it would point to where Stein is, the direction. If it's pointing straight up, it means I'm facing Stein. If I was looking over here, it would point straight down. So it would just tell you where Stein is in relation to you. That's not something you're going to be adding to this game, I don't think. Imagine a Mario Kart, you could just turn off the squid inks. So yeah, it's cheating. Turn off the squiddings? How do you turn off the squiddings? That's absolutely cheating, yeah. Yeah, I 100%. Like if it does something like that, that's cheating. Like if it reads the game files and manipulates the game, absolutely cheating. Or if it in any way does something based on what's happening in the game, and you are not personally, physically doing something. I think that's where the line is drawn. To me, that is where the line should be drawn. If I'm holding a button down and that button is continuing to press a button while I hold it down, I'm physically having to hold that down. As soon as I let go of the button, if that automation stops, I personally feel like that should be allowed. But do the devs? Does the community? There's a line there. Because you are physically pushing a button, and when you release that, it's kind of like pushing the gas pedal in the car, right? I'm pushing the gas pedal in the car go. I let go of the gas pedal in the car stop, or car slow down, right? So I don't have to keep pushing the gas pedal as I'm driving to make the car continue to move forward. That would be a bicycle. So, anyway, I think everybody gets where I'm coming from. I am very much against cheating, by the way. Very much against cheating. Raising the gamma? Yeah. Raising the gamma and lowering the gamma? Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's in the game, though. Raising the gamma and lowering the gamma is cheating? Yeah. And I could debate that. Like, is this cheating? I mean, I don't know. That gamma slider is a fairly recent addition. It was only added to the game maybe less than 6 months ago, probably. So yeah, not an e-bike. Yeah, Tesla owner. Yeah, Tesla owners are cheating because they, the car's driving them. Anyway, you kind of get where I'm coming from, guys. Personally feel like I should be allowed to create that macro you said and then put one of the drinking birds on my keyboard to keep pushing the button. That's another thing, right? If you can automate it by holding down a button, physically holding down a button, then you could just put a rock on your keyboard to hold down the button. It's physically being held down. Now it's cheating. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's really, really a fine line that's hard to... That's why I don't think the devs are cracking down on it too much, because there is that line there. Like I said many times, I'm going to be scrutinized a lot. I'm going to be looked at a lot. So if I cheat, they're going to know. I guarantee you they're coming in my stream. They're watching what I'm doing. They can look at my keyboard strokes. They can do all of that stuff. And I know the devs have been doing that to me. It's been happening. It's happened a bunch on alpha. It happens. So I know that if I'm cheating, I'm going to get caught. So I'm very careful with what I do. But my finger also gets tired. I get tired of doing this all day. It's tiring. Let's see what we can say here. Not a fan of indicators. I read that. People call it cheating. Others call it clever use of game system mechanics. Exactly, Baron. Yeah, like... It depends. Everybody's gonna have a different definition of it, and just like the play nice policy, people are gonna have different definitions of cheating. And what is considered nice in the play nice policy and all of those. Who knows, man? Who knows? It's gonna be hard. I feel for the devs. I really, really, really feel for the devs having to police all of this stuff. I think them trying to police people doing macros, people running programs in the background, people trying to box and not get caught. What else are they having to police? People stealing camps. I think all of those things it's going to be a lot for the devs to deal with. And honestly, I don't know how they're going to do it. Strafe uptime, they removed strafe from the game. You can no longer do it. But yeah, like the meditation, sitting down on meditation ticks every 6 seconds. They're kind of fixing that. But yeah, it's all going to be very hard for them to police all of that stuff. If the game has a slider in there, I could change the settings on my monitor. I want to have fun, not micromanage whether I can play at night. That's how I feel about it, Justin Beard. I'm right there with you, you know? And I'm glad that you say that because you've been around in this game probably longer than anyone else in this chat. I know because Sean has said that you've been around for like 4 or 5 years in his channel watching him build this game. So I agree with you on that, right? And that's the problem. Who? Oh, he's joining us? Okay. Here, I'll make you leader since I can hear you guys, but I can't always understand what you're saying. My bad, sorry. Anyway. Anything that lets you AFK and farm is no-go? Exactly, Bam Bam. Yeah, anything that lets you AFK and farm is bad. Now, putting a rock on my keyboard that allows an auto macro to run is bad. But me pushing down then holding the button is not bad. So if I'm physically doing, these are all my opinion, okay? If I'm physically using my finger to push down the button, I don't deem that as bad, but I could very much easily put something heavy on that key and hold it down, which is bad. There's literally no way a dev or a GM can tell the difference between me physically pushing a button and holding it down versus me putting a rock on an item or on a keyboard and holding it down. No possible way for them to tell the difference. Because they can't physically see my keyboard. I mean, I could show you guys my keyboard. I could like move my camera. I could have a second camera down here showing you what I'm doing. I will show you what I'm doing, by the way. Here, let me get my camera. Well, let's do it this way. Okay, here's my keyboard. Watch when I fight. I'm going to tab, and I'm going to do this. You see what I'm doing? That is me playing this game right now. I am literally just pushing 0 over and over and over and over. If I stop, it stops. If I do this, that's it. That's all I'm doing. Right? So, can't prove that otherwise, right? I can't. That's the only way I can prove it is by showing the keyboard. Look at my messages. Look at what messages. Oh, in game. I think. Do you need me to look at my messages now? That was from that? Okay, good. I'm sorry, you know me. I'm Chatty Cathy. That's why I've muted myself so you guys don't have to deal with me. But I am here. Just, you know, yell Criddle like you did, and I'm here. I'm paying attention to what's going on. Let's see. We should just add more light spells. I think they should add more light spells. I don't understand how we're casting fireballs, fighting dragons. We have undead specters floating around, but we can't cast a simple light spell. I don't understand that. I'm against that. That is something that I think they went too far with, personally. I love this dev team. I'm not going to say anything like, you know, super bad about them. I just disagree with some of their takes. You know, I think some people in the community disagree. Some people agree. We're all going to have our opinions on things. Overall, I absolutely love this game. It's exactly what I want. I just disagree with certain things. Removes his rock. Yeah. Didn't show the keyboard. Exactly. That's exactly what I did. I removed the rock and then showed the keyboard. No, you can see I'm literally pushing one button. I suggested giving clerics some kind of holy light. Yeah, I think that clerics and paladins could have a light spell. I think the elementalists should have a light spell. Wizards could have a light spell. I mean, elementalists kind of do have a light spell. They can put out their fire pet, which does have more light. So yeah, very off topic. Wait, whoa. Is literally bigger and better than. Is it really, Burl? I can't wait to play it. I want to play it with my son though, so I'm not gonna probably get it until I go back to South Carolina, and I'm gonna buy it, and I think I'm gonna spend like a whole day playing it with my son. I can't wait. Very off topic, but do you use mouse with your left hand, or or is it just the camera? Oh, it's just the camera. Sorry, my camera is inverted. As you can, well, you can't see. I don't have my chair right now, but if I wrote like here, I got a Costco card. I'll put my Costco card up. Boom! It's backwards. My camera's just is flipped. My Costco membership card. It just happened to be over here. Point left. Left is that way. Right is that way. We go back to the OG macro. The rocking bird that dips its head. Exactly. Like, they could never tell if you're doing that. You know, the bird that dips its head and just continually does that. You know, there are physical auto clickers, and then there are in-game, or not in-game, or there are software types of auto clickers. You know, there's all sorts of stuff out there. I'm really glad they put the gamma slider in because I'm severely visually impaired. That's exactly the kind of accessibility that I'm talking about. That's why we need accessibility features and why they should be allowed, at least some. But yeah, anyway. We're kind of beating this into the ground, guys. We're kind of beating it into the ground. But Spellblade can't get bind, but maybe bright. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, I could see spell. You're talking about the light spell versus not having the ability to bind themselves. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. How much bards are going to use macro if Melody doesn't exist? They're going to use it a ton. A lot. I suspect. I'm not going to throw a number out there, but I suspect a lot of people playing Bard are using macros of some sort. Whether it's a mouse keyboard macro, or if it's like an auto hotkey type program, or some other type of program like MacroQuest. If you guys know of that program, which is an EverQuest version of like a macro ability for EverQuest, people are going to be using it a ton. You're right. I totally forgot about them being able to do that. It's really nice. Which I don't know what that one was referring to. I probably... Whatever. My state just got his first Costco. Nice. Pretty excited. Yeah, my mom loves Costco. I'm down in Florida visiting my family right now, so I'm staying at my mom's house. And that's she's like, hey, if you need to go get gas or anything, here's my Costco card. So she just gave it to me. That's why the Costco card is sitting over here on the. So that's why I used it as my example. But yeah. Anyway, Costco's the best. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, ZBrush. Hey, ZBrush, how you doing? I think I saw you earlier say something, ZBrush, and I apologize. I didn't say anything to you. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Glad to have you. ZBrush, by the way, for those that don't know, is one of the artists of the game. He's the one that makes these really cool specters look like really cool specters. He's part of that team that makes all this stuff look really cool, and all the my dwarven beard here looking really good. Yeah, he's part of that team. So. Thank you so much, ZBrush, for all you do. This game looks beautiful and amazing. I love the art style. Ignore all the people that are like, game looks bad. It's game's from 2000. It looks terrible. Ignore all those. The game looks beautiful. I love the art style. Absolutely love the art style. But yeah, anyway, reading what he said. Yeah, I have added some light spell suggestions to our class Slack. That would have them like wizard, light orb. Yeah, exactly. Orb of light, cleric, paladin, enchant, weapon. Yeah, all of that stuff. I think that would be a really good idea. I know that it takes away from buying lanterns. That currently is a money sink, is buying fuel for your lanterns, right? So I get it, but I would much rather have a light spell. Hey, I love it. I think this is awesome. The sounds, dude, the screams when they die. I love this stuff. Did Setmer mute because I was talking a bunch, or did he just mute because of other things? Okay. I thought I did. Like, I apologize for that. I just wanted to let Setmer know, since he's muted and deafened, that I fixed it. I sent him a tell. Oh, I guess I need to get this off of him, huh? Make sure I don't. All right. Cool. We're good. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm just double checking with them on things. Being a topic in the ground, I showed up just in time then. Yeah, what's up, Milos? You know me, man. I get carried away on these topics sometimes, and I won't shut up. We just need to automate the discussion to beat itself into the ground. There you go. Just automate the automation. Okay. So yes, the friend that I was talking about Gamma, right? Turning Gamma up and down, and he thinks that this right here is considered cheating, is because he answered me. He and I totally respect his opinion on it, right? He said the reason he thinks it's cheating is Gamma can be a second trait if you don't choose Infravision or Ultravision, which I believe, I totally agree that that is the intention from the devs. Totally agree with that, and I get his side of it. I don't look at it that way because I think it's more of an accessibility thing. It's more of a I want to get in and have fun in the game thing. I'm not playing a survival horror game where lighting is a part of the game. I mean, it is a part of the game, but is it really a part of the game? To me, it takes away from the game not being able to see. But I respect other people's opinions on it. So that's kind of where I'm at, right? But yeah, so he just responded to me. Anyway, let's see. What else can we do? I wish they would add a pause macro in the game, but it might be on purpose. Yes, that's 100% why they don't want to put a pause macro, because it would allow people to automate the game more easily if they put a pause macro in. And they don't want any automation of the game whatsoever. But like we've talked about already, there's going to be people doing it. There's going to be a lot of people doing it. And it's one of those things that's, where do we draw the line? Where is that line in the sand of auto macroing versus not, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, what else? I'm trying to read all the stuff and chat while we play here. We're fortunate today. We got Stein over here pulling for us, so I don't have to run away and look at the screen too much. There's a reason why people hated the long night. Oh, dude, yes. That's a good point, Lieutenant Sneak. Absolutely a good point. That episode of Game of Thrones everybody was trying to adjust their TVs just to watch it. I personally am. I'm more of a tech guy. Like, I like to have my games played in certain ways. If I play a scary game, when I watch that episode of Game of Thrones, I had my TV turned down, but I also had my TV adjusted properly for the lighting in the room, right? And that's where people don't understand is there's a fine line there as well. You could say that it's cheating to turn off the lights. Because I'm a content creator, I almost always have my stream light on, which makes it much harder to see in the game because I need to have my screen be brighter to be able to see. If I were to turn all the lights off and the only light in my room that I'm playing in was just the screen, then it's much easier to see in the dark. So that's another factor you have to add in. For most people watching Game of Thrones, they're watching it in their living room TV. They might have a kitchen light on. They might have another light on, their cell phones in their hand, and it's causing more ambient light to be out there, but their TV is adjusted for having daytime TV on, so that's why it looked super duper dark. These are all factors that are outside of the devs' control, and I'm not talking about the devs of just this game. I'm talking about game development in general. They have to assume certain lighting conditions and then make adjustments to their game, their TV show, their movies based on those conditions. So that's a whole other factor, and why I believe the gamma slider should be in the game is because I don't know how bright you have it in your room. You could have your room completely pitch black, in which case the screen being darker is okay because it's the brightest thing in your room. These are all factors that people just don't even think about. Anyway, does that make sense to people? Did I explain that well? Anybody let me know. If I didn't explain that well, I apologize. I don't know how else I can explain it. These Spectres models are awesome. They are awesome, yeah. Yeah, this game is a whole vibe. It's the best. I love it, yeah. Game looks awesome. The aesthetics instantly drew me to the game. Awesome. I'm glad you think so, Nova. Yeah, thank you, ZBrushed. Absolutely. Makes amazing art. You guys remind me, turn off my crock pot. Boiled peanuts, yeah. Oh, dude, you're talking about boiled peanuts. My girlfriend was talking about boiled peanuts yesterday. She wanted to make some, and she has never made them before, so she Googled how to make boiled peanuts, and she's like, it's like a 24-hour thing. You got to boil them all day. And I'm like, yeah. You put them in boiling water all day, and you have to constantly be adding water to it, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Why just make spells cost the same or similar consumables? They could do that, yeah. Yeah, they could do that. A reagent for light spells. They need to add more reagents. That's a big thing that I've been kind of not screaming. I haven't been talking about it too much, but we've mentioned it a few times that I think they need reagents in the game. It would add reagents would add another money sink, another good money sink. Like the idea of reagents for light. It is redundant though. I kind of agree with Tiny Soldier. We're taking the light spell out of the game or taking the light source out of the game, which is an inventory item, and adding in a light spell that requires an inventory item. The difference would be, however, is it's like carrying around fuel for your lantern versus carrying around the actual lantern. The lantern can go into your hand or into your belt slot, so you don't have to carry it, but it does take up a whole bag slot. Uh-oh. Nighttime. It's gamma time. The game does look way better when it's not washed out like this with gamma way up, though. I agree. Like it place torches, and the spell would just be another way to add more light. Yeah. I think that the light spell is just kind of... It makes it more fair play for everyone. because you can just get the spell on you. Right now, I feel like casters have a little bit of a disadvantage on their inventory because they have to have a book on their belt to be able to open their book and change their spells around. So they have a little bit of a disadvantage there. Whereas I can have all of these extra bags. So I get an extra 6 slots of bags at low level, which actually becomes an extra 9 slots or 10 slots at higher levels. You know, some people would call that an advantage to being a non-spellcaster. So I could see that as well. Love it or hate it. Is the darkness not part of the intended gameplay? There won't be daytime in the deep areas, presumably. Yeah, I mean, it is part of the gameplay, Italica. I agree. It is. But again, you know, like I just said, it boils down to how bright is your room? Are you using lights? Do I have a light source because I'm streaming and content creation? Can I make my room a lot darker? I could, which would make it a lot easier to see dark things in the room or in the game. So there's too many factors that you have to factor in, and unfortunately, they can't factor all of those in. It's way too much. Then you get into the minute of everyone's different hardware, the way that affects lighting and brightness. Exactly, Atomic Frog. You get into such minute little details, and it's like, what are we going to do about this, you know? There's so many little details. Salt, lots of salt, yes. Lots and lots of salt for boiled peanuts, absolutely. I used to live in the South, and I don't anymore, but boiled peanuts and sweet tea. Oh, man. You don't live in the South anymore, and you want some boiled peanuts and sweet tea? Shoot, I feel sorry for you, dude. I feel sorry. I can go get sweet tea. I love going to get some Chick-fil-A or Publix sweet tea. Oh, it's so good. That is, I love it. I just love it so much. Boiled peanuts, though, yeah, we go to a baseball game, boiled peanuts. We had a guy that used to have a little boiled peanut, what do they call those? Like little cart thing, whatever, right outside of our Publix. And I used to walk from my apartment that I lived in to the Publix, and I could buy boiled peanuts anytime I wanted. I never did buy any from him. I think my girlfriend did once or twice, though. So, yeah. Pronounce bald peanuts? Yes. Anybody want some bald peanuts? Bald peanuts. I know exactly what it is. I've been to many baseball games in the South. Bald peanuts. Anyway, Buc-ee's or Costco? Costco all the way. The reason I don't like Buc-ee's, boiled peanuts is one of them, actually. So we drove down for Christmas down here again to my mom's to visit for Christmas with the family. We all did that time, and the kids were like, "I want to go to Buc-ee's. I want to go to Buc-ee's," and I'm like, "Ugh." So we went into Buc-ee's on the way down, and we stopped. It took us like 30 minutes to get into the Buc-ee's from the highway, even though you could literally see the Buc-ee's from the highway. Still took us 30 minutes just to pull in and park. We pulled in and park. We're like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and get lunch here. We're going to get gas here. We're going to get everything we need. We went inside. My girlfriend was like, I want boiled peanuts. And I'm like, okay, I'm sure Buc-ee's has it. It's Buc-ee's, right? They have everything. And then my son was like, I want chicken tenders. Guess what? They had neither of them. They don't even make boiled peanuts or chicken tenders at that Buc-ee's. I don't know if they make them at other Buc-ee's, but at that Buc-ee's, they do not make them. And I was like, what kind of gas station is this? Like, come on. They lost a customer for life. Gone. I'm never going to a Buc-ee's again. No Buc-ee's beer either. That's okay. I don't mind them not selling alcohol. That's fine. That doesn't bother me. But you're a gas station. Boiled peanuts, chicken fingers, terrible pizza. You know, like these are things that you should see at a Buc-ee's. How do you not have the basics? Anyway, want to buy a Greater Lightstone? Do Greater Lightstones, or do they even have Greater Lightstones? I know they have Lightstones, but they still have a light duration on them. I don't know if they have them. Same with Quivers. Yeah, Quivers, that's another thing that I think, that's why I say Quivers should be in a ammo slot. I think. It was a disappointing visit. Yeah, there you go. Feisty's my girlfriend, by the way. She's the one in chat talking about that before I talked about it. She's listening to me because and looking at my beautiful face, according to her, because I'm not at home right now. Hi, honey. Well, let's see what else we can talk about. You live in Maine now? Totally different vibe. Yeah, but you get some delicious lobster up in Maine. Maine lobster is a whole other thing. It's like a different animal altogether. I love lobster, but I mean, Maine lobster? Whew. Funny enough, your local McDonald's makes a great sweet tea. Really? I don't drink sweet tea from most fast food places because they don't change out the carafes enough and clean those out. And they get nasty and moldy and gross, a lot of bacteria in them. I just won't do it. I had a guy that used to actually come into my stream a lot, and he was a cook at Waffle House. And he told me, he's like, never, ever, 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 ever eat certain things at Waffle House. And he actually gave me like a list, and he listed out the things that you don't get at a Waffle House. He's like, unless it's my Waffle House. And I was like, really? Shockingly enough, he actually worked at a Waffle House that I used to go to. I used to frequent it when I was in college. He worked at one down in Marietta, in Georgia, and I used to go there frequently enough. So I'm glad that that's the one that I used to eat at, because he's worked there for a while when he came into my stream. I haven't talked to that guy in a while though. Sweet tea is just regular tea with sand in it. Pretty easy to make. What? You don't know what you're talking about, Milos. Not any sand, right? Same consistency for sure, but each their own. No. Did you at least try the beef jerky? No, I didn't get any beef jerky from Buc-ee's. We did. I got a brisket sandwich, and it was good, but again, did not hold up to the hype. In my opinion, like I'm kind of picky about my barbecue, though. Like, I like good barbecue. I'm not from Texas or anything, but I'm kind of like a Texan when it comes to that. Barbecue, like, I can eat almost any barbecue, but I prefer certain barbecue. And when I was younger, I ate at Sonny's Barbecue. Anybody know about Sonny's Barbecue? I ate there, and I got really sick, and I will never go into a Sonny's again. The smell just, it's got a distinct smell to it. Boiled peanuts is a Gulf Coast, Alabama, Florida thing. If you want them from a gas station, I'm from Florida originally. I'm in Florida right now, actually. But yeah, I was born in Florida. Then moved to Georgia. Now I live in South Carolina. But yeah, they have beer at Buc-ee's. Just have no Beaver beer. Okay, so they don't have a Buc-ee's style or flavored beer. Gotcha. The Buc-ee's mascot is going to be the mascot of a cult-like religion. Should we go to an apocalypse? It might, yeah. Little beaver. My son who wanted? Was it my son that wanted a picture of the Buc-ee's? I think my girlfriend's daughter. It was funny. We're like, why don't you guys get a picture next to the Buc-ee's? And my son's like, yeah, let's do it. So he wanted to get a picture, and then my girlfriend's daughter was like, no. You know, teenagers. We're starting to deal with the teenage. She's just a teenage dirtbag. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Anyway. I'm okay. I shrunk Criddle before and couldn't see him. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm reading in-game chat. Mr. Particular flavor of barbecue. Particular barbecue for South Carolina that says vinegar and mustard base. So Vinegar-based barbecue is actually North Carolina. Mustard-based barbecue is South Carolina. However, there are some places in South Carolina that do add vinegar to it. That's gross. Vinegar barbecue is disgusting. I had some barbecue when I went to North Carolina, and it was all vinegar-based, and I'm like, this is nasty. Absolutely nasty. I prefer ketchup-based barbecue, and I like a very sweet but spicy barbecue. That's my favorite. A mustard-based barbecue is okay, which is what South Carolina is mostly. But yeah, there's a place in South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, which is basically where I live, called Lewis Barbecue. That is where you go if you want good barbecue in Charleston. Lewis Barbecue. Write that down if you ever go to Charleston. But there are other places to eat in Charleston that I think are better. But if you want barbecue, you go to Lewis. I can't totally confirm that water situation because I drink bottled water and sparkling water myself. Oh, water in Florida tastes terrible. What are we talking about? Yeah, water. I hear Maine water has great water. It probably does, yeah. Water here in Florida is terrible. I hate it. I can't drink water here out of the tap. I have to drink bottled water. Eating in a Waffle House comes with its own liabilities. How clean a drink machine is not my biggest concern. It does come with some liabilities, Milos. You're right. You remember Blue Kongal, Milos? He played Fortnite with us. Burl, you probably remember him too. He's the guy that worked at a Waffle House. He was a cook at a Waffle House in Marietta. I keep in touch with him. Every once in a while, I'm chat with him. I'm spoiled on Texas barbecue. Texas barbecue is really good. Yeah, I love the ketchup-based. Spicy sweet. Can anyone play beta? Sorry, I'm going through chat slowly, so if I miss your questions or whatever, repeat them. And I'm just kind of stopping from going from top to bottom. I'll get to your questions eventually. Can anyone play beta? No. You have to be invited into the beta. There is an opt-in. Go to the website. I'll do it for you since we're not pulling a mob right now. So go here to monstersandmemories.com. Click on this play button right here at the top. Log in if you haven't. Click on community. Well, don't click on community. Click on this button right here and click on opt-in. Close testing opt-in. Oh shoot, we're fighting. That is how you do it. Sorry, I got yelled at. They yelled at me because I wasn't doing it fast enough. There you go. Yeah, barbecue knowledge, right? Tangy. I'll eat some tangy stuff, like some tangy barbecue now and then. I prefer sweet heat, sweet and spicy. Love it. Sorry, I don't think I can follow the stream anymore because this barbecue stuff. Just kidding. Obviously, nah, you're good. You're good. Shrimp and grits. Oh, dude. I love me some girls raised in the South. I mean, grits. No, shrimp and grits. Yes, I love shrimp and grits. That's one of my favorite foods. We go to a restaurant called Page's. Page's Okra Grill in Charleston is another one that we like. We haven't been there in a while. We need to go back. Honey, we need to go back to Page's. We haven't been there in a bit. It's expensive, though, which is why we kind of stopped going. It's just a little too expensive. But that place has really good shrimp and grits. I loved it. Some people won't like it, though. So ask about it. If you go to Page's Okra Grill in Charleston, ask about their shrimp and grits. See if somebody can show you what it looks like. It looks different, but it's very, very, very delicious. You worked at Lockhart, Texas. Basically the 3 best barbecue places in Texas. Got fat? Nice. I love me some barbecue, man. I would say barbecue is my favorite American food. Like, I like burgers and hot dogs, you know, but barbecue is my favorite American food. Unless it's from somewhere else. Maybe I'm wrong. I think barbecue is an American food, though, right? Was it not born and raised here in the old U.S. of A? My favorite food, though, would probably be Asian food of some sort, like Chinese and Japanese, like hibachi, fried rice, and Chinese fried rice. Those are probably my favorite foods. But very high in sodium here in the U.S. They're very, very high in sodium. So I gotta be careful eating those. I actually kind of want some fried rice now. Yikes. When I go visit, we'll get some Korean barbecue, Easter? Yeah, absolutely. Come and visit. I'll go get some Korean barbecue with you. There's a good Korean barbecue place in Charleston somewhere. I've never been there, though. But I'll totally go get some Korean barbecue. Or I should say it's a Korean place. I think they have Korean barbecue there. I don't think it's specifically Korean barbecue. But, yeah. Wish they would open Popeye's Chicken or Louisiana Chicken. I think Louisiana is better than Popeye's, but, yeah. Cajun food. I love Cajun food. Yeah, I love spicy food. Like some Cajun shrimp is really good. Cajun chicken, really good. Yeah, I love spicy stuff. You remember that name? Yeah, Blue Kongal. Yeah, he was a cool guy. I haven't seen him in a bit. Barbecue originated in the Caribbean. Did it really? Interesting fun fact there. I like that. You went to Lewis a couple months ago and completely misjudged the portion sizes. Lots of leftovers, but can confirm great food. There you go, Sea Falcon. Lewis barbecue, man. It's so good. But yeah, you get a lot of food. Like you go in there and they're like, okay, you know, what do you want? It's kind of a buffet style. So you go in and it's like you just say, I want this and I want this and I want this. And then they kind of turn around and like scoop it up for you. They serve from kind of a buffet kind of thing. And then you just go like pick your seat. But oh my God, you get so much food. It is. I've only eaten there twice, and it's freaking delicious. I recommend it. Like I do rideshare sometimes in Charleston. So if you're ever in Charleston, you might get me as a rideshare driver. But anyway, probably shouldn't say that for safety reasons. Somebody's going to be like, I disagree with Criddle so much. I'm going to go to Charleston. I'm going to get in a rideshare, and I'm going to murder him somewhere. Probably shouldn't say that. Anyway... but yeah, I recommend food places a lot to people. Another place to go in Charleston if you want a good dessert, more adult type dessert, but you can go there with anybody, and it's Carmela's. So Carmela's is down near the Battery, near the Pineapple Fountain, kind of near the water. And they have these really, really good mudslides. They are so freaking good. Like crazy good. Take care, Justin Beard. Have a good one, bud. You got a meeting. Appreciate you hanging out. Torak, what's up, dude? Glad to see you. They would slash you your tires for last week's train. Wait, what? Slash your tires for last week's train. Who's slashing my tire? Oh, I know. I see what you're saying. Okay, I was confused. I didn't know what you were talking about. Anyway, I think I caught up in chat finally. Any more questions that anybody has, or we're just gonna kind of stick around and hang out? Let me see if anybody is any new people. No new people. Close that down. Close that down. But yeah, this is actually pretty good XP. This isn't too bad so far. I'm digging it. Should we get the Pantheon rant done early today? Or are you building up yet? I'm not talking about Pantheon. I will talk about Pantheon. I'm not talking about the comparison between Pantheon and Monsters and Memories. I'm done with that discussion. And I'm done with explaining why I don't like Pantheon anymore. From here on out, if somebody asks me about Pantheon, make sure I stay on topic and tell me to move on. I will say I disagree with their direction. That's where I'm at with Pantheon, and that's all I'm saying. Good call? Yeah. Quick question. What is this game? Shut up, Milos. Last game you'll ever play? Yeah. Milos knows about it. He knows. Milos is probably like the biggest troll. That's all he does. He likes to troll me. He's been coming to my stream for years, on and off for years, but he's always trolled me. I'm excited to see how the game progresses over time. What, Pantheon? I'm excited to see how it progresses, but I just disagree with the direction of them. So, sorry, I should have asked. Why is this game? God. Where's this camp at? We are currently, to give you bearings, there's the lighthouse over there. Big pillar over here. The waterfall pillar over here. So we're in Shallow Shoals. So this is the island that we are currently on, for perspective. No, not Pantheon. Monsters Memories. Yeah, I'm also excited to see where Monsters Memories goes. Yes, I don't troll. I had comedic color to conversations. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure, we'll go with that. Oh, man. Hey, Criddle, can you talk about gate potions? I heard they exist, but are very expensive. Yes. Gate potions exist, and they are very expensive. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say about them, but both of those things are true, yes. I want to say they're like 50 gold. Have you guys looked at gate potions recently and know how much they are? Yeah, we haven't checked it recently, but they were expensive. I think they were 50 gold each last time I looked. But yeah, they do exist. But nobody can afford them. I don't even think the highest level player on this server right now can afford a gate potion. Maybe. Hang on 1 second, guys. My mom's calling me. I think she's probably coming home for lunch. Give me 1 minute. All right, sorry. I was on the phone with Mom. Called. She's coming home, taking a lunch break from the hospital. And then I was also talking to Mimi at the same time. Mimi is in chat. You guys can't see it, but Mimi was down here in chat asking if we were mining. Anyway, 50 gold. Yeah, it was 50 gold. I have no idea how much it is now. I haven't looked in forever, but it was 50 gold. Mimi's all over the place. Yeah, Mimi's awesome. Mimi's awesome. Is it Five Guys again? No. It's not Five Guys again. It is too expensive for our blood too. I keep telling my mom, stop going to Five Guys and buying food because it's so expensive. So we're not having Five Guys again, no. I think they also don't stack. I don't believe they stack. Yeah, I don't think they do. The whatchamacallit potions, the gate potions. I don't believe they stack. How do you feel about the volume of players on the server currently? Does it feel crowded, desolate, or somewhere in between at the moment? You know, for me, it's not that bad, but let me do a who all here and give you correct numbers. So there are only 51 players currently in the game that are above level 25 that are not anonymous. So it's not that bad. Because, you know, we're kind of we're ahead of the group. So 51 players out of 350. So there's 300 players under level 25. I would say that in certain areas it probably is crowded for those 300 players. So it really depends. Really depends on where you're at. But there are plenty of places to go for players of all levels. So it's not as bad as you would think. When the game the first day, and there were like 900 people online, and we were all level 1 to 5, it was super crowded. It felt terrible. But people are starting to spread out now, so it's not bad. Yeah. What is anonymous? Anonymous makes yourself invisible to who? So you can type /anonymous, and then if somebody does who all, whatever, it'll still say your name, but it'll say anonymous next to it. Here, I'll show you. So if I pull this up, so if I say who all Criddle, it comes up. Criddle, Dwarf Fighter, etc., Rampage, Shallow Shoals. Shows all that information, right? But if I do /anonymous, /anon, and then I do who all Criddle, it just says anonymous Criddle. So it says that you're online, but it doesn't give you your level, your class, your race, your guild, or the zone that you're in. So it hides all of that. Now you can also do /roleplay, /roll, or /roleplay, and who all Criddle. That gives you your name and your guild only. So there you go. We need more for pugs. Yeah, they're supposed to be inviting more today. How do you feel about the volume of players? Got that one. Good morning, Criddle. How you doing? Tannermar? How are you? Mind if I ask a controversial question? Sure. Was curious on your perspective on someone who is always streaming Monsters of Memories and just as a streamer. What's your question? Like, what do you mean? My perspective is someone who just streams a bunch? But yeah, I'm happy to answer any controversial questions, sure. Sometimes I talk about them a little too much and people don't like it. But whatever, that's just me. I'm a weird animal. I see that makes sense if you don't want your location shared as such for competitive purposes. Yeah, absolutely. 2 days ago, streamer says he doesn't play games like Monsters of Memories normally. Was complaining on stream that he reached out to Monsters of Memory team trying to get a key and hadn't gotten one yet. He literally complained he hadn't gotten a key so long on the stream that a dev popped into his chat and said, "Here, check your email," and gave him a key on stream. He then, hang on, I'll read the rest of it in a second, don't worry. He then proceeded to private message that dev during the stream saying he had an entire list of people he wanted the dev to give keys to. He streamed the game for not even 1 hour and then quit and said he probably wouldn't stream it again. Was curious of your opinion on how handling things with the alpha players. I mean, here's what I'm going to say about that, right? Yeah, that guy sounds fun. That guy sounds terrible. How do I put this without trying to hurt anyone's feelings on any side, including yours, because you're asking this question? The story, I'm not saying it's true. The story sounds very made up, okay, from the perspective of talking to somebody and explaining it to them. Now, that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not saying that you're lying or anything like that. However, it does come off as a very made up, fictional type of story. Moving on from that. If indeed that did happen and you were in there and you were, 100% above board and all that kind of stuff, and that did in fact happen, secondly, it sounds like something the streamer was trying to do to cause tension. That would be another factor to that. They're trying to cause tension. They're trying to get views, right? That could be another factor. Did a dev actually show up? I don't know. I can't say they did or did not. Devs do frequent streams. They often frequent streams for Monsters and Memories in the category. They come into my stream a lot. They come into all the other streams a lot. They bounce around to a bunch of different streams, and that's one thing I love about the devs. That said, I don't think it depends on what dev it was. Like, could you give me a name? Do you have a name of the dev supposedly that did it? There's only one dev, and I'm not going to give the name because I don't want to give hints on who it might be, but there's only one dev that would actually give access to a content creator like that. Only one of them. The rest of them don't do that because they don't even it's not that well, some of them can but don't, and others can't even do that. They can't give players access. So there really is only one that would do that and could do that, but I don't think that they have done that recently. So was there? It is real. So it did actually happen. That's kind of sad. I don't want to say that I don't believe anybody, because I believe what you guys are saying most of the time, and it gets me into trouble because I tend to believe everything that I read on the internet. It gets me into trouble a lot. But so the dev actually did show up. Who was it that showed up? Talking about the streamer that starts with a K? Oh boy. That said, his beta key should be revoked. I have streamed this game. I don't know as far as like hierarchy of who streams this game more than anybody else or anything, like who makes more content, etc. There are a few of us that stream and play this game a lot. I probably stream and play this game more than any of the other streamers, period. Like, I believe I do, especially at this point. But that's because I have the time to do it and I have the ability to do it. And I couldn't even get one of my friends into the game. So the chances that streamer who has never streamed the game before and didn't play it for very long, the chances of that happening are very, very slim. Slim to none. Because one of my friends, he wants access. He also streams the game. And I'm not able to get him access. So I doubt that that's happening. Unless they just don't like me. Maybe they don't like me. Maybe that's the problem. But all of that said, I got access to the closed alpha through one of the devs when I was playing a different MMO. But I had already played this game. I had already made videos about this game on YouTube. I had streamed this game on previous beta tests, but that dev came into my stream and was like, oh, yeah, hey, Criddle, blah, blah, blah. We sat here and had a chat for a while about games in general, about EverQuest, about Monsters and Memories, about Pantheon, about other games that I was playing. And I got access that way. So that is how I got access. But they have not given anybody, any friend of mine access, or anybody that I've asked for access outside of that. So hopefully that it kind of explains it. But that was also a year ago. That was back when the game was not very big. Like, I mean, not even half the amount of people were interested in the game as there are now. So it was a while ago. And I don't think they've been doing much of that since. So I don't have a problem keys giving to streams, yada yada. The whole situation just felt really bad. The situation does sound very, very bad. Yes, it sounds very bad. And right now where I'm at with it is I think that the game has enough. It's got enough people wanting to stream it. It's got enough people wanting to play it. They don't need to give away any more keys directly to streamers. I don't think that that's necessary anymore, personally. I think at one point, maybe kind of necessary to get people that are interested. But one of the reasons I got access to the game is because I talked to the dev directly, and I was like, hey, I will play your game a bunch. I will help test it. And in fact, I stopped streaming. I literally stopped streaming this game. I stopped streaming all games for a couple months now. Unless it was Monsters and Memories related. And I have only played this game for months now. So, like, I think that might have something to do with it, is like I actually put in a lot of time. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm getting you what, Kaz? You're muted. I changed it up. Anyway, slaying time could have you beat. Maybe match streamer time. You think so? Maybe. It's possible. Alpha players were told they'd get an invite a friend. So that's actually not true. And beta keys given out have a friend code that people are literally selling. Yeah, that's another problem. Just feels really bad because alpha players are getting mega screwed. So, yeah, alpha players are not getting keys. I was an alpha player. I did not get a friend invite at all. I have a friend that would like to play it. And he never got an invite. We can turn our gamma back down. It's daytime. Yoink. So yeah, it does feel really bad, and I think that they need. If you were to ask me, as a content creator, as a player, as part of the member of the community, absolutely nothing related to the development of the game. If you were to ask me, I think that yes, they need to stop. They need to stop giving any type of preferential treatment going forward. I think for a little while it was understandable and it was necessary, and I think maybe here and there, like a big content creator, you know, getting access, like somebody that could really spread the word when they want that to happen. Absolutely, you know, maybe bring them in, but I am one of those people that's like, yeah, maybe we should stop playing favoritism, right? I haven't had any favoritism at all, and I can promise you this. Have had zero favoritism, even though I've played the game a lot. And I've given a lot of feedback, and I've talked to the devs a lot. But I've had no more or less access than any other person in the community, streamer or not streamer. So that's all I can really say about it. The devs have been very good about that, about being very open and vocal with the community. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust in my seat here. Very vocal and open with the community. And some community members have had more access to the devs than other community members, but a lot of that is because they have been more active, a lot more active. So the more active you are in the community, the more access you'll probably have to a dev. But yeah, does that answer the question? I don't know. Maybe do you want me to elaborate on any of that more or less, or you know, let me know. I personally, I don't think that any of the I don't think that there were any content creators from this batch of testers. I don't know this for a fact, but from this batch of testers that got into beta, I don't think any content creators were explicitly given access because they are a content creator. I think that they actually won the lottery of the 200 people plus friend invites, etc. I think that they were just happened to be part of that, and they just got, some of them got lucky. There are other content creators out there that did not get access. You just don't know about it because they're not streaming it, clearly, because they don't have access. Yeah. I don't know about that specific situation you're talking about, but yes, that would put a bad taste in my mouth too. It would put a bad taste in my mouth as a content creator, as a community member, and if I were a dev of the game, it would also put a bad taste in my mouth if another dev was doing that. I would feel like favoritism is a thing, and it's something. I don't want to talk about Pantheon, but it's something that happened in Pantheon, which put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, and it made it made the community of Pantheon not trust the devs of Pantheon. And I don't want that situation to arise again with this game. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And here we are 3 months from early access. Yeah. I don't recall them ever saying they will give alpha a friend's invite. They did say, Van Goes, they did say at one point that they might give alpha players a friend invite, but they never confirmed that for sure. They never guaranteed it, but they said maybe. And they still say maybe. They might at some point. They just never did. I'm a friend that would play it? Yeah. I have several friends that would love to have a friend invite. I tried to get a few friends into the game. I actually sent one of the devs a list of people. I said, hey, if you are looking for more testers, I know these people will play a lot. I tried to get people into the game. And a couple of them did get in, but not because of me. They got in for other reasons. I'm not going to divulge what those reasons were and all that, but they got in for other reasons. Had absolutely nothing to do with me. There's a Reddit thread about friend invites, also getting a bunch of attention. I saw that, Channing Tatum, I saw that on Reddit. A lot of people are asking for friend invites and begging for friends invites over on the Reddit. I personally feel like it's another one of those situations where the devs... I don't know how to say this without sounding bad, where the devs didn't fully think through that process about giving a friend invite. And how that's going to have ripple effects on the rest of the community, and how people could potentially sell it, give it away, trade it, those kinds of things. It's a tough one. Now, the devs have said you cannot sell it, you cannot trade it. I think if they find out somebody did sell a friend invite or gave away their beta access, I think they should immediately be banned. And removed from the beta. Absolutely. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Hopefully I covered everything. But I appreciate you letting me know, because I was not aware that a dev did that and went into another stream and did that. I'm very much against that. As a content creator, as a streamer, I'm very much against it. Because it kind of goes against, like, why would one streamer get access, special access over another? Why just because you are a content creator, you get better or more access over another community member? So yeah, bad situation all around. Bad situation all around. I wish they do a few wave invites. They have more limited pool opt-in. For example, some of the earliest sign-ups users for multi-factor are enabled. Yeah. I don't even think I have multi-factor enabled. I need to enable that. Yeah. People trying to get friend invites from the beta. Yeah. There's zero chance Ko got access via random lottery and wasn't even part of the Discord server yet. I don't think Ko has access to the beta. How do we know that Ko has access? Did he say he has access? Like, specifically, Ko say that he has access? Ko played a previous open beta, to my knowledge, but I don't know that he ever had access. I agree and disagree with this. Canon streamed it and played it. Who is Canon? That's who you guys are talking about? I'm not sure who Canon is. I keep up with some streamers. I don't keep up with a lot of them. Is he a pretty big streamer? Like, I know Ko, but I don't know Canon. I agree and disagree. See him all the way. Ko is definitely bigger than Canon. Yeah, I mean, I can understand Ko getting access, but I also understand Ko not getting access. Like, I will be perfectly honest, I don't think that Ko needs access for a multitude of reasons. Giving Ko access would, first and foremost, blow the game up too quickly for what the devs want. First and foremost. Like, that's the first thing off of my mind. Is he doesn't need access, because if he's playing the game, you're talking about thousands of people seeing it, millions of people possibly seeing it. It would be kind of like throwing the game on Steam. So, does Ko need access? No. Even Nick has said one time that he doesn't necessarily want to reach out to Ko and give him access yet, because they don't want that much attention to the game just yet. That said, Ko has played it. Second reason I don't think Ko needs access. Ko might play this game in his downtime, but he won't be streaming this game much, if at all, right now. It's not going to make him any money, and he's a big content creator. That's where he gets his money from. Secondly, Ko likes to talk about MMOs and does like to play MMOs, but he is not an MMO gamer, and he is not an MMO streamer. He played EverQuest when he was younger, just like a lot of us, but his content is variety content. And he even played EverQuest, one of the TLP servers, when it came out, and he played it for a little bit, and then he quit, and he moved on. He played Final Fantasy for a little while, and he quit, and he moved on. He is not the type of player that MMOs generally bring. Not saying he shouldn't play the game. He can't have fun playing the game, and he shouldn't have access. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just saying that he's not the target audience anymore. He may have been at one time. He no longer is, especially on a content creator standpoint. You know, he will bring a lot of attention to the game, sure, but his play style of an MMO is different than that of most MMO gamers. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I like Ko. I think he's, great guy. I think he, good content creator, all that kind of stuff. But I just don't think that he needs access or would even utilize the access, to be honest with you. I don't think that he would use it. All right, so let me read some of these comments that you guys are saying, and we'll continue the conversation if you guys want to. I'm happy to talk about it, but that's kind of my perspective. To be fair, Nix did say Alpha we get a friend invite, but it was on one of his streams. Love the guy, super nice, a good guy, but he overspeaks sometimes, it seems. He does. He overspeaks sometimes. I would agree with you, Melvini. I would agree. He overspeaks sometimes, or he might say something as well that's like opinion, or he might say, maybe we will do this, or it's possible we might do this, or in the future, the idea is that we will give these, but he speaks a lot of times in possibilities, not necessarily factualities, right? So sometimes you gotta be able to decipher what the devs are saying, and I think Sean spoke about this one time on one of his streams, and he's like, people take what the devs say, and they hear what they want to hear based on what the devs say. So yeah. I watched that stream. He did say 100%. Or he said he would mention the ID of the team. I remember that later. Yeah. He probably just said, like, yeah, we're talking about it, or yeah, we're going to discuss it within the team, or we would like to give access to all the alpha players to friend invite. You know, he probably did say something of those lines, but I don't think he guaranteed any of it. I don't remember him guaranteed, and I listened to all of those streams. So odd, it didn't cross their mind when they talked about not selling it prior to last week's lotto. I mean, it may have crossed their mind. They may have thought about that. It just, you know, a lot of things get kind of lost in the weeds, I think is the good analogy there. Things get lost in the weeds, right? They get lost in the chatter or whatever's happening. You know, they can't, the devs can't see the future. We can only predict what might happen. Kanan's the one you're talking about? Okay. I don't know Kanan very well. Ko, I think, is definitely bigger. Yeah, streamer drama is both pathetic and funny. It is, Van Goose. I don't get involved in streamer drama. I think it's dumb. If streamers start to get into a bunch of drama, that's partly why people have asked me why I don't raid people, and I don't co-stream with a lot of other streamers or any really other streamer. Like, I don't do a lot of that because it causes drama. That's a lot of drama comes out of that. Hey, you're, you know, for using this one, you're the biggest Monsters and Memory streamer out there, right? Well, is it fair that you only stream with these other people and you only are building up their channels and you're not building up the other ones? People get their feelings hurt. You know, why don't you stream me? Why don't you stream this person? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Well, because I can't do it every time. So a lot of the times I just don't raid people. I do my stream. And if they want to raid me, that's fine. I do have raids open. If they want to do that, they are welcome to. I don't ask other streamers to raid me, and I don't expect them to raid me. I leave that to their discretion. If they want to raid, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And I'm not mad at them either way. You know, something that happened recently, since we're talking about the topic, I wouldn't bring it up otherwise. Nick Hots, at the end of his stream on Sunday, ended up raiding Quados, right? He raided a community member that is also a streamer that also happens to be Nick's friend because they play other games together. They basically become friends through Monsters and Memories. Some streamers, some content creators would say, hey, that's an unfair thing that happened. You two became friends outside of the stream, therefore Nick raided Quados. And I can see where that's coming from. I totally get it. You know, I can see it from a streamer perspective. I see it from a community perspective. I see it from, you know, if I were a dev of the game, I could see it from that perspective. And everybody's got to be a little bit careful with that, right? I need to be careful talking about it because I don't want to make the devs mad. The devs need to be careful with how they approach it because they don't want to exclude people from the community. You know, there's a lot of things like that, and it does cause a lot of drama. It absolutely causes a lot of drama. But he streams a bunch of MMOs. So Ko does stream MMOs, but he's not a typical MMO streamer, gamer, content creator, you know. So I can see why they would give it to him, but I also see why they don't necessarily need to give it to him. Ko also doesn't like to play games. He doesn't like to play MMOs in early access. He wants to wait till 1.0 a lot of times. He'll play them a little bit. The reason he played Pantheon specifically is supposedly because he invested in Pantheon. And that's another reason why Monsters and Memories and Ko may not want to work together, is because Ko, I believe, is part owner of Pantheon. I don't know this for a fact. Somebody could probably look it up and figure it out. But he's supposedly invested into Pantheon and is part owner of Pantheon. And that could be a conflict of interest there. And that's another issue. There's a lot of conflict of interest happening. That's what all of this sounds like, is a conflict of interest. I hope I'm not like making everybody hate me for talking about all this. I'm not trying to come off in any certain way or any certain perspective. I'm trying to be very open-minded about it. So, like, hopefully I don't come across in some weird way. Found Cohen 2014 when he was playing ESO and like 50 people were in his stream. Yeah, I watched him a long time ago. I just got a friend key. Check my email. I'll check my email. I'll check my email right now and see if I got a friend key. Maybe I did. Not there. This one. Monsters of Memory. Bring your friend to battle. Yes. So yeah, I just got a friend key. So all these are the alpha friend keys that are going out. So I got to contact some of my friends and let them know. So yes, alpha friend keys are going out. So there you go. That might, maybe that helps you guys out a little bit, knowing that alpha players did in fact get a friend key. So that friend key will probably end up being used, but we'll see. This Linux friendly? Apparently it is. Yeah, Wicked Gaming. It is playable on Linux. I don't know anything about that, so I can't really speak to it too much. But Ali, who was one of the owners and developers of this game, he has said that more things are coming through Linux. So definitely check out or reach out to him or something. I'm not condoning DMing people, but maybe try to reach out to Ali somehow, and find out how Linux works. Maybe get on the Discord. That would probably be the best way. Ask on the Discord how it works. If anybody has information on Linux, and maybe somebody can give you the right direction. Because I don't know much about it other than that. It does work though. I don't think it's all that unfair because a lot of them stream and raid afterwards. It's super nice. I was raided by ZBrush. Yeah, I've raided. So I will raid the devs, right? I will raid the devs to the stream, but I don't generally raid other content creators because, like I said, it causes a lot of favoritism questions. It causes a lot of why them and not me. It just causes so much drama within the streamer community. It's just crazy. But I do raid the devs. If I see a dev online, ZBrushed I've raided several times, or Zukin, or Sean, or Nick. You know, if Nicodemus, if he's ever streaming when I'm streaming, I will raid those people. But yeah, that just hopefully explains why I don't generally raid people. It's not that I don't like anybody. The reason is because I like everybody. And I feel bad when I raid one person over a different person. If I don't raid you today, you know, you're not streaming the next day. And then I don't want to make anybody feel bad. So I just don't I make everybody feel bad. Nick just updated Discord news. New batch of emails just went out. Nice. I'm understanding everything just fine. I did ask for your opinions as a streamer, and you're giving it the way I see. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. You got a +1? Nice, Rogue. Awesome. Hey, Rogue, I wanted to ask you. I tried to ask you yesterday. Where were the last 2 of those pages? We only got 2 of them. Did you find the other 2? We got page Sengel Wright 3 and Sengel Wright 4, but I never found Wrights 1 and 2. So if you're willing to share that, I would love to know. You're fine. Appreciate your take and willingness to discuss it. I personally, at this stage, after witnessing years of streaming privilege, I am biased. Yeah. Streamer privilege is absolutely a thing. It has happened, and it continues to happen. I 100% agree with it. You know, like I know it's there. And it's based on, it's part of marketing. There's a lot to it. Like, should streamers get access? You know, how many streamers should get access? Why should they get access? All of that stuff are all things that it's hard to say. I get access to some games. Like I'm in the closed early access of Solasta 2. Well, I streamed Solasta 2, and I get enough people in my channel to where they said, hey, we think it's okay to give you a key and you can spread that information. We think that it's a marketing strategy for them, right? Now, I got into the early access earlier than other people do. The early access actually doesn't hit, I think, until March 13th or something. But I'm able to play the game now. Unfortunately, because Monsters of Memories came into beta, I'm not playing the game right now. But otherwise, I would be streaming it, and I would be playing it. So that's kind of where it's at, I guess. I totally get it. Griddle just got email gold. I did, yeah. Specifically alpha players. All the alpha players got it, to my knowledge, and then it looks like maybe more beta or more beta opt-in people also got it. Just watched the stream, VOD, saw who the dev was who gave out the key. Well, Houdini, was it the same dev that I'm probably thinking of? Because there's only one dev that would probably do that. That would possibly do that. And it's a fine line. Do I think that that they're kind of overstepping at this point? Maybe. You know, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm this close to jumping on Linux Mint. Nice. Yeah, try it out. New beta invites going out. Yeah, okay. There are some threads on Discord for Linux Monsters of Memories. There you go. Yeah, check out the Discord then if there's threads. Hurt feelings. Yeah, a lot of hurt feelings is where a lot of that drama comes from. I want to go into Linux sometime soon. If Monster Memories can work on Linux, that would be amazing. They're definitely working on it, Channing Tatum. 2 is at farm. Oh, it's at the farm. 2, both of them are at the farm with the Shady Farmers at the lower bandit camps off the road. I got 4 already. I got 3 and 4. So you must be talking about 1 and 2 are at the Shady Farmers and then lower bandit camps off the road to Vale. Hey, I found out where those other 2 pieces of the Sangral Rites are. Can you guys hear me or no? No. When you guys can hear me... No, Andy's muted me still, I think. He muted me from earlier. Somebody's telling me where the other 2 things are. One is at the farm with the Shady Farmers, and the other one is at the lower level bandit camps off the road to Vale for those 2 Sangral Rite pieces that we needed. Yeah, Andy muted me a while ago because I accidentally had my push-to-talk set down, and I was just blabbing and blabbing and blabbing and blabbing, and they were complaining about it. It was an accident on my part. Lower level bandits off the road to Vale. So Vale of Zintar. The lower level bandits, not the. Remember where the higher level bandits are, and then there were the Sangral Rites or Sangral guys. Between those 2 were the lower level bandits. Not sure quest line is done yet. You'll get the 2nd reward, and I'm thinking there's a 3rd coming later. Okay, yeah. Where do you have to take all 3 necks? You have to take all 3 necks and then go to do part 3. Wait, necks? Like necklaces? So you get the second part is you get a 2nd necklace. Here on the invite, anyone needs a +1 friend, let me know. There you go, yeah. I want you all to get in, so. I left Windows when 11 first came out. Haven't looked back. Yeah, we're on what, Windows 12 now or something? I don't even know. Dirty Houdini, yes. You saying yes to my question about the dev that gave away the access? Yeah, because there's only one dev that gives away access. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he did. You know, and I like that dev. Like, I have nothing against him, and he gave me access. But yeah, I don't know. I do feel like they should probably, for now, maybe stop giving access to streamers. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm kind of need more pugs to get in. Yeah, that'd be nice. Andy, you still have me muted. Yeah, he does. For every 10 streamers, there's probably 30 or 40 normie early backers. Yeah, so I that's exactly what we were saying earlier, Blitz, is it's a marketing thing, right? Giving streamers and content creators, YouTubers, whatever, giving those people access is a marketing thing. So I totally understand giving them access, and I don't have a problem with them getting access. But right now is probably not a good time for that. But maybe it is. Maybe it's exactly the time that the devs want. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's 100% a marketing thing. But yeah. Anyway, I think we've spoken about it enough. Like, it's a tough one to say because I'm a content creator. Do I want access? Yeah, I have access. So it's one of those things where, like, I already have access. But if I didn't have access as a content creator, would I feel left out? Would I feel bad about it? Absolutely. You know, would I feel like, hey, this is unfair that content creator gets access and I don't get access? I absolutely would feel that way, and you know, it's tough. It's tough. So I totally get where people are coming from with it, guys. I don't know. All devs have the ability to grant access. Sean invited an old friend a few weeks ago. No. A lot of people have the ability to do it, Lex. Well, not a lot. Several people have the ability to do it, and then other ones don't have the ability to do it. But only one of them really does do it. Sean does do it sometimes, but he's a lot more selective of who gets it. Whereas another dev is way less selective of who gets it. And I'm not trying to say one is a better approach than the other, but that's what's happening, right? People need to stop getting bent out of shape over nothing. Yeah, I agree with that too. You know, people got to stop being. Life's not fair. You know, why did this person get the job over me? We have the same credentials. You know, why was this person born into this family that's billionaires, and I was born into, you know, the cheap family that has zero money? You know, life's not fair, unfortunately. And you know, I get it. It makes you feel bad. I've got really, really bad FOMO. Really bad FOMO. And, you know, if I didn't have access right now, I would feel like, oh, why can't I have access? This isn't fair. You know, like I love this game more than all these other content creators. Or, you know, I would be saying all sorts of things as well. I wouldn't go on Discord, and I wouldn't be, you know, going into streams and, you know, complaining about it. But I'd be saying that to myself for sure. You know, I'd be saying it to people, my friends and family, like, oh man, I just feel like it's unfair that they get access and I don't. So anyway, yeah. Criddle, no, I don't really care about it, to be honest. I was just curious. We'll all play in 3 months. Yeah, and none of this really matters right now. It really matters in 3 months. Sean had a very good point when somebody asked him on his stream recently, said, why don't you just open the floodgates and allow everyone to play in the beta to really test the game, because it is beta after all. Anyway, he said it is beta after all. And Sean's take was, well, we don't want people to burn out. We don't want people to play it now and then burn out. And I think that goes for content creators as well. Like, content creators could make all the content they need in 3 months and then move on from the game and never advertise it again. You know, it's, who knows? This is what's in Discord. This includes +1 friend invites, this week's lottery winners, as well as +1 friend invites for alpha participants who have previously opted into the beta. Oh, so it had to be alpha participants who previously opted into the beta. Does that mean a wave of alpha got friend invites, but a wave of them? Yeah. I don't know if all of them did or if it's just the ones that opted in. I don't know. I'm in alpha. You did not get one. Oh, there you go. Did you opt into the beta? This is giving me heavy EQ1 vibes. Yeah, this is very much EQ1. Like, very, very similar. If you like EverQuest 1, you'll probably enjoy this game. I was asking this case the alpha code. Okay. I'm going to get level 10 on the 3 classes I'm debating. There you go. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, that's great. Figure out which one is going to work out for you, which one's not going to work out for you. Wow, it just got really dark really quickly. Whoop. There we go. Life does get more fair when undead. It's just about brains. It is about brains. You're right. As someone who came in from a Waterford diner and one shared appetizer going out to eat family, I married into multi-alcoholic drinks and multiple apps. Yeah, family. And it was a shock. Yeah, it definitely changes your perspective, doesn't it, Burl? I'm like, I mean, some people would say that I'm privileged for this. I've been in multiple of those situations, right? I've been extremely, extremely poor, and then I've also been not rich. I've never been rich, but I've been, you know, comfortable, right? One where I'm eating ramen every night for dinner, and another one where I can go out to a 5-star restaurant and not think twice about ordering multiple drinks and, you know, getting everything I want on the menu. I've been in literally both situations in my life, and I can tell you that it's a drastic difference in how you feel and how you look at things. Like, it's huge. It really changes your perspective on things. Must just be a lottery with both alpha and beta people getting the friend invites. It might be, yeah. 3 months for a closed beta is really long beta, but it's necessary for the style of MMO. It is, yeah. I'm curious what you're doing in the game right now. We're camping mobs, so we're trying to get XP and at the same time some money. And then if there's a named, I don't think there's a name that spawns here though. But sometimes you'll be camping like a named or something. But right now we're just getting experience. So that's what we're doing in the game. You know, we have a group of 4, which is the second best group size. Group of 6 is best, but yeah, this is just camping XP is what we're doing. Is this? There it goes. On a good note, no fears of getting burned out. Yeah, I don't have to worry about getting burned out. Like, I'm not going to get burned out. I'm a different animal when it comes to gaming, and when it comes to MMOs specifically like this. Like, I don't get burned out. I'm good with no beta key because of that very reason, burnout. I'm good with stress tests as appetizers. There you go. And that's great. I think that's fantastic. I think they need more people like you. A lot of people right now, honestly, I'm going to say something that may not sound popular, and a lot of people might not like me for saying it, but I think a lot of people are just wanting to play the game for selfish reasons. and they just want to have access for like selfish reasons, not because they want to help, not because they want to beta test, not because, you know, any other reason other than I just want to play the game because I think I deserve it. And they're just selfish, greedy people. You know, like, do they deserve a beta key for that? Not necessarily. Are they going to give good feedback? Are they going to report bugs? Somebody actually commented on one of my YouTube videos that I put out, I think the one I put out yesterday, and basically said that they've seen a lot of streamers that are playing the game and clearly find a bug in the game, don't report the bug, and then when asked why they don't report the bug, they say, I'm too busy playing the game, I don't have time to report a bug. And it's like, well, those are the people that, you know, shouldn't be in the beta right now. Like, we should be reporting bugs. I mean, I've found bugs in the game and I didn't report them immediately while I'm playing, but I've reported a lot of bugs. I have talked about this stuff on Discord. I have talked to the devs. I have, you know, reported bugs in game. You know, so I have done a lot of that stuff, but I know a lot of people that aren't doing that. They just want to selfishly play the game for their own knowledge, for whatever reasons, but it's for themselves, not for anyone else. So yeah, you know, there's that too. Sorry, I'm trying to listen to what the guys are saying right now. They're talking about the beta keys as well. I think there's a lot of people, a lot of our friends want to get in. Like, I have a lot of friends that want, I say that like it sounds actually bad. I have a lot of friends, guys. I have several friends that have been wanting to get in the game for a while. And they're trying to figure out who's going to get keys, who needs keys, how many keys we have, based on this most recent wave that went through. Because it sounds like several people in my group did get a friend invite. So, anyway. The drawback is that all the people playing are learning the game, and we leave all the others that join EA in the dust. So yeah, that is a very good perspective, and that's kind of, you know, what I'm getting at with the selfish reasons. They want to get the information for themselves. They want to learn where to go, what to do, how to play, best methods, all of that, so that they can blast through past other people. And they have a very distinct advantage with that. And you're not wrong. They absolutely have a big advantage with that. So those are the selfish reasons that I'm kind of referring to. Yeah. All right. I'm going to try to get you guys as much information. I will tell you any information that I have that I'm allowed to talk about. There are some things that I do know, unfortunately, that I'm not allowed to talk about. And it's not from dev privilege or anything like that. It's not that they've told me anything. It's that I was able to experience some of the stuff previously. Is Necro okay in groups? Necro's okay in groups. It needs to be looked at because the TTK, or time to kill, is a bit is still a bit too low. So TTK is a little bit too low, which means that dots are not great in groups. But we have a Necromancer right here in our group. Right now, he's charming, which makes him really good. He's like the most DPS in our group because he's charming a mob. But once they, hopefully, fix charm, Necromancers will go back to being okay in groups. Their dots are okay. But their pets are decent. Their utility is pretty good. They can pump mana to mana users. They can actually heal, kind of spot heal. It's not a good heal, but they can spot heal where needed, you know. So they're okay. Well, skunked again. Oh no, I'm sorry that you were skunked. Bots just want to have fun. Yes, they do. If you don't have plans for the +1, I'd love to join you. Yeah, they're going to figure it out. I don't know who needs keys, And I'm kind of leaving it up to my friends right now to figure out who needs keys at the moment. They're kind of, my buddies are kind of discussing it. I hit tab, and that's what I grabbed. It won't grab it if it's charmed when I hit tab, Kaz. I hit tab, and that one was uncharmed, so I got it. It sure does, and so I'm going to grab whichever mob is not controlled. I hit tab. I understand what you're Kaz. I understand what you're saying. You have also charmed other mobs after I've taunted them that are not the one you had. So it's okay when you make a mistake, but not when others do. Sometimes. Oh my god. I got it. I'll figure it out what you're doing. Don't worry. Anyway, sorry guys. He got mad at me because he was pulling 2 mobs, and I tabbed to the charmed mob, and I taunted that one, and he ended up charming it again. He was mad about it. This looks really cool. You said you were doing this to gain XP money gathering with others. Is there something else you can do together? Yeah, there's tons of stuff we can do together. The entire game is meant to be played in a group to do. This just happens to be something we can do at our level, and not a lot of people know about this place, so multiple reasons there. I'm showing off this area for you all to see it as content that you may not have seen yet. And then also as a place that we can go to that other players have not seen. You know, so they're not coming over here and bothering us and have other people trying to camp the same mobs we are. When do you see defensive stance being used? Defensive stance for me is only used in in-game, very challenging content. I use offensive stance all of the time, unless I'm doing like something very hard. That's the only time I ever switch. I agree with most people begging for keys just want to play rather than find report bugs. Yeah, I get it. A lot of people just want to play and they just want to have the knowledge. I'm not, I make it sound bad that they're doing it for selfish reasons, but I totally understand those selfish reasons, right? It's to them, it's not fair that other people get access and they don't. Same reason, when people had closed alpha access and other people didn't, I've been playing this game. I've had a lot of access to it. And yes, it is an unfair advantage, guys. It's a very big unfair advantage. The amount of knowledge that I have on the game, I don't disagree with you. I'm hopefully going to share that information with you guys. Hopefully. As much as I can. I want to try to. So I'm going to try to make it as fair as possible. I promise. I agree that most people beg for keys. 200K, yep. 200K a week seems really low. How do new beta players expect to find groups with such few people starting? Well, it's 200 randomly a week plus their friends if they have friends. So let's say half of those actually have a friend. So that's 300. And then the reason they gave it to alpha players as well this week is to add more people in. This week is going to be a pretty big influx of players. I would imagine probably 500-600 are going to start playing today. So you're going to see a big jump in players today. Does fine wood give better campfire than regular wood? No, it doesn't do anything. The exact same. All wood types are the exact same. They plan on putting this on Steam. They do not plan on putting it on Steam, no. Not anytime soon. How many classes have Charm? How many classes have Charm? Druid, Enchanter, Bard, Necromancer, Elementalist, Inquisitor kind of, but not really. But it does have a Charm ability. Who else has charm? Those definitely have charm. So 5. I prefer the stream without the Discord chatter. It's easier to hear you. Okay, cool. That's why I changed it up, Houdini. Well, that's not the only reason why I changed it up. It's part of the reason why I changed it up. Plus, those guys are not very appropriate, and I try to keep a very family-friendly stream. So that's why I did it. What zone is this area in? We are in Shallow Shoals. He could charm it before it gets to group. That honestly is the case. Yeah. Don't worry about Kaz. Kaz is Kaz. He wants... the reason why a lot of people get into arguments, that I've noticed anyway throughout my life, is mostly because of a misunderstanding with their thought process and the other person's thought process. Kaz has a thing in mind, and then he says what he's thinking, but we don't know what he's thinking, so we're trying to interpret. And I feel like that's where a lot of arguments come from. It's really it really boils down to communication. You know, somebody might be thinking something and then say something, and you might be thinking of a different thing at the time that they say it, and then you get mad at them for talking about X when they're talking about Y. You know, it's really it's an issue in my life because I'm a very argumentative person. It's always been that way. I come off as argumentative, whether I'm arguing or not. I come off as argumentative, and a lot of times it's just like I'm thinking of something completely different. Like you could say, "Oh man, I really don't like that color. I hate that color, whatever." And I am looking at something that's green, and I'm like, "Man, how do you hate that color?" You know, I love that color because I'm looking at green, but they're looking at a different color, like orange. I like green and I don't like orange. That's why I use those examples. But like, yeah, they could be thinking of something completely different when they say I don't like something. And then you're like, why don't you like that? And you're thinking of the opposite thing. And it causes an argument. So you got to make sure, you know, when you're talking to people that everybody's on the same page, then have the argument. Hard to do. Very, very hard to do. And I see it a lot in the Discord for this game, by the way. Somebody will be like, I hate charm because it's, you know, you shouldn't be able to charm red mobs. And then somebody else is like, yeah, but there's a risk versus reward. It's like, we're not talking about the risk reward. We're talking about the ability to charm a red mob, you know, or charm lasts too long, or, you know, what are other reasons that you might hate charm? There's a multitude of reasons. And somebody will pick out the one reason that you may agree with why charm is good. And you're like, well, no, charm is good for that reason. Oh, so you do like charm. You're just complaining about it. No, I think that this part of charm is good, but this other part of charm is bad. And, you know, you got to be on the same page and make sure you're talking about the same thing before you can have a discussion. And oftentimes that just doesn't happen. I see it so much on Discord. It bothers me. I get very agitated with those things. I'm not arguing with people on Discord. If you see me say something on Discord that sounds like it's arguing, I promise you I'm not arguing. I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, going, why? Like, why do you not like this or that or whatever? So, anyway. Hey, look, it's Mom. Let's see. Oh, there she is again. Look it. Thank you. Lovely, lovely mother. The issue is more people that see the game and opt in makes your chances less and less and less each week. Yeah, which kind of, yeah, I get that too. It's almost like they should have done it like on a first come first serve basis. You opt in, we're gonna let in these many people as they opt in. So like if you are 10,000th person to opt in, if they add in 10,000 people, you should get it. That's another way to look at it. I mean, I totally get that perspective, and that's not a bad perspective, but it's also, you know, some people would say, well, so how it's not fair because I didn't know about it prior to this, you know. And I get it. I see it from all the different sides, and it's rough. It's very, very rough. Is Gith that Necro from P99 green? Gith is not a Necro from P99 green, no. You personally like the chatter? Okay. Well, there will be times when we have the chatter. There will be times when I don't. When I'm not chatting, like if we were doing something very challenging and I needed to talk to just my group and I wasn't reading all the chat with you guys, I would probably have their chat in and we would all be talking to each other. But right now, they're kind of just talking about random stuff. Anyone know if using the major combat trait Intelligent and your Intelligence is highest stat, does it act like a mana potion? No, it does not. I know for a fact it does not. It will increase your maximum mana for the 15 seconds. It will not increase your current mana. Hey, Criddle chat. What's shaking? Hope you're all doing well. I am. I'm doing very well, Trackham. How are you? Right now, no. It only increases your max. There you go. Atomic Frog answered your question for you before I did. Increase your max mana pool. Doesn't give you. Same with the Wizard version. Yeah. The Wisdom doesn't do it. Stamina doesn't do it either. So, yeah. There's been a lot of chatter about those two. There should be a lot of chatter about all three of those perks, Atomic Frog. So make sure we're talking about stamina as well. Should stamina increase your current health pool? I think yes, on all three cases. I think it should increase your current health pool. And mana pool and all of those. Anyway, moving on. Definitely appreciate you being real and transparent about the advantages of your situation and having access has given you, brother. Yeah, I am absolutely going to be honest with you. Like, honesty is a big thing for me. I don't like people that lie and cheat and steal and all. I don't like that. Just noticed my stream was a couple minutes back. No, you're all good. My stream is a couple minutes back because I'm reading chat from way back. Here, we'll do something here to show you how far behind you are. I'm going to type into the stream, and I'm going to hit enter on, I'm going to say 1 into the stream. And I'm going to hit enter now. So now you can see how far back you are in the stream, or if you're far back. When I hit 1 is when I said, or when I hit enter on that is when I said now. Gives you kind of the delay on the stream there. Yeah, if I had Fortitude trait and you pop it, it just raises your max health. Yeah. I have the Fortitude trait, by the way. I do have that trait, but I just wanted it for the extra 5% stamina. It doesn't make a big difference, but that's the reason I took it. Some waiting would have been cool. Some waiting. What do you mean by waiting? A queue would have been nice. For the lotteries, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I get it on both sides. I get it on all the sides, guys. I get it. I know everybody wants to have access, and I know that it's not fair that some do and some don't. Oops, I didn't mean to loot those chain boots. Oh, wrong Spectre. We'll do this one first. What's happening? So now we'll see a lot more peeps in beta. Alpha guys getting friend keys. Yeah, we probably should. I'm gonna eat my lunch real quick before it gets cold. So give me a second. I'm gonna be off chatting for just a minute. It won't take long to eat. But yeah, enjoy the gameplay, and I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, I'm back. Can confirm sandwich combat, but I cannot confirm salmon combat. Much more difficult to eat salmon while playing the game. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I had some salmon for lunch. It was really good. Let's see. Wait beta signups based on creation of account participation. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying with the waiting. Yeah, I mean, they could have done it that way and added a little bit more weight to it if you signed up earlier or other or maybe if you opted in not opted in, but you participated on the survey function. That would be another thing, you know, like because they want more people to participate on that survey. That survey, the server survey thing that they did. So yeah, that'd be nice. You didn't get an invite. Do you remember the message I asked you to relay to Nick? What was the message, Sea Monster? You'll remind me, and I'll remember instantly and be like, oh yeah. But I don't remember what it is off the top of my head without prompt. Tiny biter. Oh, the tiny burgers? Yeah. I do remember that. If they would set a base % chance to win, then your chance increases proportion of the time you spent in the playtest. It's the only way I could see waiting. That's an option, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's dependent on how much Havling meat you have acquired in previous tests. Maybe. Curious to actually see the demand player count once subs become a thing in early access. I've seen it before where the expected metrics don't match the desired outcome. Yeah, I'm curious to see that too, Lex. I've debated with people on that, like what numbers does the game need versus what numbers do we expect to see versus all of that. Like I've debated with a lot of people on that topic. In fact, we talked to somebody yesterday, a guy that came in here yesterday, that was saying that he didn't think it was going to be sustainable based on his knowledge of this type of game and how much it costs to run and all of that. So based on that, he's like, this game is not sustainable. But then when you look at the numbers in a different way, they are sustainable. So anyway, I'm curious to see what those numbers are, and I'm curious to also see how much information they actually publish. Sean has stated, and Nick has both stated, that they're going to be telling us the number of subs they get, how much money they get, or they make from sales of goods, like sales of their physical goods, like their T-shirts and hats and mugs and, you know, the different Monsters and Memories branded stuff. You know, I'm interested to see all of that. It's interesting to me on a different level though, because that was my background in school. So I enjoy seeing those numbers, and marketing was, you know, I took several marketing classes in college, and I'm just curious, like, how much money most companies spend on marketing to sell their product, and then how much money they make on that product, versus this company not spending a lot on marketing but still selling their product. And then when they do start spending money on marketing, their T-shirts, their mugs, their, you know, all that physical goods that they're selling technically are marketing products, but they're selling those to us because we're wearing the T-shirts out in public. You know, it's a very interesting way of doing things. Something that a lot of companies don't do, where, you know, they might spend $20 million on game development, but then they spend another $20 million on marketing for that game, and then they end up making $100 million. Well, let's say they didn't spend the $20 million, but they spent the $20 million on development, but not $20 million on marketing. Did they still make $80 million through just the game selling? So could they have made an extra $20 million, which was just covering their cost of marketing? Did they make more from the marketing? Did they make less because of the marketing? That's really interesting to me. And I'm curious at where those numbers are going to be. I have a feeling that a lot of these games spend more on marketing than the additional income they make from the marketing. So they might spend 20 million, but that marketing may have only increased their sales by 10 million, which would be a net 10 million loss. You have to make at least the 20 million back to justify the marketing. But in a lot of cases, that marketing makes them sell more than what they spent on it. And that's the reason that they do marketing. They have marketing campaigns. So yeah, I'm just curious what those numbers would be. Let's see, what else have we talked about? They should send them to people who submitted bug reports. There you go. Yeah, you went Costco shopping. You're still here. You went Costco. We got you on Costco, man. We got you. We got you hooked. Word of mouth is king. Word of mouth is the best marketing ever, because word of mouth is almost always positive marketing. It is also free marketing for the company. There are cases where word of mouth is negative marketing, but most of the time, word of mouth marketing is going to be like, if somebody doesn't like the game in this case, they might go onto a forum and say, I don't like this game. They're already talking to people that already know about the game. They're not going out and talking to people that don't know about the game. So that's why it's almost always positive, because why would you talk about the game to somebody that doesn't know about it if you don't like it? You're not going to go and tell your friend, oh my God, I played this game and you definitely shouldn't play it. And they didn't even know, they didn't care, they didn't ask you about it. They had no intentions of ever playing it. Why would you then go and tell them it's so bad you shouldn't play it? That only happens when it's like extremely bad. Like if it's the worst movie you've ever seen in your life, you might say to somebody, wow, we just watched a movie the other night and it was so bad. It was like comically bad. But that's honestly good marketing for that kind of thing, because people are then going to go, I'm going to go watch that movie because I now am curious why you think it is so bad. But most of the time that doesn't happen, right? Things are just bad enough to where you just don't feel like talking about it. You don't want to tell people about it. You just want to get it out of your memory and move on with your life. So anyway, yeah, word of mouth is the best. It's the best marketing. Do these guys drop anything exciting? No, they just drop money and our health. They drop my health bar. That's pretty exciting sometimes. You can spend insane amounts if you're looking for a 1.6 plus ROI. Yeah, for at least business or ROA. Yes. Breaking. Yeah, you can spend tons of money on marketing to try to get that money back. Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't need to hook me on Costco. I've been a Costco free world for 15 years. Wow. Do you remember that movie, the really dumb movie? Not The Stupids, but the other one that was basically the same kind of thing. Anyway, Costco was like, it took over the world and it was like everybody shopped at Costco. That's becoming truer and truer and truer every day. Like, they were so ahead of their time. Yeah, Idiocracy. Yes, that movie. Idiocracy. They were so ahead of their time on the Costco train. My goodness, man. So ahead of their time. I want Monster Memories so bad. Oh my God. Things are moving. Give me a play on the Patagonia logo with the landscape swapping for the Night Harbor silhouette and the city signature colors. Yeah. I want all of you guys to have the game. Absolutely. Like, I wish I was a developer of the game and could give it away to everybody too. You know, going back to that conversation earlier, I would probably be a bad developer of the game, and I would literally give this game to everyone. I'd be like, yeah, I want to give it away. I want to give it away. I want to give it away. I want you to play it. Check it out. It's fun. I love my game. Talk about it. I would want to be that guy too. So, you know, I totally get where the devs are coming from. You know, I kind of picked on them a little bit, saying they probably should be a little bit more selective on who they give it to. But at the same time, I want to give it to everybody. Absolutely want to give it to everybody. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Yes. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Welcome to Costco. I love you. My goodness. That's like Office Space, like the quote from Office Space where he's like, thanks for calling Initech. Just a moment. Thank you for calling Initech. Just a moment. Thank you for calling Initech. I love that. Golly, man. Some of those movies back then were so good. Like the mid to late 90s through the early 2000s. That was my prime. Holy moly. The movies, the TV shows, well, not really the TV shows as much, but the movies, and the music back then was always really good. What else was I thinking of? There's something else I was thinking of. I don't remember what it is now, but yeah. Movies and music. Oh, golly. Good old days. That's where I'm going to be like, back in my day. I'm going to be that guy when I'm in my 80s, and I'm going to be talking about the 90s and early 2000s. Anyway. Demolition Man, everything was Taco Bell. Oh, yes. Demolition Man, that's another good one. All the restaurants turned into Taco Bell. They won the fast food wars. Well, if you ask my girlfriend, she will tell you they should have won the fast food wars. I would vote Terry Crews for president. Oh, yeah. I would vote Terry Crews for sure. Are there any good minor traits? Not I mean, yes. Let me look at my traits, and I'll tell you what the good minor traits are. What was my good minor non-combat trait? Minor non-combat trait, I took Enchanter for the enchanting. Or actually, I took Enchanter for the disenchanting. Didn't I? No, I took it for the enchanting tome. Yes. So I took Enchanter for the enchanting tome. And then major non-combat trait. Yeah, I took Artisan for the faster trade skill. I need the CEO of Taco Bell on video stuffing tacos his face right. Do you guys see that? The McDonald's CEO eating McDonald's or whatever, and then Wendy's CEO did it or something. Oh my gosh, dude, that is awesome. I love that the Wendy's CEO got involved in that, because like Wendy's is now known for their social media marketing. Like their social media marketing is top notch, and now the CEO got involved because McDonald's was involved. Holy moly. Burger King now too? Oh, I haven't seen Burger King. Oh my God, I gotta go check it out. I gotta check them out. Those are hilarious. I love the camaraderie, I think is the best word for that, between the fast food restaurants. I think it's great. It puts a big smile on my face. A&W, are they doing it as well? It's golly, it's so good. So good. You want to talk about some viral marketing? There you go. Yes, it's huge. I love it. Love it. You know, that's a thing about this game. Not to talk about Pantheon and stuff again, but that's where, like, I feel like this game and the developers of this game, you're never going to hear them say something bad about a competitive game, like a competitor, right? About Pantheon, about Ashes of Creation, even about World of Warcraft. You're not going to hear them say something bad about those. They're going to always be very PC with it. But if we could somehow get it to the level of fast food restaurants where they can make fun of each other in jest Like, you know, like the funny picking, because there's a line, and that's a hard line. It's a hard line to find and not cross. You know, like a good comedian versus a bad comedian knows that line. How far can they take a joke before now it's not funny anymore and it's just insulting? And you know, that's something that another thing that I've struggled with in life is I think it's funny. I hear something funny, I repeat it. It's not so funny when you repeat it. You know, it depends on your audience. It depends on how you say it. That's what they say about comedians, right? The delivery is like half the joke or something. Maybe even more than half the joke. Anyway. That would be awesome. How far were you in your 25 when you got here? Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm already 3 yellows and 2 blues into 25. Oh, okay. So that's like one level by itself almost. Yeah, I was 24 when I started over here, and then I'm now almost 3.5 yellows in to 25. So it's pretty good XP. In EA, we're going to be so far ahead, it's not going to matter. I will be far ahead. I don't know about the rest of you, but I will be. Nah, you're not going to be. You're going to be riding my coattails the whole way. They better not have Channer Charm. If Channer Charm is the way it is right now in early access, I don't know that I want to play the game. That's how bad I think. That's how bad I think Charm is right now. It's just going to end up being a meta of everybody bringing a Channer to every single situation, or everybody bring as many Charmers as you can to every single situation. I mean, you have to benefit from it now. That's the thing. If you want to be competitive, and I'm not trying to be competitive on beta necessarily, but if you want to be competitive in any way, you have to utilize what's best. You have to. Otherwise, you're just going to be behind. Adrenaline has an item called Monsters of Memory. Yes, Monsters of Memories has an item called Adrenaline Online instruction manual or something, or developer manual, or something like that. It's a low-level item too. I will not be so far ahead. I have to solo Umpax. That's the problem with me. I'm playing a main tank. Tanks can't solo in this game, so I'm reliant on my group. But so I'm going to have to rely on my group. I'm going to have to get them to play a lot, and we're trying to figure out ways that we can do that. Like Isar will be taking off work. He works from home, but he's taking the first 2 weeks off. He's taking at least the first week off. Kaz is going to take at least the first week off. Andy's going to be around for reasons. I'm not going to get into Andy's situation. That's too personal of stuff. And then, you know, like we've got our 6 people the first week are going to be on so much. And we're already planning that whole thing. And then the second week, there will still be very, very, very active. But some of them will have to go back to work. Because we're trying to figure out ways to do it. Because we want to be on a no boxing server. We would like to be on a 1-box server. But I don't think they're going to make a 1-box server. And we don't want to be on a full box server. So we're going to have to go to the no box server. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to manage that. It's going to be hard to have a static group that can all play and keep up with each other. It's going to be rough. So we're working on how we're going to do that now. It's mostly going to be me and Isar, though. Like, Isar and I are going to be carrying the group, I think, for the most part. And then we're going to have to work on how we're going to get other people XP. What's a no-box server? So there's boxing servers and a no-box server. I assume you know what boxing is. A no-box server means that you are not allowed to play more than one character, period. This current beta is a no-box server, and they are cracking down on it. To my knowledge, they haven't banned anybody yet, but they are talking to people about it. So you're only allowed to play one character at a time. You cannot have a second character even logged in at the same time as one character on the same server. Now, can you have two characters on two separate servers? That's a whole other topic of conversation. And some people say yes, some people say no. But the argument that I heard the other day, which is a really valid argument, is we're going to know the clusters of servers. Say they have 3 servers that are part of a cluster, and eventually those 3 servers are probably going to merge into one server once the population starts to spread out, et cetera, et cetera. So would it be advantageous for somebody who really, really, really wanted to get ahead to play one character on one server and one character on another server at the same time, and then wait for the merge to happen, and now they have 2 characters leveled up on the same server? That was a point that somebody brought up, and I'm like, ew, that does change things. That changes the perspective for sure. You hate multi-boxing? I'm not a big fan of multi-boxing. I don't mind 2-boxing, but when people have 6 characters running around, they're clearly running scripted macros. Something is happening. They're using third-party software to play those 6 characters. No one can play 6 characters in this game efficiently. No one. It's impossible. I don't care what you say. You cannot do it without third-party software or some sort of program, something helping you. Something would have to help you. You're not going to play them efficiently. Not going to happen. So that's the thing. That's what I don't want to see, and that's what's going to end up happening on those servers that allow multi-boxing. So if you box 3 wizards, can you 12 kite? Potentially, yeah. You could. Mobs past level 52 can't be charmed. What's that mean for in-game? So mobs past 52 can be charmed, in fact. Just not for enchanters or necromancers or druids. Bards can absolutely charm mobs that are past level 52. Part of the reason the bards are broken. There's a multitude of reasons why charm is broken, but that is one of them. But even if you can't charm a mob past level 52, it is still better. Level 52 enemies, monsters, in this game do more DPS than any player up to level 60. Period. Now, you could say that a wizard's going to do more DPS in a short burst. That's probably true. But not necessarily true. It could be true. I don't know. But any level 52 monster is going to be doing way more damage than even a level 60 player. So that would be... It's still advantageous to use a level 52 to XP with. And kill like level 53, 54, 55 monsters at level 60 or at level 59. It's still better. So there you go. There's multiple reasons why charm is broken. Server's going to be so laggy and crash the first week. Rookie move. I don't think that they're going to be that bad. The reason I don't think they're going to be that bad is because we've already tested it. Right? We've already tested all of that. This game, as long as they keep the servers at the right numbers, and they're already figuring out those numbers, they're gonna cap the servers. They're gonna be like, nope, this is it. This is the cap. What they're gonna do instead of allowing people to come into the servers slowly and just get like astronomical numbers, they're gonna open up a second server that's going to be part of the same cluster as that server that's already open, so that if the numbers start to drop, they're going to be able to close that server and merge back in. So I feel like the devs have done a pretty good job of not allowing too many people in too early. So I think we're going to be just fine. I think there are going to be capped, you know, or they're not capped. They are going to be highly camped, and there's going to be a lot of contested mobs, and I don't think the servers are going to be crashing, but there will be a lot of lag in certain zones, etc. I do see that happening, but we've already seen it. We've already dealt with it. We know what's going to happen, how to work through that. So anyway, we'll see what happens though. How would you want to see charm fixed? Level cap compared to caster level? Yes. So level 50 can't charm higher than 46, 47. I mean, that would be a way to do it. There's multiple ways that we could try to fix charm. One of the best ways, in my opinion, is you can't charm something over your current level. That would be the first start of it. Because right now, players are able to charm things multiple levels higher than them, like Redcon mobs. Then they take those Redcon mobs and go defeat BlueCon mobs, which means that their Redcon mobs are upwards of 5, 6 levels higher than what they're fighting. And this game, the way that game scales, a mob that is 6 levels higher than another mob is going to absolutely destroy it. It's going to dominate it. So that is one of the factors, yes. I think that would be one way to do it. But I don't think that's the only factor. Currently, they are making that change where it's going to be more difficult to maintain charm on a higher level enemy. So if it's Yellowcon or Redcon to you, it's going to be more difficult to maintain. That is what the current change that is coming in is going to be. I think that is a band-aid to a much bigger problem. I think that what they need to do is significantly reduce the amount of damage that charmed mobs do. When you charm a mob, it should cut the DPS of that mob in half. Period. And you can only charm mobs of your level or lower. Both of those things at the same time. And a lot of people will say, well, that's going to make charm worthless. It won't, though. It'll still make charm good. It just won't make charm as overpowered as it currently is. How charm should be used, at least in my opinion, is as a CC that does damage. So let's say you have an enchanter or a bard in your party. You pull 2 mobs to the camp. Instead of mezzing one of those mobs and killing the other one, you charm one of those mobs and use it against its friend to help you kill that mob a little bit faster. So you're effectively mezzing the mob and adding more damage. At the same time, you're still able to do all of your functionality. So I would prefer them to make charm actually easier to cast on mobs. Or leave it where it currently is, because it's currently pretty easy for the most part. But make charm maybe even last for, say, 30 seconds, guaranteed. I would be okay with that. But reduce the charm effectiveness significantly. And how you could work with that thematically is that let's say somebody's trying to hypnotize you and trying to make you do something. Would you not try to fight that with all of your willpower? And especially if they're like, I'm going to charm you and tell you to fight your best friend that's standing right next to you. Would you not try to fight that as much as you possibly can so that you're not going to be fully effective in combat? You're going to be way less effective because you're mentally fighting their ability to control you at the same time that you are physically fighting your friend. Think about it in any type of movie or TV show or book that you've read. Almost every time somebody charms somebody else, they're like, I don't want to punch you, but I have to. And they're like, they're literally trying to not do the action that they're being forced to do. That should lower DPS. So that's how I would deal with it. And that's what I think they need to do. I think if they only do what they're currently looking at doing, which is reducing the ability to maintain higher level charms, I think that is literally just a band-aid, because I would still prefer to have an even con or a blue con monster, something that's close to my level, over an elementalist pet or a necromancer pet or an enchanter pet. None of their pets are as strong as Charm. None of them. And all of those pets, if you get a charmed mob of equal level or even lower level than you, it's still going to do more DPS. Let's say that I'm level 20 and I'm charming a level 20 mob, and then I have a level 20 rogue in my party. The level 20 charmed mob is going to be doing more damage than that level 20 rogue could potentially put out. Period. It's just going to do more damage. So therefore, the charmed pet is better, just by itself, is better than a DPS class. And then on top of that charmed pet, those classes have additional functionality. The druid has heals, the necromancer has dots, the enchanter has buffs. You see what I'm saying? So like, you're getting two classes out of one class every time that somebody can charm, and you're completely negating the ranger, the spellblade, the pretty much any DPS class. So anyway, I know that's a lot of information, but hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, they're going to take a break, so I've got plenty of time to chat and catch up on stuff. Since Monster Memories is a social friction game, if Charm is such a problem and they're not able to get a hold of it, could they try solving it with social friction? Overuse it on one mob too often and it rages. That would be another great thing. Yeah, Dolphin. So we've talked about that. Like, a lot of people have come up with a lot of suggestions. And there's been suggestions very similar to yours where, like, if you charm a mob one time, well, we'll talk about this part first, but there's a second part to it. If you charm a mob one time, okay, it lasts a little bit longer. The second time you charm it, maybe it shortens the duration and maybe it gets more angry at the charmer. The third time, shorter duration again and even more angry. And the more you continue to charm a mob, then it gets more and more and more ticked off at the charmer, to where when charm breaks, you can't stun it, you can't root it, you can't snare it, you can't taunt it off of that player. It just focuses on that one player and annihilates them. That would make the risk, maybe make the risk high enough versus the reward. Maybe. We'd have to see how it plays out, but that would definitely help. Now, the flip side of this is that a lot of people, they don't want to charm a mob more than once. They charm it, have it fight another mob. This is how they're doing it with solo. This is how they do it in some groups. This mob fights this mob. They both fight each other and get their health down very low. And then once their health is low, they decide which one they want to kill. And then they charm the mob, kill the other mob, and then they charm a different mob to kill that mob. And you see what I'm doing? Like, this mob, use this mob to kill this mob. And then use another mob to kill this first mob, and then use a different mob to kill this mob, and then use a different mob, and keep going back and forth, because you're always going to have like a half health monster that you're fighting if you do it that way. So like, hopefully, does that make sense the way I explained it? So you're only charming the same enemy once, and you hope that you only have to charm this one once to kill this one, and then a new one once to kill this one, and then a new one once to kill this one, and back and forth. That's the best way to use charm right now, and that would mean that you wouldn't be charming something over and over and over. So there's two different ways that you have to look at that, two different problems that we need to solve. I really like these Spectre models. The Spectre models are freaking cool, dude. They are awesome. I don't want to give a spoiler about those, but they are awesome. It's still a really strong dot. Yeah. Charming is a very, 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 very strong dot. Like, very strong dot. And what I was saying before is if you use it as a CC, it's almost like mezzing a mob, but dotting another mob at the same time. You're taking a mob out of the fight and adding more damage to your party. So it's like a really strong dot while crowd controlling. It's already strong without being as strong as it is. Like, even if they cut the damage in half, it would still be a very, very strong utility that people will want to use. They're just not going to use it exclusively. They will have to use other abilities. So personally, I think that the changes that they're bringing in are very, very small, minuscule changes that are not going to change the meta. They need to swing that pendulum way to the other side, like they did with Commune with the Honorable. Nick specifically didn't like Commune with the Honorable. He took it out of the game and put a 30-minute timer on a different spell. He drastically changed that. They need to do the same thing with Charm, or they're not going to see any difference. They did the same thing with the experience changes, where they had solo was way better than grouping. Duo was way better than trio, which was better than 4 people, which is better than 5, which is better than 6. 6 players was the absolute worst way to play this game a few months ago. They then made very minuscule, tiny little changes over multiple weeks until they finally got it to where it is today. They needed to swing that pendulum way to the other side and make 6 players the absolute be-all, end-all best way to XP, and then slowly bring it up. That's the same thing when you talk about difficulty of the game. Make the game impossible and then buff classes to the point that they can actually play the game. That is, in my opinion, a much better way to develop than making everything everything super easy and then having to nerf everybody constantly. Because if you're constantly nerfing every single player, they're going to be like, why are you nerfing my class? Why are you doing this? I don't like this game. All they ever do is nerf things. And there's going to be a negative connotation to it. However, if they're saying, man, game is way too hard, we need buffs, and they're constantly buffing players, people are going to be like, yes, finally, I got a buff. I'm going to go try this fight again. Oh, I got a new buff. I'm going to go try this fight again. They're going to continue to think positively about the changes, and they're always going to be like excited when a new patch comes in. Right now, a new patch comes in. Everybody right now that's playing a Charm class is dreading the next patch because it's going to be a nerf to Charm, and we don't know how big of a nerf that's going to be. So people are just like not wanting to. They don't want the patch to come. But if they knew that nerf, or let's say that Charm was terrible, and they're like, oh, we're looking at Charm, we're going to buff it, they will be excited about the next patch, right? So I think that they need to go about it that way. Charm in D&D makes it roll check depending on the action you are commanding it to do. Yeah, kind of like that, Milos. Yeah, if you're telling it to attack something, you have actions and stuff. Yep. Higher the level of difference, the more mana it drains. That could be another one, yeah. Another factor could be it drains mana. The longer you have a Charm, it continues to drain mana over time. That could be another big one. That could change things, yeah. Charm should be fairly weak because even just the fact that you remove them from the enemy is quite powerful. Exactly, Corpus. Yep. It's not just charming to attack enemies, which is what a lot of people think of. They don't think of the fact that you're removing the enemy from combat. You are crowd controlling the enemy. You know, you're making it's already strong. It's like saying that Charm is like a Mez. Charm is just as strong as Mez because you're taking a mob out of the fight. But it's even stronger because you're putting another thing back into it on your side. Charm functionality is just not balanced against the low risk. Yeah. Increase the risk to the point you're living on a razor. Yes, exactly. If they increase the risk factor of it, I'm absolutely okay with Charm staying the power level that it is. You can either increase the risk or lower the power level. There's 2 different options there. I think they should lower the power level quite considerably and leave the risk as is because it makes the class fun. If they were to increase the risk, few people would use Charm because it makes the class very stressful and unfun. And if you make it stressful and unfun, people aren't going to want to do it. But if you still make it fun but less stressful, but not so powerful, people will still use it. So that's where we are with it, or that's where I'm at with it. If you have 2 of the same mob, Charmed versus aggro, the aggroed mob would kill the Charmed mob faster. They could give the enchanter a way to snap off Charm. make it execute. It would be a lot slower, but we can do it solo. So yes, generally speaking, charmed mobs are a little bit weaker than non-charmed mobs. People have proven this by charming a mob and having it fight another mob, and the charmed mob almost always dies first because it is a little bit weaker. But there are ways to prevent that mob from dying. All you have to do is cast invisibility on yourself, and it breaks the charm. Guess who has invisibility? Druids, enchanters, bards, the charm classes, necromancers. All of the charm classes have invisibility. They can break charm whenever they want. So that completely takes that out of it. It's a whole thing. Yeah. New drinking game. Anytime I talk about charm, yeah, charm is a big topic of conversation right now, bro. Charm pet should be powerful, but it should have an escalated defense. If it's higher level, and if you charm the mob, it gains CC resistance. Well, yeah, but I already talked about why that will work based on one type of charming, but not the other. Because there's one type of charm where you continually charm the same mob indefinitely to fight for you. But there's another type of charming technique, which is called swarm kiting, that bards do mostly, but also enchanters and other charmers are doing, where they only charm the mob once, and then they charm a different mob, and then they charm a different mob, and they charm. So they're only charming at one time. It doesn't fix that problem. So there's two separate issues that need to be resolved, and they need to find a resolution to both of those, whereas a lot of the suggestions are going to fix one or the other, but not both. And both of those issues are pretty bad. My healthcare plan can't handle that, right, Atomic Frog? Oh, jeez, dude. I wish that I didn't have to talk about charm so much, but we constantly get new people in that are asking about charm and stuff. So I apologize to those that are hearing me repeat myself over and over and over. I think I'm getting better at explaining it faster without talking about it too much, but maybe I'm not. If you could use your kill your charmed pet strategy. If you could use your kill your charm pet, it's actually a double dot plus partially tank. Yeah, you can use that. Yeah, exactly, Corpus. You can use that strategy. It's a tank. It's a DPS. It's killing two mobs at the same time. You see where these are all adding up. This is why charm is too strong. It doesn't just do take a mob out of the fight and add a little DPS to your party. It does that, but it also does it better than other DPS. It can also tank for you. It can also be killed once it gets low on health to give you free XP, and more and more and more. It's got a lot of different things that's causing it to be powerful. If we just talk about one of those, no, it's not that powerful, right? But unfortunately, it's a multifaceted issue. I also feel charisma doesn't need to be high to work well either. Exactly, Channing Tatum. And they just made that change. It's in the game already, where charm and fear, they say that charm and fear, what is it called? Charisma affects charm and fear. But again, to my point earlier, where they need to make significant changes, that seems like such a minuscule change that they made. That those changes to the charm, if they're working properly, were so small, they're not even noticeable. Just like the change to the Bard swarm kiting that they did previously, it was such a small change, it was basically not noticeable. So we need to see significant changes. And I don't even like when they swing the pendulum way too far to the other side. But in this case, it needs to go to the other side. To the point, take it out of the game until you fix it. Like, not these small little, oh, we're just going to make it a little bit more difficult on a higher level mob. No, that doesn't solve the problem. Period. It doesn't. And I will tell the devs that. They've heard me say it, I'm sure. It doesn't solve the problem. You're going to continue to see the problem until you actually solve it, not put a band-aid on it. So anyway, I'm very passionate about this topic, clearly. Someone is going to have science doing tank, healer, 4 times enchanter party. People are already doing it. They're already doing it. The highest level in the game, their group has 2 charm players in it. They have 2 charm players. They have a paladin for their tank. They have I don't remember what their healer is. That might be a 3rd charm person, their healer. And then they have a elementalist. And the elementalist is buffing the charm pets. It's making those charm pets even better because the elementalist pet, the air pet, allows the charm pet to attack an additional time with their main hand weapon. So they don't ever have to buff their charm pets. They just automatically get the buff once they're charmed because of the air pet. They're already stacking all of these things that make charms way too strong. So it's already currently happening. Having a good stream. It's time to chat about Monster Memory Future again. Yeah, I talked about it a couple times post-rock. Yeah, I'm not talking about Pantheon and Monsters and Memories Future. I can't. We can't keep doing that. Right now, we're stuck on Charm, though, again. We get stuck on Charm a lot. New people come in and ask the same questions. And it's okay. Everyone, feel free to ask whatever questions you feel like you need to ask. If I've said it before, I'll repeat it. I don't mind. The accidental group invis song from Bard when we were a group with charm pets. That chaos is what keeps me warm at night, dude. That's yes. Group invis from the Bard while charming pets would be hilarious. Do you like Path of Exile? I do. I do like Path of Exile. I also like Diablo 4. Shockingly enough, I don't mind Diablo 4. I like ARPGs. I don't play them a lot. I would prefer I much prefer MMOs. When ARPGs came out, like when Diablo 1 came out, I played that, and then I thought that ARPGs were going to kind of go the direction of MMOs, and then they ended up not doing that. If they would have made a Diablo-style MMO back instead of World of Warcraft, I would probably still be playing that today. That would be my favorite style of MMO. I would love that. But I love MMOs. Like any type of MMO, I love them. So I prefer to play those. Isn't this how it was in EverQuest? I don't recall 4 Enchanter parties. Well, so in EverQuest, in 1999, no one really understood the Enchanter class. It didn't make sense to them. I was an Enchanter. So in 1999, I got to level 30 before anyone wanted to group with me. And then the reason they wanted to group with me was because they learned about Mesmerize and Clarity. Those are the 2 spells. And they're like, dude, we want Mes and Clarity. Because they only knew what made their class and their groups better. Even at that point, we didn't know about Charm being as strong as it was. But if you go back and you play a TLP, yes, you will absolutely see a lot of people charming and using that to level very, very quickly. So now that we've learned about it, and that is why a lot of people for this game say things like, well, we've learned over the last 26 years of what to do and what not to do. And that's 100% true because we as players have learned what's good and what's bad. What works, what doesn't work. So we're going to utilize what works and what doesn't work because we've already learned about it. We know how to do it now. But back in 1999, we didn't know how to do it. We didn't understand it. It made zero sense to us. We didn't realize that Charm was going to be the absolute best way to level up. But they do it in TLP servers. They also did it in P99 because they knew about it at that point. So absolutely yes, it does work that way in EverQuest, and they absolutely did abuse it. So there you go. Yeah, but if you watch them play, they barely use Charm in that group. I watch them a lot, and they don't use it mostly. I don't know. I've heard the opposite of that. I've heard that they have used Charm a lot. So I don't know. I haven't personally been following along with them, and I don't care. That group. Cool. They're doing what they're doing. They're playing very hardcore. They A, know a lot about the game. B, have planned out their entire route. They've done a lot of things. They've researched. They are showing how much having alpha access really means. And that's the biggest takeaway for me that the devs need to be looking at, is how much having access to the game where other people don't, how much that means. It's allowing them to do things that other people cannot, or whatever. Also, it's showing the difference between high playtime versus low playtime. So it's another great thing. Like, I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing. You know, it's showing the difference between high versus low playtime players. Even look at Hoop versus other members of his party. Hoop by himself has more playtime than the rest of his party, and he's now 5 or 6 levels higher than the next player in the party. Than the lowest player in the party. And that's just based on playtime alone. But the entire group has high playtime. So we're seeing the difference in playtime. We're seeing the difference in a static group versus a non-static group. And we're seeing the difference in alpha knowledge versus non-alpha knowledge. So those three things stacked on top of each other, and the potential of having charmed pets versus non-charmed pets, and utilizing that in a variety of ways. You're seeing a lot of that from that group. So I feel like that group is definitely giving the devs a lot of information that hopefully we can use to make the game better for early access. What about Diablo 2? Diablo 2 was my favorite Diablo. I didn't like Diablo 3. I would say Diablo 2, 2, 4, 1, 3 is my order of Diablos. All good. Didn't get a key again, so stick to streams for now. Bummer, dude. I'm sorry you didn't get a stream or get a key. Can you talk about Spellblade or Inquisitor? Seems like it's not the most popular class at the moment. Yeah, I can talk about both of those. Inquisitor is a very good tank, but it's a very niche tank, and it's also much like the Enchanter in EverQuest 1 back in 1999. It's a very misunderstood class that is underutilized because people don't really know how to use it yet. But it is a very good tank. It's the best tank when going up against magical monsters, like monsters that are doing magical damage. Or if they have a bunch of buffs on them, you want to get rid of the debuffs. They can get rid of debuffs faster than any other class can because of their ability kit, or their kit, basically. They're a very good tank. They are the weakest physical damage tank out of the 3 tanks. But they're the strongest magical damage tank. But overall, they're going to be very good. You're going in a raid situation and an in-game situation. It's going to be nice knowing an Inquisitor, for sure. But you don't want to have an Inquisitor as the main tank of your guild, because they're the weakest physical damage tank, and physical damage is going to be the most damage in the game, most likely. But you're still going to want to have an Inquisitor for certain fights where magical damage is much, much higher. So, yeah, they're good. Spellblade is a very good class. It's a very strong class at in-game. It feels kind of weak in the beginning because it requires a lot of dex to really shine. But the class currently is a little bit boring for a lot of people because it's basically put up buffs and then turn on auto attack. That's basically the entire class right now. It needs a lot more utility. It needs to come down in DPS at the high end, but that's based on a class having a ton of dex and really good abilities, really good weapons, you know, all of that. But if you an equally geared, that was a very weird bug, actually. That was a very weird bug. I'm going to clip that for later. I might try to show a dev that, because that literally hit right here and then it teleported back without casting any abilities. But yeah, the Spellblade is a little bit too strong DPS-wise and in-game, and it can tank a little bit too well for being a non-tank class. So I think those two things need to be tweaked a little bit. It's not overpowered like it used to be, but it's still a little bit high. But I think they need to add more utility when they take those down. So if they reduce the amount of DPS that it does, reduce the amount of tanking that it can do, they need to add more utility to it and more abilities to it to balance it. And that's what I mean by balance. I don't mean everybody doing the same numbers. Having something else that, you know, brings them back up. They do have some utility. Their ice proc that they do. Slow is a secondary slow on mobs. So you want to stack that with a primary slow from an enchanter or a shaman on, like, especially on raid mobs. You want to get a primary slow and the secondary slow, reducing the attack speed of raid mobs or any mob by up to 70% at the high end. So it's actually very, very strong. So it's Spellblades and Rangers can do that. They both do that. Diablo 2 is the best game ever made, you think? Oh, wow. I was really hoping Diablo 4 would be more MMO light. Yeah, I was too. Diablo 2, though, is still, yeah, one of the best games. It's up there for me, for sure. People absolutely losing their minds. They didn't get in this round. What's your thoughts? Why is it so limited? Surely they have data they need. Well, this round, I think they did another 200. I don't know for a fact. I haven't looked at it yet. I think they did another 200 invites with 200 friend invites, but then they also added in the alpha key, the alpha player invites on top of that. So they did add more players this time around than they did last week. So I think they're trying to, they're being smart. My take on it is, yes, it feels bad. But my other take on it is on a dev perspective. So looking from their perspective, they're being very smart to not let too many people in for multiple reasons. The first reason being that they don't want the servers to be overcrowded. They want people to have a fun experience and an enjoyable experience. Another reason is that these are all directly from Sean, by the way. These are the reasons he gave. The other reason is they don't want too much feedback right now. They want some feedback, but if they have too much feedback, they're just going to be sifting through Discord conversations, having to read all the feedback. A lot of it's going to end up being duplicate feedback, which means that they're going to have to read things 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and it's just going to be not productive for them to have to read through all of that. Okay. Okay, that's all I have left. All right, sorry about that. They were asking me for some wood. Anyway, those are the reasons. And then the last reason, which is a very big reason, is they don't want players to burn out right now. They don't want them to play for 3 months, burn out, and then not play the game in early access. Burnout is 100% a thing. Now, some people might say, well, if you feel like people are going to burn out and not play your game 3 months after they try it, then you're not building the MMO right. You know, you would still think that people would want to play in early access in an MMO 3 months later. That's the whole point of an MMO. But there's going to be a burnout. There's going to be fewer people playing it 3 months later. But hopefully the idea is that 3 months into early access, some players are playing too much and they start to burn out, but then new players start to come in. And they're also adding in Module 1 at that time, which is going to bring players back that may have already burnt out over those 3 months. And they're going to continue to do that every 3 months, hopefully, if the timeline stands the way they want it to. Every 3 months, they're going to be adding in more content, which will keep players interested. Right now, there will be some people that play for 3 months, get tired of it, and then be like, nah, I'm not going to come back for early access. You know, but if they already had a player for 3 months, like let's say in early access you play a character, you burn out a little bit. Now we're adding new content and you can play that same character. They might come back. So I think that's the big difference. So there's my thoughts. On the new time-locked EQ servers, most groups are abusing Enchanter Charm. Yeah. A lot of them do on the TLPs and stuff. They absolutely abuse Enchanter Charm. 100% they do. But at least Wizards and Rogues eventually catch up and are far more useful in raid setting. Yes, exactly. Wizards and Rogues eventually catch up. Right now, Charm is so strong in this game and Wizards and Rogues are so weak in comparison that they need to bring up Wizards and Rogues, which would So like that's another way to look at it. Let's talk about that for a second because it's charm related. It's charm adjacent. Instead of just nerfing charm, which is what I'm calling for and some people are calling for, the other option is buffing the classes that are being replaced by charm. The rogues, the wizards, the spellblades, buffing those classes that are being replaced is another option. However, the game already has a TTK option where mobs are already dying too quickly. So if they go that route, they need to buff those classes and then also factor in charm being good. And then they're going to also have to then factor in, okay, well, now we need to increase the TTK of all these other mobs. If they nerf the classes down, then they don't have to nerf or they don't have to buff the mobs to compensate for that faster TTK. So there's several different ways they can go about it, right? And which one is the best way? I don't know. I do say that nerfing charm is mandatory, but they also do need to buff rogues and buff wizards. Then they also should probably buff monsters in the game. If they buff monsters in the game, though, here's another factor with that whole thing. If they were to go and make monsters stronger to reduce TTK or increase TTK to make TTK longer, if they were to do that, now charmed pets become stronger again. Because now charmed pets are stronger, right? So like they have to factor that in as well. They can't just say reduce charm. They can't just say buff these other classes. They can't just say make monsters stronger. They have to do all of these things kind of simultaneously, or it's not going to resolve the problem. So, yeah. I guess I only see MMOs as competitive when it comes to PvP. I don't personally mind if people are being super sweaty. Yeah, and that's fine, Battle Mage. But notice there you said I. 1, 2, 3 times. So you that's your feelings, but that's not the feelings of other players, right? And I'm not saying that your feelings don't matter. They absolutely do. But you don't mind. You don't necessarily care about the competitiveness of PvE. But other players do. And they have that option, and they should be able to care. That is the correct Diablo order. 3 was butt. Yeah. If you play 2, have you tried Project Diablo 2? Great fun to be had in a new season. Project Diablo 2? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about the Diablo 2 Resurrected, or is this like a emulated Diablo 2? I haven't tried an emulated one. How much actual raiding is there going to be in M&M? A lot. Like, people are downplaying the amount of raiding that's going to be in this game. I think people are downplaying it. Because the devs have said many times that the majority of content is going to be group-based content. But that doesn't mean that we're only going to have like 1 or 2 raids. There's already at least 4 raids in the game. They're also going to be adding expeditions. They already have 2 expedition zones being worked on. So there's going to be a decent amount. There's going to be a decent amount. And then they're going to be adding in more as the game goes on. They've already said that they're going to be adding in more. There's 4 raid mobs in the game. I'm talking about level 60 raid mobs. There's also 3 level locked raid mobs, which I think they need to remove and make those level 60 mobs instead of having them level locked. So that would make 7 level 60 raid mobs. That would be my preference. If they're going to do that, I have no idea. How do alpha players invite? I didn't see that. If you're an alpha tester that also opted in to the beta, you got an alpha code or an alpha friend key, and you should have gotten an email for it. So go to your email, and you should be able to do it from there. To be fair, Q will be much more fair. Yeah, I mean, it could be, yeah. Most of the feedback would just be about charm anyway. Yeah, it will be. Lottery is kind of meh. People who are not only interested filter themselves. Yeah, that is kind of the bad thing about the lottery system is I could literally opt in yesterday and gotten in today, whereas other people opted in months ago and haven't gotten in yet. Like, I totally get that the lottery system can be unfair. I get that. Have I done Black Tide Bay? I have not been to Black Tide Bay, but my friend Kaz has been in Black Tide Bay. He says it's really cool. It's a very big dungeon. Lots of things to do. You can easily get lost in there. I have heard, however, that Black Tide Bay does not drop coin right now. So there's no coinage dropping. So go at your own risk if you care about that. Well, bye. I think this game will have less sales compared to Pantheon because of streaming, etc. Pantheon was well received until you got to level 20, but by the initial reviews are positive. Yeah, I'll talk about that. I'm not going to talk about, like... Anyway, we're not going to talk about some things, but I'll talk about that. Pantheon had a very big marketing plan, and that's why. So yes, Pantheon is going to beat them in sales. I have no doubt about that. Like in sales and in just player numbers. Pantheon is going to have player numbers because A, Brad McQuaid, B, Co-Carnage, you know, C, they just had more advertisement out there, D, they put it on Steam, you know, so many different things where they spent more money to get the game out there to more people to see it. So yes, Pantheon is going to absolutely have more players initially, what they had initially at the launch of their early access, than this game will probably have at the launch of their early access. I have no doubt about that. Pantheon sold like 100,000 copies on Steam. This game, I think, will probably push... I think it's going to get upwards of maybe 50,000. But, you know, I realistically, if I were betting on it, I would say 20 to 30,000 is what I think are going to sub to this game in early access in June, sometime during June, and then it'll slowly grow from there, I think. And a fresh start. Goodbye, beta characters. Yes, there's also going to be a fresh start. Absolutely, beta characters are going bye-bye. Backstab feels terrible right now. Scaling damage is disappointing on what should be such a signature move for Rogue. Yeah, right. So yeah, Backstab. One reason that Rogue feels bad and is bad is because a lot of its damage is based on the damage delay ratio of your weapon. Its Backstab is based on that. So if you have a better weapon, Rogue is better. If you have a worse weapon, Rogue is worse. They could make it to where it's based on like a certain skill. So like Backstab is, let's say it uses your Acrobat skill, for example. If your Acrobat skill is 100, it does 4 times whatever your Acrobat skill is, so 400 damage. And then when it's 300, it does 1200 damage. They could do something like that, you know, where it just gets more damage as the skill goes up, and absolutely not related to your gear. But there would be other things that would break. It would end up being a lot like Charm in that situation. Whereas players don't have to gear up to still do insane damage on a Rogue. So it would kind of make it... I feel like players should have to go and get gear, not only level their characters, but also gain gear as they level. Otherwise, they're just not. They're not going to be as useful. Part of the reason why spellcasters are so good early to mid game, is because all they have to do is buy spells and they're good. They don't need to gear up. Whereas all of your tanks and your melee classes all have to gain gear to make themselves stronger. So that's a big difference between the two. Charm was a very strong feature in EQ, and it makes sense that it's strong here. But I say this often: just because EQ did it doesn't mean Monsters and Memories needs to be the same. They need to find their niche. Right? They need to find their thing. They can base the game on EverQuest. Sure. Do that all day long. But they need to differentiate themselves from other games as well. They have to do both of those things if they really, really, really want to take off. If this was just EverQuest 1, literally remade, it might be popular for a little while, but it would definitely die off fairly quickly, and people wouldn't want to continue to play it. I'm excited for this game, but Charm seems like the dumbest bag of worms I've ever added. Doesn't really seem like anyone actually enjoys outcomes. I mean, yeah. Charm debuffs mods 50%, case solved. I agree with that. I agree. Charm is tied to mob stats, so making top tier DPS classes do more damage will mean they need to increase mob stats when the game is already too easy. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking about before. Yep. Which means Charm would be more... Yeah, it becomes like a... Yeah, it's like a stepping stool or stepping mechanism, right? You make DPS better, then you got to make mobs stronger, then that makes Charm stronger, and then you got to make DPS stronger to make and you got to keep doing it. And it's gonna go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So they're gonna have to nerf something at some point. They have to nerf something. Unfortunately, Charm is what they have to nerf, and they need to nerf it significantly. Oh, whoop. All right, hang on a second. I'll catch up on chat here in a second. I want to try to get some of this stuff out of my inventory. Why is this not crafting? Oh, that's corrupted leather. Man, why? What level do I need to be for hide scraps to show up in here? Hide straps to show up down here. I don't know what it is. Sorry, I'm saving my voice for a second. I'll definitely read chat here in a minute. Corrupted leather with stats. There is corrupted leather that you can get with stats on it. I don't know if you can use this corrupted leather to craft item with stats. I have not gotten that far. I imagine you probably can. Kind of like the spider silk. I'm very close. Okay, let's see. What else can we do here? This. Close that. I'm getting way behind on my crafting here. So I'm trying to catch up on that while I can. so we're at 72 tailoring. That's not bad. All right. Sorry. Let me try to catch up on chat now. I just wanted to get that out of the way. I had to focus on that and get it done. Project Diablo 2 is amazing. PD2 is a mod. Okay. I'll look into it. I won't be playing it anytime soon. Congrats to this week's lottery winners. The rest of us will be here enjoying watching you play. Hopefully we'll have better luck next week. I'll be playing this game a lot. So absolutely, you know, glad to have you guys here. You all are helping me out a lot by being here. So thank you all for being here. I really, really do appreciate it. You did get an email as an alpha player unless you already have one. I did get an email. Yes. I did get that. That's super fortunate for lottery. Yeah. Co-Carnage was just in Discord a couple days ago asking questions. Awesome. Like the actual Co-Carnage was. People have been pretending to be Co. Just FYI, people have been pretending to be Co-Carnage. So make sure, you know, double check your sources before anything. You love the Minecraft chic graphics. If you like Minecraft graphics and you want to play a game like this, a Drooling Online Adventures might be the game for you. I personally will be playing Monsters and Memories. I like it a little bit better from what I've seen. I'm not a fan of the Minecraft graphics at all. I just don't like them at all. It's very off-putting to me. You know, but gameplay is always better. I also cannot stand World of Warcraft graphics, but I enjoyed playing World of Warcraft, so graphics don't mean a whole lot to me. But I have what? We had a rogue in our regular alpha group, and he was killing it on DPS. So was our wizard. Well, if you look at a rogue and you look at a wizard without looking at the other classes, then yeah, sure, they're going to look okay. They're not going to be bad. It's when you compare A to B, that's where rogues and wizard fall off. I mean, at one point, fighters were doing more damage than a rogue was. That should not be the case. How does one get access to the beta? If you go to their website, monstersandmemories.com, click on play at the top of the screen, log in, and then on the top right of the screen, there's like a little person icon. Click on that and click opt in for beta. Opt in for closed beta testing or something along those lines. That's how, and then there's a lottery once a week. I really just want to swordboard fighter. Also, why staff in your offhand? It's not a staff in my offhand. It's a, I'll show you. Well, I guess it is a staff. Fine wood crack staff. It's a one-handed bludgeoning weapon. It's just the best weapon, and it's building up my bludgeoning. I need to get another good weapon. I just don't have another good one for my offhand yet. It indeed is a staff. I didn't realize it was a staff. I thought it was a like a baton or something along those lines. You were absolutely correct. It was a staff. But yeah, there you go. That's why. I'm building up my bludgeoning. I don't really... swordboard fighter would be good. Like, I do think that they should add in more to shield for all of the tanks and utilize it more. I think that'd be nice. I have hide. I'm not sure, like 30? 30-ish is where you get it? Okay. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'll keep leveling it. I'll get there eventually. Can you make a bolt of wool? I can, yes. I can make a bolt of wool. Battle Mage, it's not impossible to make all classes balanced. But it depends on what your definition of balance is. Most people's definition of balance is making all DPS equal in the DPS category. Or all tanks equal in the tanking category. All healers equal in the healing category. That is what a lot of people are saying balance. That is not what balance means. Absolutely not what balance means. If they did that, the game would be unfun and boring, but they could do it. They could absolutely make them all balanced in that way, and it would be unfun and boring. What we mean by balanced is if something is really good DPS, it doesn't have as much utility or other types of things it can do. Healers should be lower damage, lower tanking. DPS should be lower healing, lower tanking. Tanks should be lower DPS, lower healing, right? So like, but if you give a class heal spells, they should be less DPS or less tanking. So paladins, for example, should not be equal to, say, a fighter when they come to tanking or DPS because they have heal spells. They need to lose either their tanking abilities or their DPS abilities or a little bit of both and gain the healing. That keeps them balanced. So that's what we mean, what I mean when I say balance. What other people mean when they say balance, I can't tell you. But that's what I mean when I say balance. And they absolutely can make things balanced in a multitude of ways. To say they can't do that is, I don't know. I would take it as an insult if I was one of the devs. But like, I absolutely can. I can do whatever I want to do. So, we'll be holding a community beta test starting on Friday, March 27th. And running, there you go. I nailed it. I nailed it. I told people it was going to be the last weekend of March. Got you guys. I said it yesterday in my video that I put out yesterday. That's why you guys should watch my videos. Nah, seriously though. I'm glad they're doing a public test. That's good. I need this game in my life. Crossing fingers to get access soon. Yeah, I hope you do. I really like Adrulan. I think it has a great mix of old school with modern quality of life. Yeah. Should I be leveling all three of slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing? Eventually, yes, because you don't know what's going to be the top-end weapon. So yes, eventually you want to. Right now, it's not a big deal, but I would hate for you to go and fight a mob and find a really good weapon, and then all of a sudden now it's like, oh, I got to start at level 1 and level it up. It takes a while. It takes a long while to level up weapons. Let me look at mine. Bludgeoning is at, yeah, see how mine is only at 111 out of 125? And it's because I started it late. But my slashing is maxed at 125 out of 125. And I've been here all day with this weapon in my offhand. Now, my offhand isn't used as much as my main hand. But, yeah. Graphics are indeed not amazing. But they can grow on you as well as this game. I cannot stand the blocky, the super blocky Minecraft graphics. I absolutely hate them. I've played Minecraft. I enjoy playing Minecraft. Visuals are not the thing that I look at when I decide to play a game or not play a game. I look at fun factor. I look at, do my friends play it? I look at those kind of things. So I'm not saying that I won't play Adrulan online. I might try it out at some point, and I probably will enjoy it. But I do not like the visuals. I cannot stand those blocky, like, characters that are just literal blocks. Like, it's a big put off for me. So it'll be back to open servers. Yeah, that'll be the open testing. Will be back to open servers. Yeah. Hold the phone. When is the next open stress test? March 27th. The gelatinous cube. Yeah, the gelatinous cube in Ancient Crypt is just a block with like a little handle on the front of it. My friends call it a filing cabinet because it looks exactly like a filing cabinet. Are skills capped in relation to your current level, similar to Final Fantasy? Yes. Most skills, yes. Like you can't go above 50 slashing if you're not level 20. Yeah. It's 5 times your level. So at level 1, it's 5. At level 10 or level 2, it's 10. At level 60, it's 300. For most skills. There are other skills that are not like that. So, for example, your trade skills, all of your trade skills. You get 3. Alright, I'm on the Frightener. What am I saying? Oh, trade skills always go up to 300, no matter what level you are. And then some skills do not cap at 300. They will cap prior to that. Meditation is one of them. Meditation goes up by 5 every level, up to level 45, and then it caps out. What are we doing here? And then it caps out at level 45 at 225 skill. So it can't go any higher than that right now. And then some other skills have like, they go up by like 3 or 4 per level. Some of those are things like block. See, my block is 41. I'm level 25, so whatever 41 divided by 25 is about what it goes up every level. Commerce caps at 25 right now. Another one is dodge, caps at 75. It goes up by 5 every level, and then it caps at 75. I think some other ones do the same thing. Parry caps at 83. Certain classes also might have higher or lower in a stat. Like I think monks might have slightly higher dodge or maybe slightly higher block cap or something. But there you go. That's how it works. What are they going to do about it? Dirk has a key. What are they going to do about that? Are they just going to have... Yeah, they're just going to swap, basically, from that? Setver didn't have one. He's been playing on Dirk's. Well, now, yes, he probably will get one from somebody. Yeah, so Dirk will probably give him his, and then... But they'll probably just swap accounts for what classes they play, I'm guessing, so that Setver can keep playing as Druid. I mean, that would be what I would do for beta, and then later on, you know, when they get their own accounts, just swap back. Level up! We got through the hell level. 25 hell level is the first real hell level. 20 is a hell level, but it's only like a little bit more difficult than 21, 22, 23, and 24. 25 really feels like your first hell level. And then 26, 27, 28, 29 are normal levels, and then 30 again is another hell level. Is going back blacksmith a trap? Won't all the best gear just come from PvE? No, going blacksmith is not a trap, and here's why. This is blacksmith made. This is way better than the average gear you're going to see. There are better breastplates that I could have gotten if I went and camped certain enemies, certain monsters. Sorry, I keep moving this around, and you guys probably can't see it. Another item is these right here. Very good. Another item is this one up here. Very good. So, yes, crafted gear is actually really, really good. The enchanted crafted gear is good. You will get better gear through drops. Better than blacksmithing gear, better than tailoring and leatherworking. You will get better items through drops. But some of those might be very, very rare off of like named monsters. Honestly, it probably will happen today. Are you able to do a /U and see the current server pop? Yeah. Current server population. Why is it not showing the number? 524. By the way, it was only like 300 and something earlier this morning. So it just spiked a bunch with all these new players that just got access. It spiked up like 200 players over the past hour. So you're saying I get OG Notorious Monster hunting again? Sure. Yeah. I guess. Night Harbor's packed all of a sudden? Yeah. It's going to have a ton of new players. Is there any noticeable lag in town? With this amount of players? No, probably not. Once you hit about 300 people in town, you'll start to see a little bit of noticeable lag. And then around 500 players, you don't really want to be in town. 500 is too much, in my opinion. The game will run, like it'll function, and you can play, but 500 players is too much. Gonna be up more than that. People get off work on Friday. Yeah. It's gonna continue to grow for sure. Yeah. He's trying to keep me lower level. Yeah, well, you should be pretty close to 26 by now. So like, really only halfway? I'm surprised then. Yeah, that's actually very surprising. Because I don't feel like we've XP'd that much without you. Maybe a little bit, but I mean, clearly it's been at least half a level. That's true. We did have the enchanter. That was like an hour plus, something like that. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Keeping the lights on for me, guys. I can't stress enough like how much it really helps me with keeping the stream going and keeping the YouTube content going. That you guys are here and subbing and watching and participating and stuff in the chat. So I really do appreciate it. Definitely keeps me going. Black Tide Bay, it's good, but it's not dropping money, right? I heard today that it was not dropping coin. Really appreciate all your content on YouTube. Got my beta test today working, but know what I'm going to do tonight. Nice. Awesome. Glad you got in. And thank you for watching my YouTube content. I really do appreciate it. Anyone know how long the beta is supposed to be going for? The beta is going to be going all the way until early access starts, which is planned for June 1st. The test that they're doing on March 27th is going to be for the weekend. It's probably going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Most likely. But they normally give you like a couple day test or whatever they say. And then they kind of update it when the test actually happens. But yeah, I think it's probably going to be through the weekend. I saw that. I'm still hoping for a beta invite myself. I hope you get one. I hope everybody gets one, but you saw. Oh yeah, that's Cleo. Yeah, Cleo is our corgi. Yeah, that's my girlfriend's corgi. And then there's another dog that is Rex, which is my dog from my. It's technically my son's dog, but it was my dog that I had from when I was previously married. So those are the two dogs for emotes. But yeah, Cleo, that one right there, that corgi is my girlfriend's corgi. She's a cutie patootie. She's a little butthead, but she's a cutie patootie. Thanks for the info. Yeah, no worries. It's going to be sub, right? No box price? Correct. There's going to be, well, yes, that is correct. There will be no box price at the launch of the game in early access June 1st. It's going to be just sub. However, based on how well the game does, they are going to be potentially releasing a physical edition of the game that you can buy if you want to. And it's going to come with some physical goodies like a cloth map and maybe some other physical goodies similar to that. Now, that is one thing that I will say, devs, I would love to have a little preferential treatment on. When that happens, you can just go ahead and feel free to send me one of those ahead of time, and I'll do an unboxing video, and we'll talk about it, and I'll show the cloth map, and I would love to do that. I would gladly do that. But yeah, furry on the alpha. What's the sub price? $15. Yeah, $15 a month. Sorry. Swag for streamers? Yeah, I would totally take that. That would be the one preferential thing. I would love to have that. I mean, I'm going to be making a ton of content for this game. Literally the only game I'm going to be playing in the foreseeable future is this game. So, I will be playing some other games at some point. I do want to play... would you guys be interested in this, by the way? When Solasta 2 comes into early access, would you be interested in a stream of Solasta 2? Just out of curiosity. I know a lot of people won't want to come in here unless I'm streaming and talking about Monsters and Memories. But I do want to play that game and check it out. Of course, a lot of that's going to be like I might do that maybe the weekend of the open test. Instead of playing in the open test that weekend, just playing playing Solasta 2. That could be a fun thing to do. Because I don't really want to start another character again. Just for a weekend. Need a baseball cap with goblin ears, Monster Memory logo in front. I'd wear that. CJC, you'd be interested in that? Alright. We might do that. Maybe the weekend, the Monsters and Memories open beta test weekend. Maybe I'll play Solasta. Interesting how I've heard the same from other streamers. Loving the game and saying it'll be their main game. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I've been waiting for a game like this, to be a streamer for a game like this, literally for 20 years. When I played EverQuest 2, I was like, man, I wish I could share this game with other people. Like, I wish that... I used to think about it like, wouldn't it be really cool if we could, like, share this, you know? It's kind of funny because I was kind of a streamer, content creator type of person when I was in, like, 8th grade, 9th grade, and I was playing Meridian 59, and a buddy of mine would come over to my house and literally sit there. We would sit at my computer, and I would just play that game for hours, and he would just sit there, and we would just talk and... you know, chat with people in the game, and he literally just watched me play. And it was an interesting thing because even like back in 9th grade, this was in 1995 or something, 1996. You know, I kind of was like a streamer for one person, and I don't know. It's just funny to think back, like, and now like streaming is all over the place. Like, it's very widely known, you know? People seem to be digging the game, yeah. No map in the game, add cloth map in the shop, profit. Yep. That's 100% what they're going to be doing. Cloth map. They're going to be adding some sort of maps in the game through like a, what's it called? Cartography type system. Oh, man. We taking a break for a second? I'm going to stretch. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick and stretch my legs for just a minute while we do that. So don't pull unless you need me. Or if you need me. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to stretch my legs. I need to, you know, get up. Wellness check on myself. I need to drink my water and just move around for a minute. So give me a second. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back and answer more questions. Okay. All right, bye. Yo, what's going on, Overbit? How are you doing? I don't know what happened with that. Yeah, but it only adjusted it for clerics because they were getting too much. Grinding some Ranger levels. Nice, nice. You liking the Ranger? I think the Ranger's in a pretty good place, personally. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of utility. I don't know DPS-wise where it sits. I think DPS-wise it might be a little low. But I think utility-wise, it's great. So yeah, as far as a utility DPS class, I think it's in a great place. Wait, what are we fighting here? I'm so confused. Only level 5, but so far the kids look solid. Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about the Ranger for sure. I think eventually it's going to be a pretty good DPS class. It's not going to be the best DPS class, but it should theoretically be up there with like Spellblade and Ranger should be very close. And then what else could be close to that? I think it'd be similar to that of like the pet classes. Like I think that Spellblade, Ranger, what are we doing here? I'm so confused. We're fighting like so many things at once. No invite this weekend. Monster Memory hates me and my master plan to rule the world of all goblin kind. Oh no, Goonie! I'm sorry that you didn't get in, my friend. I wish everybody could get in. You know, it's tough, man. It's tough. It's like you're the kid, you know, sitting looking out your window when you're grounded, or maybe you don't own the basketball or something, and you just see other kids playing with their ball, and you're just like, man, I wish I could have a ball to play with. I totally get it. It should be solid for nuking with elemental arrows. Yeah, I think it should be really good damage. I think the Elementalist and the Ranger should be about the same DPS wise, or very similar DPS wise. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Everyone is grounded on the entire sheet. 2 kids are playing. Yeah, exactly. Like everybody, you sitting there watching everybody, and you're just like, oh man, I wish I was outside playing basketball with everybody, but I can't. It feels bad, man. It feels bad. I get it. SpongeBob meme with the Squidward in the window watching SpongeBob and Patrick play around. Yes, run around. Exactly. Time to burn down a Walmart and loot a Nike store in protest. Let's not do that. Let's definitely not do that. Please don't. Remember when Cartman froze himself because he didn't want to wait for the Nintendo Wii? I kind of want to try that. Yes, I do remember that. March 27th, we can play again. There you go. Yeah, March 27th is going to be another open play test. Oh, man. I think we're talking about going to Black Tide Bay, by the way. I don't know if we're going to do that soon or tonight or what. But if you are interested in seeing Black Tide Bay, it sounds like we might try to do that. Maybe when I level up again. I don't know. That might be a while. We'll have to see how long it takes. Why not this weekend? I heard they're extending the open to this weekend. Right, guys? Yes. I totally heard that too. Absolutely. Gotta pick the one that they're not charming, Kaz. Come on. Oh, he did. He did have one charm coming in. But you remember the conversation from earlier now, don't you? See? Sometimes you don't see it. I didn't see it before. I tabbed. I saw it coming in and I just hit tab. I like the fast pulling. Speed pulls, baby. This is also another weird thing. You kill all these mobs. I loot them, right? And watch. So I'm going to loot them, which is going to clear out their corpses. Well, it clears out some of the corpses. But watch what happens when I jump. They all come back. So I think that's a known bug. /bug. What would that be under? World collision terrain NPC spawn issues? I'm going to say NPC spawn issues. Spawning real long I'm going to say other. There we go. Just did a bug report. I have no idea if they know about that or not, but they do now. Working as intended? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's working as intended. Have you seen Black Tide Bay yet? That's the new zone that was put in, right? I have not personally been to Black Tide Bay. One of my friends has, and it says it's a really cool zone. I have seen it through Sean's stream, but yes, that is the newest zone that has entered the game. Hey, what's going on, Tellin? How are you? We never did figure out that quest yesterday, but I think I know how to do it now after talking to some other people, so. There's multiple necklaces. Good, and you? I'm doing great. No coin in Black Tide Bay at the moment? Yeah, that you were saying that, and I was trying to tell my friend, and he didn't believe me. But apparently there's still multiple groups. To all Black Tide Bay. There are still 6 people currently in Black Tide Bay. So I don't know. Money isn't everything. Sometimes it's about the experience. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is, yeah, but they could have already fixed, but it's a reported bug. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. He hasn't been in there today, so it could be a bug that arose today from something. Be kind of weird, though, if a bug just happened without the servers coming up or down. Like, it just stopped. I don't know. Yes, that is a big upgrade. Yes. I have 4 AC and 9 AC as my wrist. That Zona Sorto's rush, so probably just unfinished instead of a bug. Maybe, yeah. I don't want it either. Where did those shrink braces come from? I have no idea. He didn't say. Yeah, Black Tide Bay was a little bit rushed. It was kind of like almost like a passion project of Sean. He's just like, I'm gonna make this dungeon, and he did. I mean, it adds more content. Like, it adds more mid-level content for the Phalandraw side of the world, which is great. That's very much needed. This isn't really where you would want to be XPing if we had choices. Like, I think we need to be at places that are giving us like actual loot. Well, yeah, that's one place, but like we need to be doing stuff that gives us items and upgrades and stuff, not just XP. It's like we really need to be factoring that in. For early access, that's what we need to be doing. Even if it's like a little bit slower leveling, we still need to be doing the items, because that's going to speed up leveling overall. Those caster rings have similar drop rate. It's just the strikers spawn a lot more. We ended up getting a bunch, yeah, which is for a balance, but most of our casters aren't too hard yet. Yeah, so what ended up happening, Tellen, is you're right. We noticed that the strikers were more common, but we literally had 5 striker rings to 0 other rings. And it's RNG, right? But maybe, I don't know, a couple hours later, we ended up getting like several back-to-back-to-back rings. We got like 2 or 3 of the Shadow rings. We got 1 of the Arcanist rings. We got 1 of the Wisdom Caster rings. So it ended up working out in the end, but it took a long time for it to balance out. Give me 1 second, guys. My sister's calling me. Let me see what's going on. All right, sorry about that, guys. My sister called to talk about my my stepdad, so needed to take that call. Trying to keep up with the fam, keep up with what's going on. It's a lot. I can tell you that. It is a lot. The jumping, let's see. Okay, I don't see any corpses.
Yeah.
And I see corpses. Yeah, it just jumping. I don't know. I don't know why jumping reloads everything. It's so weird. New corpse summoner skill, right? I don't know what's causing that. Having fun in my big ogre fighter? Nice! I'm glad you're enjoying that, Justin Beer. I'm still debating if I want to play an ogre or a dwarf or another race. I'm still kind of debating it. The reason I like to play an ogre or any type of big race is because they're easier to see. And when you're tanking in a game like this, players want to be able to see where you are. Like other players that are in the raid or whatever want to be able to see where you're at. Why would they think it has a mana stone? No, the Evil Eye bag dropped off the Evil Eye. That was like I think, a different mob that was like really low level but really rare. Like some sort of roamer. I don't remember though exactly where that dropped. Do you find most zones so far have a quest or item progression tied to every mob, or are there plenty of mobs there for flavor, trade skill drops, where it feels okay to grind just for XP? I prefer to grind for XP and named if we can find it, but no, there's not. I would say there's not a lot of things where you're not a lot of good places to grind XP and named at the same time. For trade skill mats, though, yeah, most things drop trade skill mats. I mean, like these specters are dropping hide, and I don't know if we've seen any gems from them yet, but they drop hide and cloth, which is really nice. I don't feel like item progression, though, is where it should be at all. Like, I just don't feel like items are needed that much. I'm even tanking, and I don't feel like items are needed that much. I mean, I've got decent gear, not terrible gear, but I don't feel like I've needed to go and find new items. Like, I've just, you know, get some crafted here and there. I wish we would go and do more camping of items and gain more items. I think it would be very beneficial to our group. Well, how much are they now? Because I've got a decent amount of money at this point. I've got 4.5 gold. Not including what I gave you earlier, so like 4.5 gold on me. Sow. I don't either, but I don't know. It's not very fair that I don't have buffs to get tips for. They go on the list of no more reses. I actually know that guy. I've seen that guy a few times. The bow construct fight, we had to tell the main tank to jump if they needed heals. Yeah. Light looks so cool in this game. I like the lighting, yeah. I wish that I didn't have to turn up the gamma to be able to see at night, so I could just leave the gamma down, and because the game looks so much better when you don't have the gamma turned up. It looks 1,000 times better. But yeah, I'm thinking about playing a an ogre fighter, just so I'm bigger. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't necessarily want. I don't know if I want to be bigger. Gonna go for something. Infravision? Yeah. You can do infravision, but it still makes it very dark to see. Still kind of a pain in the butt. Is it still kind of, yeah, still kind of dark even with it. But it is better. But I mean, like, here, I'll show you. This is gamma all the way up. This is gamma all the way down. So, drastic difference. So at nighttime, I turn my gamma way up. Yeah, I've got mixed feelings on using that. Very mixed feelings. And I got a friend of mine that, you know, he doesn't like to use it. He doesn't want to use it. So, yeah. Oh, man. I need to put on some comfy pants. I got my non-comfy pants on. Oh, boy. You get a gaming boost and comfy factor with comfy pants, right? Yeah, you get like the XP bonus or something with comfy pants. Yeah, you could permanently stun lock mobs in this game. They got to fix that. Give them like diminishing returns. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying about the charm thing. Like they've got to fix it faster because they're just going to find a new meta that they're going to have to also fix. There's always going to be another meta. So as soon as they figure out charm, if they don't fix it quickly enough, then we're just going to have another meta that's going to be way overpowered for early access. Hopefully each new meta is a little bit weaker than the previous meta, so eventually we'll get it, you know, nerf most things where there should be. Exactly. No, I just want the game to be challenging. I just feel like it's not hard at all. I mean, some people would disagree with that statement, but it's just not hard. There's really not a whole lot of challenge to it. Will you name your ogre fighter after famous Roman gladiator? Yes. Yes, that's what I do. That's what I will do. Rusty iron plate cloak. Wait, we're starting to get iron plate cloaks now? What the heck? Wait, why does that have stats on it? It's just a rusty iron plate cloak, though. How does it have stats? That's not the question, though. How does it have stats? It's just a rusty iron plate cloak. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't craft rusty stuff, though. Huh. That's interesting. This is definitely the part of the game where it starts to slow down. Like 25 plus, I feel like, is a pretty big slowdown. And then I'm guessing 30, another big one. I don't feel like I made much progress, but yeah, I did go through a full hell level, so. I was really close to 25 when I started. We need one more DPS. Anybody want to join us? A DPS class? Around level 25-ish. Need a key first? Wish you had one. Next wave or June? Oh no. Well, in June we're gonna have a set group. We're gonna have. I'm most likely we'll have 6 people. I'm 21. Getting there takes a bit. It does take a bit, yeah. It takes some time for sure. You want to be the lowest level in the group. If you want to maximize your efficiency in this game, you definitely want to be the lowest level in the group. And then killing the highest level the group can take. That's kind of the nice thing about the catch-up mechanics in this game. They're there. They're not super. They're not great. They're not like crazy good catch-up mechanics, but they do have them. Oh man, I'm debating what I want to do today. Want to keep streaming for a while. I'll probably be streaming or be playing for a while tonight, and then might get up in the morning early. I don't know what I want to do. Turn my brain off, you know? Turn the brain off, watch some TV. Excuse me. Watch some TV and keep playing. Cinder Beetle eyes used for the Cinder armor? I don't know. Grinding some Lord of the Rings Online? Nice. I enjoyed that game when I first played it. I played it when it first came out. It was fun. We got hammered watching Two Towers in theaters recently. Then someone brought up the MMO. Now, like 5 and 6 are playing. Nice. That's awesome. Hey, why is your pet freaking out over here? What's going on? Yeah, just to put things into perspective, because people, you know, about the whole charm thing. To put it into perspective, this pet right here that Stein is using at level 29, the charmed pet that he has here, is already doing more damage than the level 60 pet that an Elementalist or a Necromancer has. The level 60 spells. This charmed pet does more damage than those. To kind of give you a little bit of perspective on that. Whoosh. I love the Spectre, like, animation and attacks. Just like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This feels like they're, you know, feels like they're wrecking. Think I might made the right choice with Ogre. I'm going to be using him as a placeholder for the troll. Yeah. Are you going to switch to troll when the game actually, when Module 1 comes out, or whenever? No, sorry, not Module 1. When like Module 3 comes out. Gnome was way too small. You're gonna roll another fighter? So are you gonna start a fighter with early access and then roll another fighter when trolls come out? I applaud your dedication. I wouldn't want to have two of the same class. Alpha, I think I had at least 3 fighters that were level 10. Where I was just doing whatever, see how the races feel and grinding away. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. I feel like you need to get classes higher level than that, though, before you really get a feel for them. Because, like, you just get dual wield at 10. You don't get double attack until 15. But definitely by level 15, you know exactly how the fighter's going to feel. Want to do Druid, Beastmaster, and Necro? Those are all pretty good. Decent solo classes. May not be playing sober when early access comes out. I'm grinding levels. Nice. I thought Cleric was fun. Cleric is good. It's just... I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are going to want more out of a Cleric. Unless you played EverQuest, you're going to want more out of a Cleric. You would think that Cleric would be a chill class, but you actually need to be utilizing things like stun more often. You should be casting stun actually quite a bit. Battle Cleric? Yeah, exactly. Like, people want to have the Battle Cleric. I don't necessarily think they need a Battle Cleric. I think that would take away from some of the other classes in the game. But, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out. See what happens. There's a lot of things. We're just going to have to see what happens as they continue to develop the game, as they continue to modify classes and... you know, all of that. We will see. We will see. So I'm just checking some stuff out, reading some stuff. All right. Sorry. I was reading a bunch of stuff. Hey, thank you so much for the 2,500 bits. Wow. Really do appreciate that, Goonie. Thanks for providing knowledge, Monster Memory. Keep us entertained. Thank you so much, Goonie. I appreciate that. I was just absolutely looking at something else for a minute there. But yeah, that's huge, man. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Really helps out in keeping things moving, keeping lights on. So, one of the only liquor stores in town that could really walk to went out of business. So I'm going to have to get some exercise to get some red wine. There you go. I used to be a real big red wine drinker. I love some red wine. If you've ever had Apothic, I recommend that, Justin Beard. I'd say it's about $10 to $12 a bottle now. Very, very good, smooth, tasty, but not expensive. So, yeah. Get a new badge with your name. There you go. New badge, my friend. A new badge. Always need a new badge. I had to make a good wine list for work a few months ago, so I've been drinking so much wine lately. Apothic, man, I'm telling you. Get a bottle of Apothic, and you're good to go. You are good to go. Mid-40, and I've only had 2 or 3 drinks my whole life. But when Early Access comes out, I really want to celebrate responsibly. There you go. I kind of stopped drinking. Like I don't really drink. Like every once in a while, I'll have a drink here and there, you know. But it's very, very seldom. I don't drink much. Just verified coin dropping from BB. Sorry for the misinfo earlier. No, you're all good. You're all good, my friend. Aussie Pinot. Pretty dank. Yeah. You've been dry for 20 years, Setford. That's good. That's very impressive, yeah. You know, I like it when somebody, like, I don't know. It's weird. if somebody was like an alcoholic and then they decide to go dry and stop drinking, I feel like is different than somebody that was just drinking casually and just decided to stop drinking on their own accord without it ever have been. It was like never an issue. They just decided not for them anymore. I think they're very different things. Now, I have no idea what your situation is or was, Setfer, but you know, I think it's just it's interesting to see. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't stop doing something that's a problem until it becomes an actual problem. Then they're like, oh, I need to fix my life. I need to change things around. But I feel like those people that are able to recognize, hey, this isn't good for me. It's not a problem necessarily, but it's not good for me. And making those changes, I respect that a lot. I respect that more, I think, than somebody who just goes really super hard into it and makes it a much bigger issue. So, yeah. I remember like 5 years ago for my birthday, I had a White Russian, and it was great. White Russians are pretty good. I was talking about that earlier. There's the drink, oh my gosh, at Carmela's, it's like a milkshake kind of alcoholic milkshake drink. It's so good. Mudslide, that's what it was. I always get mudslides and White Russians mixed up. That's why when you said White Russian, it reminds me of it. Pretty delicious. Congrats on 20. You're on 5, Senolytic. Nice. I didn't like who I turned into when I drank. I just wasn't my real self. I think that I am, when I drink, I think I am my real self. Like, it's weird. Like, I become who I always should have been, almost. And in some cases it's better, in some cases it's worse, you know? I think I'm more fun sometimes when I have a couple of drinks. And I don't get... I'm like the opposite of a lot of people. I don't get like as angry, and I'm more argumentative when I'm sober, I think, than when I've had a couple of drinks in me, which is like the opposite of a lot of people. There's a lot of people that get, you know, like angry drunks and stuff, and they just want to fight people. So, I'm only 3 years, 9 months. It was a problem. I'm sorry to hear that it was a problem, Goonie. I'm glad that you're getting that fixed, though. I'm lucky mine wasn't a problem. Yeah. Speaking of, where can I get Black Feather whiskey? Black Feather whiskey. I don't know. Probably from one of the bartenders. You need it for a quest, I'm guessing. Probably buy it from one of the... There's a bartender inside of... Yeah, you can try them down in the Acropolis. There's also a bartender in Keeper's Bite up in the treehouse. All the way at the top of the treehouse. There's a bartender up there. Sells some liquor drinks. I've lived with alcoholics who were very quiet and subdued when they were drunk. Yeah, that's kind of me. Like, I don't get quiet necessarily. I do get loud. I just get loud in general. I'm just a loud person. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not like I'm not an angry drunk. I'm just like I don't know. Happy. I'm a happy drunk. I saw a few for sale in Night Harbor Inn, but less than 20. What do you need them for? I don't know where you would get those, though. I would imagine just one of the bartenders. Because there's the bar over in the Necropolis side, near the Alchemist, kind of. I'm usually a little loud and happy drunk. Yeah, those are the fun drunks, you know? White Russian, espresso martinis. Oh, man, I don't know if I can do those kind of things anymore. Like mixing uppers and downers like that. Like getting some caffeine with alcohol. Oh, dude, I don't know if I can do that. We used to do like Red Bull vodkas, and it's like, no. I can't do a Red Bull vodka anymore. Not for me. We used to drink a lot of mojitos. Yeah, the OG Red Bull vodka era, right? We used to drink so many of those. I can't do that anymore. Golly. Mojitos are good. I only drank them because friends were making them, and that was like the drink of choice for like a summer or two. It was just like the popular or cool thing to do or whatever. An ad coming. You're gonna go order some stuff from Walmart. All right. That Walmart delivery, man. I've done that a few times. Well, my girlfriend's done that a few times. She orders stuff from Walmart, and it just shows up the same day. That is what's crazy to me. Walmart is like literally, they're like, yeah, we can do what Amazon does better because our warehouses are everywhere. You buy stuff from Walmart, they'll have it at your door in like an hour. It's crazy to me. 24/7 Walmarts were nuts, dude. They still have 24/7 Walmarts. I'm pretty sure our Walmart's still open 24/7, the one near me. I feel like you're leveling crazy fast today. Like faster than everybody else. Although Andy's gone up like 3 levels today too, so. Oh, yeah, I went through an entire hell level today. I wasn't in the hell level when we started. Found another quest, but they won't respond to my dialogue. Uh-oh. I don't know. There's a couple quests that I'm like, I don't know what to do with these quests. Yeah. That was one of the issues that we had in the alpha, and we talked to Nicodemus quite a bit, who comes in the stream often. And it was basically there's quest dialogue in the game that really seems like it's pointing to a quest, but then it's not. It's actually not a quest. So you think it's a quest. It sounds like a quest, but it's not an actual quest. And that was, I don't know. That one was a little contentious, I guess, is the best way to put it. They show up in your journal? No. Anything can show up in your journal. You talk to anybody, it can show up in your journal. Like, I can hit J. I got the Shifty Gnome. I've got all these other people in my journal. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a quest. Although, let's see. All of these people are quests. I think. But yeah, just because it shows up in the journal doesn't mean it's a quest. Like, you can go talk to one of the guards about mundane stuff. They'll show up in your journal. But yeah, we literally talked to Nicodemus about it a few times because I was like, well, what about these things that seem like quests that are not in the game? And he was like, well, sometimes it's a quest, sometimes it's just flavor text, sometimes it will be a quest, it's just not implemented yet. You know, all of those things. He's a friend on Facebook, I think. Dude, the shadows on these specters looks really cool. I love the way the shadows look. Oh, we could turn the, hang on, let me turn this gamma back down. The game looks so much better when you don't have gamma turned up. The colors just pop more, everything's more vibrant. I love the way this game looks with the gamma down. I just wish it wasn't so dang dark at night. So that was the reward? No idea if it sounds familiar. Wait, the reward was the alcohol, the drink? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that one. There's a dog named Whiskey, though. Oop, hello. There's a dog named Whiskey. Oh, you sent me the reward. Inebriation. Drink that cleans both, kick you in the mouth, makes you go numb afterward. I wonder what inebriation does. I imagine it increases your strength for a time. Then in EverQuest it increased your strength or something, right? But then reduce your intelligence. It might be a tie-in to another quest. I don't know. Yeah. A lot of these quests are hard to figure out. Made screen blurry and your screen swayed in first person mode. Yeah, I do remember that too, Goonie. Yeah, you're like, whoa. I remember that. That was interesting times, man. I hope they do something like that in this game. I'm getting tired. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I really do appreciate it. And a follow. My goodness, you subbed before you followed. Really do appreciate that, bud. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Gotta see what Dirk wants to do now. Yeah, yeah, what is the plan on that, Setfer? Are you going to keep your character and then just have him make a character on your account and then just do that? Because that could be a way to do it, and you can just kind of power level him a little bit. You have no idea? Yeah. Been exploring glass flats. I like that zone. That's a pretty cool zone. There's some really, really good loot in that zone as well. Off some of mobs. I can think of... like 4 best in slot items for my character. Well, 4 best in slot items for a lot of characters from mobs in that zone. Rogue chat. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting way to join to come into a chat. Oh my god. That's fun. Oh boy. Good times, man. Good times. Andy, your pet. Mostly here for iron. Did you get up to iron? Nice. Such a pain in the butt to get up to. You got to get those silver veins, man. You got to hit so many of those silver veins. Or get really lucky with your skill ups on them. No, it's about right. If I level before he does, then there's a problem. Would mining be smart to go for? It is, yeah. It's pain in the butt to level mining because you have to find the right nodes. So in the beginning, it's going to be very, very difficult because there's going to be a lot of people going after the copper nodes to get you started. If you can be ahead of the game and actually get those copper nodes quickly and level up fast enough, and you can get to the tin nodes and get over to where tin is very quickly and level that up and get ahead of that, you can do very, very well. The problem is once you hit about 140 or 145, you're required to get silver veins, and silver veins are rare tin veins. So you have to find where tin spawns and then hope that a silver vein spawns on those nodes and then harvest those to be able to get up to 150 skill. So around the 145 range, it gets really, really, really slow. It's a real big pain in the butt. No overlap of the different nodes is odd to me. There's a little bit of overlap, but yeah, it's not much. There's like a couple of them that overlap by like 5, maybe 10 skill, but it's not very common, and it doesn't overlap at certain points. Like going from silver to iron, there's no overlap there. It's just like it's a straight cutoff. At like 150, it's trivial, and then at 150 is when you start iron or something weird. Like silver becomes trivial at 150, and then iron is started at 150. They do it again around 220 or 25 or something, going into platinum. It's like it's a big pain in the butt. You're in limestone. Is it limestone low? Isn't that a low tier? Like 60 or something, 65. I haven't done it in a while, so I don't remember. It's low, but doesn't spawn in many places. You can get through that tier by going into the... I hate to give this secret away, but going in the quarry, which should make sense. You know, it's a quarry. It should have a lot of nodes. And mining the quest nodes that are in the quarry. You can mine those and kind of get through... Yeah, that's definitely a pro tip. But yeah, go to the quarry in Sungreet. There's two different types of nodes in there. There's like actual harvesting nodes to get you limestone and materials that you would use for crafting. But then there's also quest nodes in there that only get you, I believe they only get you quest drops. But they still level up your mining. So, yeah. You go along the path to the goblins. I'm there and they spawn quickly. That's a place you can go, yeah. And you can also get harvesting nodes going up and down that ramp. Yeah. Just run up and down that ramp and you can get some harvesting nodes there. I'm going to have a problem with trade skills and leveling it up. I'm probably going to level up to 60 first and then probably just go back and spend money on buying a bunch of stuff that people just get excess of and just sell it to vendors, because at some point there's going to be so much limestone nobody's going to want it, and they're just going to sell it to vendors. So you can actually level up a lot of your trade skills that way. But if you want to do it early, you need to know those routes. I'm probably not going to have time to run around and do that stuff because I'm going to be mostly grinding XP. I'm hoping to be able to keep up with it a little bit by finding spots where I can grind XP and get some nodes here and there. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that. I need to actually look into it a little bit more, probably during beta, and see if I can find some places that will allow me to get nodes while I do that. It's going to be tough, though. Never heard of quest drops? You have limestone for sale? Yeah. So chaos mobs won't aggro if you outlevel them too. So you can just walk around their camps. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot when you outlevel them. But yeah, the quest drops are... there's a guy in the quarry that's looking for... what the heck was he looking for? He's looking for like specific items, and you have to get like 10 of one item and like 5 of another, and then like 1 of another, like super rare items or something. I never found the super rare one. I'm pretty sure that's off of like a named mob or like a /look command or something. I never could find it. I'm sure a lot of that stuff will come out with the now that we're in beta and people are going to start doing write-ups on different quests and stuff. But there's like a clicky heal item you can get around level 15 or so that allows you to cast the heal spell. You know what I'm not using? I'm not using my sharpening stones. I need to be doing that. Oh, right. Sharpening stone doesn't work on bludgeoning. The heck are we doing? We killing this specter? Eyes are itchy. Link the quest ores you found. Let's see. Pyrite ore, clear quistro, smoky quartz. Yeah, those are the 3 that are from harvesting. And then there's one more that you have to find that's like a super ultra rare one. You need like 10, 5, and 3 of those, and then 1 of the like perfect one, I think. Set for if you're over there near the quarry, I don't know where you are right now, but it's like the foreman guy or something. I think he's a dwarf that's over there in the quarry that does the quest. If you want to mess with it and try to figure it out, but I never could figure it out. I tried for hours one day, I tried for hours multiple days. I could not figure it out. I got frustrated and quit. Walk around the quarry, and Viz works versus goblins, and Viz versus animal works versus most of the beetles. They're chaos too. Yeah. Yep. You can get around a good bit in that quarry. I guess we're gonna have to turn Gamma back up, because I can't see poop. We'll only turn it up a little bit so I can actually see. We'll just go up to 53. That keeps it looking nice and not washed out. If we go all the way up, like it's obviously like much more clear, but like, you know, right around 50. That's okay. Doesn't look too washed out. $50 is default before you adjust for your monitor room brightness. Yeah, and that makes sense. Like that's not really that bad, I don't feel like. I do have this blaring light right in front of my face, though. A little too bright. Kind of want to turn it off. I got my sweet tea from Walmart, all ordered. Nice. Gonna be a fun night. Good afternoon. Where are you guys at now? We are on Spectre Island in Shallow Shoals. Just kind of hanging out, you know, slaying some specters. The screams are great. Yeah, when they die, I love it. I love the sounds of the specters in general. The slashing of the scythe, the screams, you know, like, yeah, they're just, you know, the way they breathe, just like the noise around them. Makes me want to have like a banshee mob in the game. You know, one that's like, that screams every once in a while and does like an AoE fear whenever it screams. Hope we have like Castle Mistmore. Oh yeah, that was such a cool zone. Love that. It was a pain, but I love it at the same time. Yeah, it was definitely a pain zone, but it was a cool zone. I want to have challenging zones like that. I love that kind of content. It'd be really sweet if we had a zone like Unrest, yeah, or Net Castle or something. Yeah, there's a lot of some cool zones in the game. I think you guys are gonna like it. There's some pretty cool stuff. A lot of it just hasn't been shown yet, but I suspect there will be groups getting there at some point throughout this beta. So hopefully we'll be able to show it off. I don't know how far my group is planning on going and what the plan is there, but We may not push all the way to 60. People might get tired of doing that, but we'll see. Looking at some Risen Undead over here in Glass Flats. It's scary. Are you near the, well, no. Oh, I know where you are. You're at the big tower, right? The big tower place with the, like, glowing lights on top. That place is very scary. Yeah, that's super scary. You definitely don't want to be running around in there. If you just leveled, if you were at half when you said you were at half earlier, you're then no. I leveled before him a while ago. I'm like 80% through this level, so that hell level is about double. Yeah, it's about double what it would be. That's also frustrating. Yeah, always the last guy left standing. Luckily with this group, like if this was early access, it would be a different situation. But since we already leveled to 60 once, I don't know that they necessarily want to push and level all the way to 60 again. So we'll have to see what happens and see if I push that far or not. Or I guess if we push that far. I will probably keep going, but I may end up making alts, checking out different classes if they don't want to keep pushing. What does it have to see? Then again, they might just want to keep pushing to 60 and do that content again. But I suspect that we're not going to want to do what we did on the alpha server, because we pushed to 60, which was a pain in the butt. The XP was absolutely terrible while we were doing it. It was the worst time to do it. And then we also camped like every named mob in the game to see all of the different item drops and all that kind of stuff. Like we tried to see every single item, including the ultra rare items, which were extremely rare. Sean, when he put them in, made them more rare than they should have been. Like items that were 1% drop chance with like a 20% chance on the 20% chance for the mob to spawn, and then a 1% drop chance on the mob. Super rare items. We did a lot of that stuff, and I don't know if they're gonna want to do all that again, but we'll see. We will see. But this group in early access would absolutely, we're gonna get to 60 together. Like that's not gonna be an issue. Saw some named on track and was running around and saw them and noped out. Yeah, there's several named over there, Setfer, in that little area. There's a roaming name that runs through there. Excuse me. There's a roaming name that runs through there. Several static named. Maybe even a group, multi-group named over in that area. So there's a lot of really cool stuff over there. Anyone join Inquisitor? Magicot likes the Inquisitor. He comes in the channel every once in a while. But yeah, talk to Magicot. Not many people seem to play that class, but I hear good things. It's a good class. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, I like the class, but I'm going to end up playing fighter, probably. But I do like that class. Something on the floor. I don't know what that is. Oh, I know what that is. I like stepped on something and I was like, what the heck is that? It was a chocolate Cheerio. Is Count Chocula at the house? Yeah, right? No, I had a snack last night. I was getting kind of munchy, right? And I was like, I need to get a snack. So I looked in the pantry, and in the pantry, they had some chocolate Cheerios. And I'm like, okay, I'll get some chocolate Cheerios. I opened the box, and they're all, like, stuck together. Like, it was like a hard, all of them were just like one giant clump. Pretty sure they're pretty old Cheerios. But ate them anyway. Whatever. You sent me a message? As long as they aren't fuzzy, then it should be good. Yeah, they weren't fuzzy. They were just one solid clump. I looked at the date. It was kind of funny because I was like, oh, let me check the date on these. The date, the bad date or the expiration date is like March 16th of 2026. But it's a box of cereal. Cereal doesn't go bad for like a year plus. Like the Best Buy date is like a year old. So you know that that cereal's been sitting in there for probably at least a year. But my parents don't really drink or eat a lot of cereal, so it's just been kind of sitting there. I was like, I couldn't find anything else to eat at their house though. Like my stepdad's been in the hospital for 3 months, and then my mom has been here kind of by herself, and my mom eats like a bird, so you know. Rather have sweet tea at Waffle House than eat those Cheerios. One of the chains that I really miss is Cookout. Ooh, yeah, Cookout's actually not bad. We have Cookout in Charleston. I haven't eaten there in forever, though. I kind of want to go get a piece of pie. We made some apple pie the other night. It was really good. Warm apple pie. Hey, hope all's going well. Yeah, you mentioned getting to 60. What's your playtime like here at level 24? Feel like sharing? Yeah, I can share with you. Give me a second. I am currently at 2 days, 4 hours, 16 minutes. To get to level 26 is what I'm currently at, is 26. I haven't updated since this morning when I started streaming. I should probably update that. We'll say 26 fighter now. I'm actually almost 27. We'll go ahead and change it to 27 fighter. I was a 24 fighter when I started streaming this morning. But yeah, we're at 2 days, 4 hours, 16 minutes. Is evac more or less safe in every zone outside of trains? It is now. It didn't used to be, but yes, now it should be set for the most part. I'm trying to think if there's any that are an exception to that. What zone are you in? And I can tell you exactly where it'll take you. Probably. Like if you're in Glass Flats, it'll take you almost over to the Sungreet Strand zone line. Yeah, that'll take you to Sungreet Strand zone line. Almost. It's very, very close to that. It's kind of where the goblins are when you come in from Sungreet Strand and you look to your left and there's goblins that are all over there. It's kind of near the goblins. But yeah, it'll be safe. I doubt anybody's training over there. The only thing well, there's really nothing you'd have to worry about. The only thing I would think you would have to worry about would be like a random stray jackal that might run over that area. But you're a druid, so they shouldn't be KOS to you. Those goblins, they are a lot lower level than everything else, yeah. We could have gone there much earlier. We could have gone over there and XP'd in like the teens if we wanted to. Not a lot of people go over there, but you should. I don't remember exactly what level they are, but they're definitely... Yeah, they're one of the lowest level things there in the zone. Worst time for you, or what? Yeah, I think that's why they're wanting to do it then. It's a good time for a lot of people. Works out well for me because my birthday is 2 weeks later, so I'm taking a 2-week vacation birthday. Well, not really vacation, but 2-week birthday for me. But June 19th is my girlfriend's birthday. So that's going to hurt. I'll have to... I have to take... I got to at least take the night off on the 19th to go take her out or something. Do something for dinner. Get girlfriend to play? I'm trying to get her to play. Hey, it's not my birthday, June 19th. That's her birthday. She wants Taco Bell, I'm sure. I mean, I could probably get her Taco Bell and be like, happy birthday, and she'd be happy about it. She absolutely would be. Looking for a 6th? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what their plan is, to be honest. I'm just sitting here tanking stuff. Birthday present is a set of enchanted armor. Perfect birthday gift. Yeah, not gonna lie, those little street chalupas yeah. At Taco Bell are kind of fire. They're good. She likes the what the heck are they called? Golly. Crunchwrap Supreme. That's what she really likes. Get her a Crunchwrap Supreme and a couple of flowers. And she's happy. Beef Supreme chalupas are so good. Yeah, I've been doing soft tacos. I like the soft tacos. What I used to get are 2 soft tacos and a beef burrito. That was my like go-to back when I was younger. And it was filling and it was cheap. Now what we do though is we get a what's it called? Like the meal deal thing or whatever it's called, the pack. I forget what it is. Anyway, we get that and get a couple of things in there. It works out. Yeah, the big fill-up box. That sounds about right. Be chillin'. Something like that, yeah. Crunchwrap Supreme is good. Cheesy Gordita Crunch. I don't like crunchy tacos very much. I had the Crunchwrap Supreme one time, and I was like, yeah, it's okay. But, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of the crunchy tacos. I prefer the soft tacos. Chalupas are the win. Yeah, the chalupas are good. I used to get their, like, egg and cheese burrito or something in the morning. My son had a, when he was in preschool, he was basically in preschool across the street from a Taco Bell. And I would go drop him off at preschool, grab Taco Bell, and then go home. It was nice. You like crystals? Ugh. I can't eat crystals anymore. I ate crystals the last time I ate it, I was in my late teens, early 20s or something, and oh my god, I hated it. I got like 4 of those I don't know, whatever. They're little burger things, and I couldn't eat one of them. I ate like half of one, and I about threw up. If the port side is facing land, you're going to Night Harbor. Port's left, always. So, port side's left side, and if the left side is facing land, it's going to Night Harbor. If the starboard side is facing land, it's going to the other place. You don't know port and starboard? Come on. Yes. And land, by land I mean the mainland, not like an island. Yes, if it's docked on the right side, well, the boat does go where it's pointing. That is very true. If it's docked on the right side, it's going to keepers. If it's docked on the left side, it's going to... Yeah, if you're talking about docking. That is also a true statement. Port's left side. I know fore and aft. There you go. I love the steak, egg, and cheese breakfast Crunchwrap. Yeah, I haven't had that one. I had like their breakfast burritos, and they were delicious. We all know double-decker tacos are the greatest of all time. Man, I haven't had like all the stuff at Taco Bell. Like you guys are talking about all the like specialty items, and I just always had like soft tacos and burritos. I never really ate the specialty items until much later in life. My girlfriend's sending me text messages because her daughter she had to go pick her up from school, and then took her back to school for a dance, and now is picking her up from school again to take her to a party, and then she's got to go back to the party to pick her up later on. She's just all over the dang place tonight. I feel bad. That's why she's not in here chatting, is because she's driving all around with the kids. Is the side of the ship always docks on at the port? Well, historically, that's why it's port side. Yes, that's normally what it would be, yes. But in this game, it docks based on the direction that it's facing. Does this seem like faster leveling? Is that what you're trying to say? The Pantheon? Haven't gotten any high level, like level 30 plus info from this game yet. Pantheon, well, it's hard to say because Pantheon didn't really have content high enough level to really level with when I played it. But I would say this game is slower to get to level 60 than Pantheon. But there's more content to do to get to level 60 than Pantheon. So it may feel like it's faster because it's more fun, it's more engaging, there's just more there. But time-wise, it's probably slower. Crazy looking at this game. It's literally an updated EverQuest. This zone looks like Comblands or Oasis. Yeah, this looks a lot like the island in Oasis, the Spectre Island. There's a lot of similarities between this game and EverQuest. Absolutely, there's no denying it. But once you get into the game, once you really start to dig into the game, you'll start to see the differences. There's quite a few of those as well. Y'all are talking about where an in-game ship is headed? Yes, we're talking about in-game ship. IRL Sailor here. Red right turn. Keep the red buoys on your right side. You'll be heading shore. Yeah, we're talking about in-game ships, not real life. Yeah, sorry to confuse you there, Sea Monster. Ships in this game are definitely a little bit more basic. They go either east or west. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they kind of, I guess, go around and go north again. I don't know. But they don't really change. I still cool thing. Yeah, I still think this world would have a compass invented if it has ships. It does have ships, and Sean, in fact, has talked about possibly player-driven ships at some point, player-owned ships, including houseboats, riverboats, fishing vessels, deep-sea fishing vessels. So, you know, this is way, way, way down the road, guys. Don't expect this before, like, 1.0. It's definitely more of a 1.0 kind of thing, or later. But, yeah, he's talked about that quite a bit, having lots of different types of boats. Now, with that said, it might get a compass at some point. Like an actual in-game, you know, item that you can use as a compass. We'll see what happens. You know, I don't know what's going to end up happening. Nick's talked about that also. Yeah, Nick's talked about boats as well. A little bit here and there, yeah. Anyone know when the next round of beta invites are going out? They went out today. They'll go out again probably next Friday. So if you didn't get one today in your email, then you have to wait till next Friday. Most likely. They have not announced the next date, but my guess is going to be next Friday. I want a yacht. Yeah. It'd be cool. Like, he wants to do what Sean was talking about. He kind of went in a little bit more detail about it on his last stream. So if you ever played Ultima Online, you know in Ultima Online you had different types of boats. And then you had, like, lighter colored water, and then you had darker colored water. And certain boats could go in the lighter colored water, and other boats, you had to get bigger ones to go in the darker colored water. And the darker colored water was considered deep water. So, yeah, anyway, he wants to do something like that, where you have different boats that can go into different types of water and then fishing off of the side of those boats. I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff. Like, I don't care about those, but it's definitely cool and interesting gameplay. Like in Ultima Online, I owned a boat in that game. And, you know, I love that kind of stuff for other people that enjoy it. It's not something that I really go after, but I'll probably do it. Yeah, no worries, Rabbit. Yeah, Rabbit. I got you, Rabbit. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Super Troopers or not. That's what that reminded me of. That'd be cool. I'm super into fishing in MMOs. It'd be cool to take a boat out. Yeah. They want to add a lot to the fishing. Like, the fishing right now is very rudimentary. You know, you just kind of throw your line out, you catch something. But they want to add, like, a little fishing mini game and things like that. Like, it's going to be pretty cool, I think. I hope they also have, you know, rare things that you could fish up. Gold or rare materials for crafting, or, you know, that kind of stuff. That'd be really neat. Mr. Sean has taken out a boat several times on the stream. Well, yeah, what he does, he rides this boat right here that you actually see right out there. He just rides that boat, which goes back and forth between Night Harbor and then over to Pinshaw, which is in Keeper's Bight. And then it has 2 stops on the way. So one stop is right here at this lighthouse tower. It stops right there on those docks. Another stop is right over here somewhere. I don't think you can see it. But yeah, right there, that island right here. That's a second stop. So it stops at 2 locations here in Shallow Shoals. Shallow Shoals is a massive zone. Absolutely massive. I see a rope on a ramp that looks like a way up, but I can't figure out how to climb it. A rope on a ramp. You might be able to just climb the rope. Just walk up to the rope and try to climb it like a ladder. Sometimes that works. Oops, gotta go for this mob. I think the fishing boat stuff was popular in Final Fantasy. It was very popular in Final Fantasy 14. I remember it fishing there. I don't remember. I didn't play a lot of Final Fantasy 11, so looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. Does owning a house in this game have any benefit besides RP stuff? Yes, it will. That's where your name comes from, the Super Troopers? Nice. I love it. Hey, Rabbit. What does he say? What is it? That isn't Rabbit, though, that does that, but he's like, do the meow. He's like, right, meow? Oh, my God. We watched Super Troopers not too long ago, a couple weeks ago. We put it on, going to bed, and I think my girlfriend and I both stayed up way too late watching Super Troopers rather than falling asleep to Super Troopers. God, I love that. I can climb, but I'm scared to fall to my death yet again. Yeah, don't fall to your death yet again, Setford. We don't want that. I can't. I would have to see it to tell you if that's where, depending on where you are. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, Milos, don't bring up charm again. Golly, what's wrong with you? So yeah, owning a house in owning a house does have benefits, yes. The benefits of owning a house. One is going to be storage space for items. Banks are only going to have so much storage space, so owning a house is going to give you additional storage space. 2 is going to be you're able to sell out of your house. Like, you could set up a shop, so you can have like a trading area, and people can come in and like browse your wares inside of like things that you can put inside of your house. Those 2 things are pretty much confirmed will happen. Maybe not immediately right now, but they will eventually happen. And then another thing that they're going to be doing is they're going to be adding in a rested XP bonus. So right now we get the rested XP bonus, which you see at the top of the screen. That is up to 20 minutes, and you get it with a campfire. That rested XP bonus, however, they might make one where if you own a house and you spend time inside of your house, you can build up a rested XP bonus for like several hours rather than 20 minutes. So you could get like a 6-hour long rested XP bonus. That's another one of the things that Nick mentioned is a maybe. It's not guaranteed or anything. It's not, but that's one of the other possibilities for it. So those are the 3 things that I would say are benefits to owning a house. Now, do you have to own a house? No, because you still have the storage space from your bank. You can still buy and sell and trade things without having a house to buy, sell, and trade things out of. And then your rested XP bonus you can get from a campfire. It's not going to be a better rested XP bonus. It's just going to be a longer duration one. So overall, owning a house doesn't give you any huge benefit, but it does have some perks to it. When I want to set up shop with fish and fishing accessories, have you seen the giants that do that? Here in Shallow Shoals, right over, let's see, where am I? Right over this way somewhere, like right in here somewhere where my mouse is. There's giants that have fishing lines and stuff. They actually have fishing poles set up. They have giant like swordfish hanging from these big like drying racks where they're gutting them, and yeah, that's all over there. It's pretty cool. What's your guys' backup plan for when they remove charm from the game? We don't have a backup plan. We already know how to play the game without charm. We're just playing it with charm right now because it's really good. Hang on a second. My sister's calling me again for some reason. Let me see what she's doing. Alrighty, sorry about that. My sister went to visit my stepdad at the hospital, so she was calling to give me her update and her opinion on things and what's going on. So that's what that was about. How have drops been? We haven't really been camping many named, to be honest. Like, I would like to go camp some more named, but of course, trying to go camp named, like, you instantly run into a lot of other people. Then there's competition for pulling and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it depends on what you're camping, where you're camping, what level you are. But the drops supposedly have been increased. I did get from Ancient Crypt like an axe, or this cleaver that I'm using that used to be very, very, very rare. I did get that, so that was kind of a nice drop to have. But yeah, other than that, you know, drops are drops. What are the stats like? What's the gear like? Items easy to get. Is crafting way of getting gear? So crafting, yes, you can get gear from crafting. The best gear in the game is going to be drops, and they're decent. So like, this would be a common drop off of like trash mobs. Okay, so 733 delay, no stats on it. And then this is a rare item off of a named mob around the same level that you would get this item. So 7 and 32 delay. So 1 more damage, 1 less delay, but has a few stats on it. So you definitely want to get items if you can. They have, like, most named have a common drop, an uncommon drop, and then a rare drop. In the uncommon is a decent item usually. The rare drop you almost always want. Somebody's going to want it. And then the common drop, it depends. Sometimes you're going to want it, sometimes you're not going to want it. At low level, somebody's going to want the rare drop. But at higher levels, you know, they're not going to really want that. You also have stuff like this right here. So this is a really good ring that you can get that's actually off of trash mobs. There's not even a name that drops it. It's just trash stuff. So, you know, there's items out there. And then an example of crafted would be this right here, which is pretty good for the level. It's actually very good. Good armor, good, you know, stats and everything on it. So there's a variety of different ways to get gear. But yeah. No access, but when I do get it, I'll have to check out Fishing Giants. Yeah, absolutely check them out. Spectres in Oasis, definitely bring back memories, right? This is very much like old school EQ style. For sure. Nice to see you got some more friends. What do you mean nice? Oh, well, yeah, these are my actual friends here. This is going to be, actually, this is my static group -1 from what we're going to be doing in early access. So you'll be seeing these same people in early access. Hope your dad's doing okay. I mean, he's doing better than he was when I first came down here on Tuesday. So he's definitely doing better. We're still kind of, you know, one day at a time. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm going to stay down here for a little bit longer. At this point, I might, honestly, what I might do at this point, I might stay down here for all of March and then drive back at the end of March during the open test. You know, spend that day driving back, and so I don't miss too much of the open test. So yeah. Sent you a pic on Discord. Not sure if you wanted to look on stream or not. I can look at it on stream. Yeah, give me a second because I can't see it on my other computer because the way I've got this thing set up. But I can look at it on stream. It's not a big deal. Rope there. Trying to think, Setfer. Trying to think of where this is. Yet, you could probably climb those and go up there and probably be fine. It depends on exactly where that is. But it looks like it would be safe. All these trees around here, no wood. Are we staying here longer tonight, or what's the plan? No, you know me. I'm in for the long haul. Probably not. But like, I can't do anything without a group, so I'll go do whatever you guys want to do. That's fine. Yeah, we got 3 of them right now going crazy, so. Yeah, we can go back to town, and I can give people money for spells that don't have enough. At where? Yeah, we could try that. Do we want to wait for the next boat to come by and jump on it? We also have to remember we've got to swim all... Well, I have to swim all the way over there, and Gam's going to have to swim all the way over there. Yeah, okay. Never fought the Spectres in EQ yet. Might have to check them out. Yeah, Spectre... There's Spectre, Spectre Island over there, sure. I ran out of food. I have 5 of your water left. I'm good. I am 17 pounds overweight though, so gotta work off this fatness. Who wants my copper? Trying out EQ EMU server, nice. Ascendant, which has some big buffs. I'm trying P99 some, but it's very hard. And P99, my druid, got eaten by a werewolf in Western Common, and a lot more random high levels. Yeah, P99 is definitely it's a challenging beast. The whole month. Wait, what? Feisty, what happened? All the kids were at our house? Why did they all go to our house? Hey, asked before, other activities other than killing these 2 mobs. Are you planning to try out something else? We are. We're gonna. It looks like we're gonna leave here in a few minutes and go to town, buy some new spells, and then maybe go somewhere else. I'm debating if I'm gonna keep streaming or not for today. I mean, I can. I have nothing else going on. Almost died at the Druid Port today to a random tracker. So high levels exist. Rooted me. I keep up evac now. High levels in the game definitely exist. Yeah. There's some high-level enemies in this game for sure. They go all the way up to level 60 and higher. There are enemies that are higher level than 60. Well, no, they're like, my girlfriend's daughter had a party. She had a dance tonight, and then she was going to a birthday party. But when they went to drop her off at the birthday party, apparently all the kids went for a walk and happened to walk over to our house. Or something weird. I was like, what? The whole... Oh, you're talking about the whole month as in I might stay here for the whole month. Maybe. It's a possibility. We'll have to see, Feisty. Let's see what happens. Some humanoid NPC that druid ranger spells. I didn't stick around. Sorry if it's already been asked. You guys don't have to apologize if you ask questions multiple. Most questions have been asked multiple times, and I don't mind answering them. Do you happen to have any spare key from the dev laying around? The struggle to play is real. Unfortunately, no. I think most of our keys that my friend group got today, I think, are going out to somebody. I don't think we have any extras that I know of. So I'm not really sure where they're going to go. I might, if I have any extras, I might do like a giveaway or something on the stream, but I don't know if we're going to have any extras. Stream's lagging a lot. Sound is okay. Not sure if it's just my internet. We had a few drop frames. I don't know when we had drop frames. But over the course of the entire stream, I did have a few drop frames at some point. The game has been laggy. Maybe that could be what it is. The game has had some stuttering. Running good here. It might just be because I've been logged in so long. I may just have to camp out and come back. Just buy the spells now and have them ready for later. It's not a big deal. Well, maybe, but you can still go ahead and buy them now. Not by yourself. Yeah, I think we're all going to go back. Or actually the boat. I'm kind of watching for the boat. We might want to get on the next boat. We'll see it when it goes to the lighthouse over there. We'll see it dock and then come this way. I can't tell if that one is leaving or coming, though. Yeah, that one... What the heck is that thing doing? I think that's the boat right there at the lighthouse, so it's going to be coming this way. Yeah, we might want to kill these and then swim over to the dock. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're gonna have to book it. I've got way too much weight. Kaz, you want to carry some copper? Going to the dock. Yeah, we're going to Night Harbor, I think. Have you guys tried modern MMOs or it just doesn't click with you? Yeah, we tried all the MMOs. I did my share of Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, The Old Republic, but now I prefer old school. We played almost all of them, yeah. There goes the boat. We gotta hurry. Coming this way. I am running so slowly. I need a strength buff. There we go. Now I'm no longer overweight. That's fine. You guys can have all my money. I don't need it anymore. You guys want to see a trick? Here comes the trick. You ready? As soon as we start swimming, watch. Pro tip here, guys. Pro tip. Don't do this. It's cheating. Technically, I guess. Arcade one of your favorites? Arcade was fun until they started cheating too much. Okay, you ready? Watch this. That's how you swim. Pro swimmer right there. Nah, we should make it. It's going to take a minute to get over here, and then it'll sit at the dock for like 2 minutes. So we should have time. Straight ahead. Dolphins do it, so it's not cheating. There you go. Water looks so good. It does, yeah. They did a good job with the water. I mean, you can swim like down in it too. Like, it looks really good. Look at that. Like, I don't know. Water looks great. Look at that. That's perfect timing. So basically, we now know if you leave the island right as the boat's leaving the lighthouse, you make it here just in time. Although, we're going to have to sit here for like 2 minutes waiting. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick AFK while we do this. Yeah, it'll definitely take a couple minutes to get there. Yo, what's going on, furries? Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to take a quick AFK while we're riding on the boat. All right, I'll be back, guys, in a few. I'm just gonna get like a snack, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom and stuff. Oh, which healer the best healer class, in my opinion, is a cleric. It's the best. So I can tell you exactly what the best healers are. So there's 3 different healers in the game. You have the cleric, you have the shaman, you have the druid. The cleric is going to be the best overall healer if you want to be able to give health back to your target. And they're going to be also the best healer for preventing damage to your target through stuns and other types of abilities. Then you're also going to have the shaman is going to be your second best healer because they have abilities like your slow, so they can slow the enemy's attack speed, which makes it where you just take less damage on your tank, so that's easier to heal them. And then your worst overall healer is going to be a druid. All 3 of those, however, are going to be able to heal a party just fine. So, you know, don't take too much of that information and take it to heart. Just know that all 3 of them are going to be able to heal a group. But your best overall healer for a group, I would say, is going to be a shaman. And then your second best for a group would actually be a druid, because of the utility that both of those add outside of just healing. But if you want to be the best overall healer, preventing damage, healing your party members, and the best in-game raid healer, it's going to be cleric. Yeah, paladin's actually a pretty good healer. I wouldn't do that many less thans for the paladin. I would probably do 1 or 2 less thans for the paladin. Paladin can actually heal really well because they have lay on hands and they have oh my god, what is it called? Lay on hands, ancient guardian, and then they have the same at level 50. They have the exact same heal spells as the other 3 healers outside of the exclusive spells that those healers get. They all get like an exclusive line of heals. So paladin's actually a pretty dang good healer, but it's not as good as the main healers. So there you go. Yep. Anyway, I'll be back in just a minute, guys. I'm going to stretch my legs, use the bathroom, and then we're going to make our way to Night Harbor. I don't know what we're going to do after Night Harbor. We'll have to see what everybody wants to do. And I'll debate. I'll decide if I'm going to continue streaming. I probably will stream for a little bit longer, but I don't know how much longer after that. Okie dokie. We almost there? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Did we decide anything what we're gonna do? Options? We don't have options. Option C, please. Well, that might be a good option. I can sail to whenever. I've got nothing going on. Yeah, he's going to be like Andy level by the time we log back in. I hate when I do that. I did that last night and ended up with chocolate Cheerios. Expired chocolate Cheerios, like a year old. It was bad. Why are we all like we all act like we're so poor and it's like missing food? Well. Yeah, almond butter probably is pretty expensive. Yeah, it's kind of laggy to me too. You definitely look like an idiot. 100%. Well, one's probably the mayor that was elected permanently. And the other one looks kind of like a god or something. You gotta get a lot closer. Ah, missed. Yeah, let's bind somewhere then. Oh, I've got a corpse in Sungreet. Patches O'Houlihan. He dodges. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Hosty with the mosty.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, drink it. Drink it anyway.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And I love seeing all these people sitting around in the, like, just hanging out here, you know, buffing each other, talking to each other, making groups, making memories. Love seeing it. That's awesome to me.
Yeah.
Does anybody need money that can't afford their spells?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm not spending 10 gold on that. All right, pro tip. You guys ready for pro tip? This is how you level up blacksmithing the fastest way. You go here to this guy. You scroll down till you find jagged stones. And you buy a few. And then you come back over here. And you take jagged stones one at a time. And you bug out your inventory trying to do it. Can't craft all. You can if it's on the list here. So we got to keep crafting it until it pops up on the list. Which I don't know what skill level I need to do that. Yeah, if I do this and I hit craft all, it's just going to craft it once. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I wish you could put, like, you know, a stack of them in here and say craft all, but you can't do that. Like, if I were to just, like, take this entire stack of 16 and I hit craft all, like, it won't actually craft anything. So I just know that it takes one of these, and one of these by itself crafts the item. It's a really tedious way to do it, but eventually you'll level it up, and you can actually hit craft all and do it. But yeah, if you place stack and push up on the number or whatever the stack, then hit craft all. No, it doesn't do that. If we get this to like something, I don't know what it needs to be to. It's just this first tier, though, for whatever reason, doesn't take you into the next tier. I'm pretty sure the second tier will take you into the third tier, but I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if it does or not. Just tell the devs you're a big deal streamer. Put the feature in. Doesn't work that way. This is partly knowing, like, knowledge, though. Like, you know what it costs to make the next tier. So you can kind of use that to make this tier. That got me up to 22 so far out of... That got me, what, 10 skill ups or something? Not much. But you can do the same thing for, like, rigid stones. Like, people sell these things because they don't know what to do with them, I guess. Or they don't need them anymore, so they just sell them here. No, my ring's better. Seems basic, but a lot of EA games don't have that. You can mine copper. Yeah, you can mine copper and make armor, but this is the cheaper way to do it. Because if you're trying to make actual armor, you need several more pieces. I'm just doing this while I'm waiting for them to all buy spells and stuff. So it's giving me something to do. Hey, there we go, 23. So we'll see what we need. At some point, it'll pop up here, and it'll be red. And then I'll be able to craft all. And it goes much faster when you can craft all, because you can just kind of spam the button. This will only get you to about like 150 or something skill in blacksmithing, but it's probably the cheapest way to level up blacksmithing to 150. Then from there, you need to use other stuff. You have to like level up with actual making of armor or weapons. How they said if they're satisfied with the lighting to make it too dark. They're still talking about that, but I think they do like it to be dark. I don't think that's gonna be changed anytime soon. It's called Night Harbor. It is called... Yeah, it is called Night Harbor. Not Day Harbor. There we go. So now we got it to red. So we needed to get to 31 skill. And it turns red. And now I can just hit craft all. And then just anytime it stops, if I don't craft something, it'll pause. And then you have to click it again. And I should be able to do this up to the next tier. You're learning? Yeah. I got all the tips, guys. I've been doing this stuff for a while. Like, this is definitely the way to level blacksmithing. Like, instead of trying to make all sorts of armor and stuff, you just do this. And you can see, I was started at 13 just a minute ago. I've spent, I don't know how much money, less than a gold. And that's not that much money at this level. Is there a profession limit? No, there's not. You can be... all the professions if you want to. Yep, you can learn them all in one character. I might spend a little bit more money and get this as high as I can and make some jagged sharpening stones. And then I can get rid of these brittle sharpening stones. But like, how many people do you know with pretty high blacksmithing right now? Like, what's the highest blacksmithing that you know of in the game? It's probably not super duper high. Because it's a pain in the butt to level unless you do this. This should pop up the next one by the time this hits green, I think. You got a 155 host? Nice. Did you do this trick, by the way, to level it up? This is definitely the cheapest way to do it. Are we ready? Okay. I'll do the rest of this later. Anyway, that's a good way to level it up, guys. So just so you know, I just went from what, like 13 to 66 in a matter of a few minutes, right there. No, I thought we were gonna bind in Fallen Pass. I'm coming out the west gate. Actually, let me run to the bank.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm at the west bank. You're that's true. You are faster. Hey, it's Trent. Get it at we can stop and get it at whatchamacallit. Oh, perfect. This Toma's Signet, we don't need that, do we, for that quest? Did we ever figure out if that would like extend it out to something else? Is it so I can get rid of it? And it's gone. Too late, it's gone. Oh, host, I have more enchanted dust. I got from doing some disenchanting stuff. I got 14 or 15 more, something like that. It's in my bank though. Since I know you're going to be doing jewel crafting and such. I was going to do enchanting at some point probably. Well, I'm going to do all the trade skills at some point, but it's slow going, you know. Is he jumping? Yours, just take 75. That's how much you get per, and then figure out the numbers. Theirs maxes out at 60. I think yours goes up to 75. It's going to be around level 50. Yeah, yours starts slower but ends up faster, and then there's, yeah. So, but around level 50, you're going to be equal, and then yours is going to be higher every level after that. Are we camping something specific in Fallen Pass? Herbalism, yeah, it's really slow. Pain in the butt level. Yeah. I might take herbalism as my minor trait just because it's so slow leveling. It's not based on level of the zone or area. It's based exactly, like it's a big head start to start with that. It takes a while. So the way they're doing nodes is it's based on what you would find in the world in that area, not necessarily like low-level nodes with low-level mobs. So there's actually stuff in Sungreet that's like, you need like level 100 in herbalism to get. Yeah, and some, yeah, stuff that you just need one, exactly. You'll start to learn the shapes, like what each one looks like, and then what level's needed for them. You also hit around, I think it's around like 50 or 60, and you'll hit like a wall, and you have to go find specific things in the world that you have to get past it. There's only like one type of thing that you can harvest to go from 50 to 60 or 60 to 70 or whatever it is. It's really annoying. No. That is Valor level right now. Yes, we could... No, wait. No, that's 30... Sorry, that's 37. Like 30... Yeah. High 30s. We were there in like mid to high 30s. So, yeah, the early Plagueborn.
Yeah.
You should have, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 35. Those mobs down there are about 35. No, those are level 40 ones over there. The ones that are all yeah, those are the higher, the next step up after that. So like over here, and were you with me still? Yeah, these over here. Yeah, these are all red over here to me. I'm pretty sure we need to be like 35. Yeah, Gith, where you're at right now. I think these are all 35. Where are we going in here? We could... Smugglers are too low. Those are like 20, 22. We can do drakes maybe. Those might even be too low for us now. Let me go look.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly where they need to be.
Yeah.
The problem is there's not enough drakes for a full group over here. That's more like a... Drakes are red to me at 27. I don't know that this is a good place to be at this level. The stuff down there at the bottom is 100%. Level 24, they become like light blue or green. Like 24, 25, you don't want to do those smugglers anymore. Yeah, those I think are low. Those are like lower 30, like 33, 34, so they'd be red to Andy still, but just barely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to do beetles. I would rather do something that's not beetles. Like, yeah, let's go do orcs. Yeah, I say we go Vale, we do orcs, and we go down into the orc cavern if we can while people are still awake. Rats, rats might be the right level. Maybe. They're still red? Okay. Yeah, let's go do orcs in Vale. Where's his body? Oh, right there. It's right here. It's right here. Kaz, right here. It's right here. Just everybody stop. Everybody stop moving. You're not going to be 50 in a few days, dude. Well, I mean, technically you could leave that corpse and still res it in a few days. Yeah, it's fine. It's not going to make a difference. You don't lose anything when you res, yeah. The necro res, you did lose everything. Which was weird because the necro res, the whole point of it was that you're supposed to res, loot your corpse, do some stuff, and then die again 60 seconds later. But you didn't have any mana, you didn't have any health, you didn't have your spells. It was dumb. Like, whoever put that in the game did not think through the process. Previously, you know what I'm talking about. Shut up, Andy. Oh, yeah. See Invis, everybody, before we go down here. No, I did not get bound. Bind me right here, Cass. This is fine. Close enough for now. I can be bound here. Email. Yeah, he had to opt into the beta, apparently. I have one set first, so we've got an extra one still. I haven't... Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done anything with mine, so if we need it for Dirk/you, whatever, that's fine. It did. Just not much. Is it 100? Yeah, that's about right. We went up about 125. I've got 1,200 health now. 1,242. All right, ready? Everybody following me? And I will run to orcs from here. It's not too far. I wonder, Andy, if yours is messed up because of the switching of email addresses. I have access to yeah. Yeah, I could check that one. Well, yeah, we know a lot of people that need keys, so we'll figure it out. I don't know. Mern deserves a key. Like, he's gonna play for like a day and then quit. Yeah, I mean, he might play. We'll see. But I mean, it's whatever people want to do with their keys. I don't care. Not for me to tell you what to do with your key. These might... I don't know what level these are actually going to be. They should... Yeah, they should be in the 20s, but I don't know if they're going to be... What are those beetles over there? Somebody calling a beetle. What's the op... Isn't there an option that so your screen doesn't turn back when you're running? Auto rotate while moving. There we go. Ah, I love it. That's perfect. That's where we're headed. Yeah. Nope, but you fell behind from that. You see us? You good? I'm curious if these orc caves over here connect. Oh my god, there's a ton of spiders. Like, God, it's so scary because all those are invisible. Dude, this is why you don't run through Vale of Zentar, literally right here, because all of that, you would die. Anybody over level or under level like 40 would die. Yeah, that's how you died yesterday, Kaz. You died twice yesterday. That giant will come over here, so we got to be careful. This is a really good spot, but that giant just happens to be coming over here. There is a spot on the other side. There's a group over there. Just is everybody with me? Everybody with me? Everybody with me? Come on. No, just go straight across this way, guys. Where this camp is over here. There's people. But are we going to go down inside the cave? Right here? Yeah, see, the giant turned and went the other way, so it's fine. There's plenty here. There's just no named that are out here. So if we want to try to go find named, we'd have to go into the cave. Otherwise, we can just pull these legionaries out here. We can go in all the way around, yes, but this is a good spot though because you have shelter right here. That's why I like this spot. And like literally, you guys can sit inside of this little thing for shelter. The skeleton gets close, but he normally doesn't come close enough to aggro. Like he just came over and then he turned around. It's yeah, anywhere in here is fine as long as there's a shaded, sheltered spot. Yeah, anywhere right here is fine. Anywhere right here is fine. Kaz so concerned with DPS, yet he chose to play a cleric. We were saying for a while, play an enchanter, and you chose to play a cleric. You didn't play one last beta. You played a druid. It is very different. That giant's coming again, by the way. It is a good spot. He normally turns around. He normally doesn't path this far. You just got to kind of watch him. Be prepared for him. That's the problem, is the... Yeah. Well, we can't go to the other side because there's a group over there. They also... Giants also roam over there. But we can go over there. I don't care. I XP'd right here in this nook for like 8 hours one day and never saw a giant come over here. Yes, they can. That's what I'm saying. They can come over here. They can also go over there. That's my point. They just happen to be over here right now. We can kill the spiders. It's yellow to me. I mean, yeah. That would actually be a really good pet. That spider would. You can also charm the, yeah, the prowl, or the... Yeah, those are higher level. All right, well, I'm ready for whatever. Sure. I mean, this camp right here has a bunch with one roamer in it, which is not there right now. And you got those three, and then, yeah, I mean, there's plenty to pull, clearly. Yeah, I just wish they were named out here. They should have put at least one or two named out in all these camps, these orcs. They may have added one, yeah. Oh, what camp? I mean, yeah, that's true. We were there for a while without one named. Wasn't me. I would recommend, by the way, not pulling from inside the cave. The only reason is because the ones inside the cave are spellcasters, and one of them does cast Fear. So the Legionaries are not spellcasters, and there's a bunch of those out here, so that's much better to kill. Oh, these are going to start dropping the next tier of material, too. Like cotton and whatever the next hide is. 3 ink, 3 ink, 3 ink, 3 ink. Yeah, those are healers. Parrots, I think. Are we killing the Sacramirs first or the Legionary first? Yeah, it's going to chain heal if it's not Mez. Or if we're trying to kill it. Yeah, it can't heal much. I just want to know what the next mob we're going to fight is. Alright. Kaz has mana. Andy, go charm one of those giants. That'll solve this problem. Oh, yeah, we switched targets there. I've got the Legionary on me. Keep the Sacramir Mez if you can. Well, we also need to make sure we Mez the right one. Because we switched targets, we would have had another one dead. Yeah, it's all good. Mez Mim wipes, remember? Bind here. Oh, you got a date with your boyfriend? Hey, Jurassic Evil, how are you? We are killing very slowly. This right here shows why charm is so strong. No, no, that's not it. But you could have been a DPS class instead of a healer. Rusty iron plate greaves. You guys are really safe. I mean, yes, we have a lot of heals. It's awful. It is awful. Yeah, our DPS is really low, but lots of heals, so. Merc for live, we're going. It's gonna be fighter, monk, enchanter, necromancer for sure, and then we're not sure what Gammy's gonna play. He might play an elementalist. He might play a bard. He's not 100% sure yet. And then we're gonna have a healer of some sort. We're not sure. We're not 100% sure who the healer is gonna be just yet. We've got a couple people as options. And probably going to be a cleric, though. But I've got, like, my girlfriend might end up playing a healer for us if we can't find another healer. And then I've got a friend of mine who might play another healer or cleric for us. So I've got two people in mind that might be able to play. But we'll have to see as we get closer to early access. But that's going to be our group. Fighter, monk, fighter, monk, enchanter, necromancer, and then bard or elementalist, plus whatever healer. Is this game out? Not yet. It's coming out in June 1st. Yeah, it's a pretty solid group. You know, minus. Minus the extra charming, but we'll have to see what happens. If charm is really good still on early access, then I think Gammy will probably play bard, and we'll have 2 charm classes plus the necromancer for a 3rd charm. We'll have 3 charm classes plus blasting through levels. If charm is not good, which I hope that it's not, then we'll still have a really strong group. So. Hopefully rogues get a little boost. They need a lot of boost. They don't need a little boost. Rogues need a lot of love, in my opinion. Like, they're just not in a great spot. I think fighter is doing around the same amount of DPS as a rogue if you built for it. I mean, building for it is not really a thing at low level. Like, there's just no building for DPS versus building for tank. Like, that's why I say that the whole flex into something is just not really a thing. You know, it's there's not like, oh, I'm gonna put on better gear that gives me a bunch of strength. It's just not really a thing in this game. So, but yes, a fighter does do pretty good DPS, about the same as a rogue. The only difference is going to be rogue is going to have their backstab, which is just not very good right now. Eventually, though, rogue will have poisons, and once rogues have poisons, I'm hoping that ends up being better. Like, I'm hoping that the poison really puts rogue on top. Problem with giving rogues love, they tend to steal your heart. Hey, what's going on, Nicodemus? How you doing, bud? Yeah, they already stole my heart. Half rogue. Yeah, rogue is it's a cool class, but it just needs some love. It really needs some love. It feels bad playing a rogue right now when you're outclassed by so many other people. So many other classes are just, you know, so much better. But this is another thing that I really don't like, is these are redcon to me. Like, so that means that these are level 30 or higher. And that's what we're fighting. Like, we're level 25, 27, 26, 28, and a level 30 in this group. So we're killing things that are like red, yellow to the group, right? There's only one person in the group that these things are going to be even con to or blue. We shouldn't be doing that. That would slow down the game so much if we could get away, like XP wise, if we could get away from being able to kill this level of mobs. I agree, once the poison abilities go in, they should feel better. Yeah. The poison ability is going to make a big difference for the rogues. Huge difference. I don't know what they're going to be doing with poison, but I suspect that you're going to get some damage dots. You're probably going to get like a snare poison. You know, those are two things that I kind of expect to see. And that could add quite a bit of DPS and quite a bit of utility. Imagine if he had the fight at level or at most yellow. It'd be very hard for farm some spots. Well, I can't even find spots with 4 or 5 mobs to solo. Ever taking everything? Well, you're always going to have an issue with people with, trying to share spots. That's always going to be a problem. It doesn't matter what the level range is or what the level range of your fighting, mobs that you're fighting is, because it depends on where you are within the level range of all the other players. So if you're, in your 20s and there's a bunch of people that are higher level than you and people that are lower level than you, then you're always going to have struggle finding spots. Wonder if Nick will do those streams. Maybe a lot of folks interested in talking it out. Maybe, but I think, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Nick needs to be doing those streams anymore like that. I think that they need to be making some of these changes without some of the input from people in the community. Because those streams, we have to also remember that a lot of people in those streams are also going to say the opposite of what really needs to happen. They're not, a lot of times they're not being serious. Sometimes they're just joking around and no, charm is weak. You got to make it stronger. And then, Nick reads that and he's thinking, oh, charm is too, and they're just messing with him. Like, we need to stop doing that. I think there's too much input going on and it's skewing the problem. I've seen it multiple times where Nick takes input from chat and I'm just looking at it going, what are these people talking about? And things are getting added to the game based on Nick's stream that don't need to be added to the game. And I just straight up don't need to be added. But they end up getting added because there's a few loud people in his stream. And we have to think, his stream has, a couple hundred people in it versus 10,000 people that are on the Discord. So it's a very small amount of people that are actually represented on those streams. Just like there are on my stream, it's a very small amount of people that are represented. There's a lot of people that don't watch those streams. And their opinion, in my opinion, their opinion also matters. So it's unfortunate that a lot of people's voices are getting stifled because they don't go to a stream. Could be interesting if they took a voting approach to things like OSRS. I don't think they need to take a voting approach. I think that the devs need to sit down and decide what they want their game to be and make that. Do that. Because that's what they've talked about for 5 years. This is what we want the game to be. And they started going in that direction. And then you start hearing people voice their opinion in the community. And then all of a sudden now it's starting to veer off. We're getting farther and farther and farther away from the vision that they had 5 years ago. And that, I think, is where the issue is. So, anyway. Yeah. I hear charm is weak. Needs to be able to charm 4 at once, to be fair. Exactly, Nicodemus. That kind of stuff. And people just kind of, that it gets through. Sometimes it doesn't look like sarcasm. Sometimes it doesn't look like, it looks like a serious comment. And there are times when I've literally seen Nick take something like that, and to me, it can't be a serious comment. But he reads it and he's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And then he just adds it. And I'm like, what? So, yeah. The vision is very important. Yeah, and I think they need to get back to the vision. No offense against Nick. I think Nick has veered off of that vision quite a bit with some of the things that he wants to do and he's trying. And I'm trying to say it in a way that doesn't sound bad. I really like Nick, and I think he's working very hard on the game, and I think he's trying to do everything that he thinks is going to be best for the game. But I do feel like he's kind of veering away from the original vision sometimes. Because he's trying, and I get why he's trying to do it. I feel like too many people are comparing this game to EverQuest so much, and he wants to try to say, no, it's not just an EverQuest clone. We're also seeing, new abilities come in and different concepts, and that's what I love. Like, I think Nick's doing a good job with that, but I also feel like he's going a little too far with it sometimes. Skeleton coming over the ridge again, so watch out for that. That was what? No. Well, what I meant was we didn't have one aggro for like 8 hours over here. They came over the ridge a few times, but they generally don't aggro. They have to come really far over. AoE charm incoming. Nick just said it right. Exactly. The internal numbers, I think, matter more than any voice. I would agree. Yeah, internal numbers. We need to look at that. And I'm hoping that the devs are doing that. I'm assuming that they are. So yeah, we're in Vale of Zintar. Yep. But anyway, I don't want anybody thinking that I feel like, you know, Nick is doing something wrong, because I don't feel like he's doing anything wrong. Rusty iron chain gloves on this if people want to upgrade. No, you need iron plate for your next upgrade. Yeah, magic one. No worries, we get it. Yeah, I just like to put that out there, because I mean I've noticed a lot of people in this community, not the devs necessarily, but the people in the community. You say one thing that just goes against what they believe, and they just think that you're like the worst person ever, you know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, open your mind to something else, you know. Look at it from a different perspective. What is something that he was swayed on that you didn't agree with? The way that he's added nukes. So there's been a couple things. One of them was adding nukes to the shaman. Literally, it was just in his stream one day, and somebody said, shaman should get nukes because druids have nukes or something. I don't remember exactly what we said. And he's like, yeah, that makes sense. And he literally just added in shaman nukes. And the shaman nukes are very strong. In fact, their level 1 nuke is the exact same as a wizard nuke. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Why does a shaman have the same nuke as a wizard? I mean, it's level 1, okay, so it's not a big deal. But still, why? That doesn't make any sense. You know, other things is like making these meme builds and stuff, and it's like you can't force a meme build. People keep asking for, like, oh, we need to have a necromancer meme build where they can get their life tap proc ability. Okay, well, that's because Nick was talking about a life tap proc meme build that they were doing on P99 in their Thursday group chat thing that they were doing. And I get it. It's fun. It's an interesting, neat little play style. Is that really needed? No, it's not. It's little things like that, but they keep adding up, you know, and they keep adding up more and more and more, and then they happen, and it's like, you know, I feel like sometimes we're just wasting time on making abilities that a class doesn't need instead of making abilities for classes that do need it and focusing on that. Like right now, the rogue needs to be looked at. It needs to be fixed. Meanwhile, though, we're getting a lot of kind of fluff abilities that are not necessarily going to be used by classes on those classes. Like it just feels bad. Like I feel bad for rogue. I don't even play a rogue, but I feel bad for rogues that are like literally going, why can't my class be looked at? Meanwhile, these other classes are getting a bunch of meme abilities, or they're getting nukes when they don't need nukes, you know, or whatever. That's kind of where I'm at, you know. Why do druids and shaman have really good pets? Like what's the reasoning for having those pets? And there's none. There's zero reasoning for it. They don't need them. So the player base is very passionate about it. It is a cool on one hand, but on the other hand, players can take it to extremes. They can, and I can too. I'm extremely passionate about it. and I have a lot of opinions and a lot of thoughts, and you know, I get it. Not everything that I say is going to be best for the game or best for the players or whatever, but you know, I'm just trying to like throw stuff out there and be like, can we think about these? You know, can we rather than just putting stuff in? You know, like another. I'll do another example. Another really good example. I talked about the fighter, and I said the fighter needs to have more abilities, right? More things to do. So what was added was this ability right here, disarm. How this was added though is it disarmed and it reduced physical damage by 50% for 10 seconds when it was first added. That was way too strong. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is people are asking. I don't know who added that. I assume it was Nick. I don't know who added it. But people are basically saying, we need more abilities for the fighter, blah, blah, blah. This is okay. 15% for 8 seconds every 60 seconds is okay. 50% for 10 seconds every 60 seconds was way too strong. But it was still added in that way. And it's like, I don't think we needed to add that in. You know, it was that was a bit much. There's that rusty iron cloak that has resist on it. I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. Anyway, Shaman having heals, great buffs, debuffs, and now good nukes. It's got heals, great buffs, debuffs, good nukes, good dots, and a pet. That's what Shaman has. Like, that's where I started to draw the line. I'm like, why do they need the nukes? This is after they already had good heals, after they had the pet, after they had the dots, after they had the debuffs, and the buff. They had all of these things, and somebody goes, they need nukes because druids have nukes. And they added it. I couldn't understand it. I just didn't. I didn't get it. Hopefully they get some early access money so they can get extra money. Yeah. What? A cloak with resist? Yeah, I don't know if Rich knows that or not. I saw this today, Nicodemus. A friend of mine linked it. I was like, where did you get that, Kaz? The Shaman dots are... Yeah, the Shaman dots are very strong, yeah. I agree, yeah. They didn't need the nukes because the dots are already good enough. And they have a pet. Like, they don't need the nukes. Anyway, sorry, my friends are hearing me talk about it as well. They're responding to me in my ear, but you guys can't hear them. Anyway, yeah, this right here, I don't know what's going on with this, Nicodemus. Why this has +3 resist, disease, and +3 magic on just a rusty iron plate cloak. I'm not sure why that happened. But yeah, a friend of mine showed me that today. Sorry, I'm trying to do something real quick, and then I'll read chat again. Chat's been kind of quiet lately, so I haven't been reading it and chatting much. But it's kind of sparked back up again. We got tattered leather gloves. Anybody need, or am I breaking those down? Interesting. It may be intended. Yeah, it may. I don't know. I don't know. I just noticed it today. So. I don't... What? Anyway, let me see if I can read some more of this. I love Eminem Community. It's very surreal to this old dungeon master. Yeah, I mean, I love it too. Even the people that I disagree with, I still enjoyed chatting with them. You know, there's people on the Discord that I have learned to work with rather than against. I'm sure you guys have run into a few of them where they just seem to argue with everything, you know, and always contradictory, all that. So, but I've started to learn to understand their thought process and kind of be there. So, sorry, craziness is happening right now. Paladin should get nuked. I mean, that's playing. A lot of us are working 2 jobs. I do, and a caregiver also. There are days I'm just exhausted. Yeah, and yeah, I totally get that. They're working hard. I hope that they can get some money in early access and start paying these devs, and the devs can start focusing more on the game and less on their other jobs. I'm hoping some of them can just quit their other jobs and have a job that they would prefer to have, because there's something to say. We got a cotton veil. Did anybody need that? Andy? It's right there. Anyway. Alright, I'll pick it up, break it down in a minute. Unsure of how far he is in the process. Yeah, I've seen a lot of his changes. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, in my opinion. I mean, I've got opinions on just about everything in this game. But, you know, there have been some good changes and there have been some bad changes. Some, I don't know if we can talk about it too much, but, like, the changes that he made to some of the gear in... some of the changes he made in gear in, like, Upper Salmon versus the changes to gear in Shallow Shoals. Lower level items in Shallow Shoals are now better than higher level stuff in Upper Salmon. And I'm like, what? But I don't know if maybe he only did like half the pass and he hasn't fully finished. And so that's kind of where we are. Same thing with the questing. You know, the quest, like, is this quest finished? Is it not finished? We don't really know on our end, on the community end. So it's like, I don't know where he is on that pass. So it's kind of tough. Right, sorry. I'm having to pay attention a lot here. This is a new camp, and it's a little tougher for us because we're still a little low level. Undead, maybe undead, weapon procs. Yeah, they're adding in things for undead. Paladins are going to be able to crit versus undead. I think that they need to have like a whole line of paladin spells that are exclusive to paladin. They're mostly red. I prefer rogue. I don't know anybody who plays. Now I'm probably going to main wizard or druid so I can solo. Wizard's very good at soloing with their quad kiting. Druid can also solo with, well, currently with their charm. We are all poisoned. Like, what the heck? I'll get rid of my poison. You guys get rid of other poison somewhere. We're all passionate about the game and have good intentions. That's what I always remember. Yeah, and that's what we have to think about, you know? Like, everybody has good intentions, I think. Or not everybody. There's a few people that are just straight up trolls and just want to stir the pot because they think it's funny. But I feel like most people have good intentions and they really want the game to be good. But a lot of us, I'm including myself in this, a lot of us see it from our perspective, not from another player's perspective. So, like, I want to see a bunch of in-game raid content. And I don't really care about the leveling process from 1 to 60, you know, that as an example. I do care about those things, but I'm just using it as an example. I don't care about the 1 to 60 leveling process, only care about what happens at in-game because that's when the game starts, you know? And then another player might be, I don't care what happens with in-game, I only care about the leveling process from 1 to 60, or I only care about what trade skills look like, or I only care about this or that. And it's like, we got to think about other people and their other perspectives, you know? All of us want to have fun in this game, and there's a reason we found EverQuest fun. And you know, we need to think about what made us have fun back then, and then what makes us have fun today, and what other people are having fun with. Like somebody earlier today said, I don't understand. Their quote was, I don't understand the competition in PvE. They only understand the competition in PvP. And it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't deserve to have that PvE competition just because you don't understand it, you know? Like, some people like to have PvP competition, some people like to have PvE competition, and, you know, kind of goes both ways. So. I was just joking, but I mostly agree. Merc Pallies get nukes specifically targeting undead, and fiends. Makes sense. Yeah, right now they're getting the same ones though as cleric, right? But several levels later. I think that paladin should probably get some specific, unique paladin-only nukes to undead. I think that would be okay to add a little bit more DPS. Now we got to be careful. We can't make them overpowered against undead because then it overshadows the other tanks completely. These guys are just going nuts here. This is a cluster. When discussing stuff with multiple viewpoints with passionate folks, it's important to attack the issue, the problem, not the person. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Probably not done yet. Yeah, I think it's not done yet with the itemization yet. Where should you look for a group? It's a level 10 cleric. 10. You can try to get a group in the cemetery. Inside of... That would be maybe okay. It depends, like, are you... 10 cleric, maybe killing bandits. That would be good. That would be really good XP. If you can get a couple people that are level 12 in your group, a couple DPS and tanks that are level 12, then you could go to Ancient Crypt and get really good XP. It would be red. Some of the mobs in there would be higher level to you, but the tank and the DPS would be really good and get you tons of XP. That's the good thing about being a healer or a cleric specifically, is that you can be the lowest level in the party and get really good XP with higher level players. The bandits would be good, yeah. As a healer, exactly. Bandits in Shaded Dunes. You can also go to Fallen Pass and kill goblins. Not Fallen Pass, sorry. Telekir and kill goblins. You could also go to the other entrance of Telekir and kill the Ashira right at the entrance. Those are going to be about level 12, 13, something like that. Trying to think of where else you could go. There's a couple good places. So hopefully one of those helps you out. I'd rather see Paladin be a group leader, inspire, buff tank rather than a fairly useless healer or a nuker. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's what you would rather see, and then somebody else might say, I want to see them being like a really good undead nuking, you know, undead tanking god. But I mean, I think that you're inspiring and being able to tank, like take damage for the group, like shield. What do they call that? Where you can like shield an ally. I think those are all great things that a paladin could do. So I wouldn't mind seeing that as well. Like, I think that the paladin should have multiple different auras. Right now, I know that the Inquisitor has 2 and the Shadow Knight has 2. I would think, if anything, the paladin should have like 4 different auras that they can do. Like a fear resist or fear immunity aura, a disease resist aura, or maybe a healing aura. They have the armor aura already. Things like that I think would be really, really good for the paladin. Got to head out. You guys have a good evening. Thanks for helping us. Take care. Yeah, have a good one, Nicodemus. Appreciate you stopping in. And always thanks for listening as well. I do appreciate you. What is the best way to gear your tank while leveling? Farm names, kill humanoids, or something else? there's a couple ways. Farming humanoids is an okay way, and you'll just start getting like these items drops, like we've been picking up here today. Like, you know, I'm getting iron boots, so I'm gearing up a little bit more AC each time. They're not going to have stats on them though. If you can, find somebody that's crafting stuff and see if they can craft you enchanted gear like this. Chain leggings. Let's see. Paladin should inspire, do some inspirational buffs to allies. That I would agree. Yeah, I like that take. You know, I'd be okay with paladins going that way. I could also be okay with paladins getting better undead nukes and more defense or something against undead or something along those lines. I would be okay with that as well. You know, there's several ways that they could go with it that would still work. So, yeah. I agree. Undead target ability, inspirational buffs. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You just got to be careful. Like, everything is about balance. You know, they can't go too far in any one direction, because then they become unbalanced in some way. Leather belt here. There's like 3 more tents over there. I want more death, Andy. You know Gam, he likes to just, you know, pull red name mobs without checking with the group. I'm just messing with you, dude. It doesn't bother me. I was surprised at how strong it was, though. It was pretty brutal. Hey, Stracker, how you doing, bud? I got a question. On a dev stream last week, the key release one, okay, they said at level 20 you could get a surname for your character. Have you found a method to get a surname yet? Or is anyone to your knowledge? Yes. Yeah, you can. All you have to do is type / /surname space and the name you want it to be, and it adds the surname. That's all you have to do. There isn't like a quest or anything special. Just / surname. And you can change that once a month. So if you don't like your surname, you can change it. Or maybe you have a surname and then you end up getting married in game and you want to change your surname. You know? Some people like to do that. Yeah, no worries, bud. Happy to help. So I'm gonna ask Sean, since he sent me that message today about the auto thing. I haven't used any type of automation all day today, and I'm gonna see if it. I'm gonna send him a message about it and ask him if he got any what are they called? False positives for it. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm literally just doing what I would normally do without using hold down button to keep pushing it for me. Like I'm literally just been pushing it all day. It's been very tiring to do, but I've been pushing it literally all day by hand. Kaz, what boots do you have? Copper plate? Oh, did Kaz leave? It's on me. Yeah, you got 2. Good to know. Helpful for people that like putting their guild names on their character name. Yeah, sure. Yeah, your guild name will also appear in parentheses underneath your name, like this. So keep that in mind, just in case you don't want to have your guild name up there twice or whatever. But yeah. I mean, we could try it. It's gonna be rough to charm something 5 levels higher. I think. Like, it depends on what their max level is. I don't know what the enchanter's max level. That's the problem. If he got it at 24, it might be 28, right? And right now, almost the entire server is doing this. Hope so. Did we ever find out if charms or clarity stacks with the bard? I didn't think it did. It 100% does? Okay. Uh-oh, I lost C and Viz. Yeah, can't see that scary spider. It's fine. I'll see it when it breaks and attacks one of you guys. You can? The problem with your C invis, yeah, is you'll invis everybody else in the party, which will break their pets. Regular invis works on this desert creeper, I know that. Yeah, for the jackals, we definitely do. Do you think there will ever be a place for two-handed fighters, or would dual wield be the default in your opinion? Dual wield's going to be probably the best in most cases. However, there are some two-handed weapons that are really, really good. And if you get a hold of one of those and you don't have really good one-handed weapons, then two-handed is going to be the way to go. So it depends on the situation, depends on what weapons you have, or what weapons you have access to. There are definitely some good, easier to obtain two-handed weapons than their more equivalent or better one-handed weapons. Yeah, I would not be a swordboard fighter. There's no reason to be a swordboard fighter in this game. Like, zero reason. After level 10, switch to dual wield or go two-handed. Well, after level 10, switch to dual wield unless you just want to be a two-handed fighter and you have a really good two-handed weapon. Later on, they're planning on adding in more shield abilities. When they do that, it might be good to have swordboard, but not right now. It's just not worth it. They're that bad of a tank? No. Fighters are probably the best tank in the... They're the best physical mitigation tank in the game. But shield is just like one of the worst skills in the game. It's awful. Or block. It's just a terrible skill. How about paladin, swordboard, or two-hander? Two-hander all the way if you can. If you can get a good two-handed weapon, I'd go two-hander. The shield's just that underwhelming. Yeah, shield is terrible. Absolutely terrible. So just to give you kind of an example, you might block with the shield, you might block one time during a fight, during an entire fight. And when you block one time, it reduces the damage of that one attack by half. So if you go dual wield or two-handed, you're probably going to kill a mob slightly faster, just fast enough to where they won't get one additional attack off, which is better than reducing half of that one attack. So like they might hit you 100 times when you're one-handed and you block one time, or they can just hit you 99 times when you're dual-wield or two-handed, which ultimately is better, right? So it's just bad. Blocking is just terrible. Now, we might find that late game, like in-game, when you stack a lot of agility, it might end up being better to stack a ton of agility and being able to block a few more times, but I highly doubt it. I think it's still going to be, it's always going to be dual wield or two-handed until they add in shield skills. Does having the additional AC from the shield not matter? Not really. Because AC isn't damage reduction. The way that AC works, it's not like, oh, I have 100 AC, so I mitigate 10% of the damage. So if a mob hits you for 100 health and you have 100 AC, it hits you for 90. That's not how it works. If a mob hits you for 100 damage normally and you have 100 AC, it has a possibility of reducing that damage by a certain amount, but it could still hit you for the full 100. It could also hit you for 90. If you have 200 armor, it could still hit you for the 100 damage, or it could hit you for as low as 80 or anywhere in between. So it reduces it increases the chance to get reduced damage, but it doesn't reduce the damage all the time. You love shields. I hope they do something about that. They're going to do something about that eventually. Right now, it's not worth doing. In the future, it might be worth doing. It might be worth using a shield once they add in shield abilities. If they add in like defensive shield abilities that give you 100% block chance for 10 seconds, you know, that's 50% damage reduction from physical attacks for 10 seconds. That's huge. Very, very strong. So when they add those kinds of abilities, then yes, that would be definitely beneficial. Should the mediocrity of a shield issue be addressed? Yes, it should absolutely be addressed. It is being addressed. Just like the charm issue, right? I don't think it's as pressing as the charm issue, but it is definitely an issue that needs to be looked at. And it is being looked at. It's coming. They've already talked about a few shield type abilities that are coming down the line. Makes sense. One last question. Do you find yourself noticing a huge difference in damage ranges with increase in strength? I was toying around with heavy dex fighter during the stress test, but didn't have enough time to get enough notice. So yes, increase in strength definitely does increase your damage, but it's more at higher levels, because at lower levels your damage cap. So really what you want in a low level is a fast weapon, and at higher levels you want a higher damage weapon with higher strength. Dexterity is only going to help you with your hit chance, so you're going to hit more often, but not necessarily do more damage. But you're already, for the most part, hitting often enough. Dexterity is helpful, especially when you're fighting higher level enemies. But let's see, this is 15. That's 16. So, yeah, strength is definitely better than dexterity for the most part. But you still want to have enough dexterity to hit the mobs. I thought AC helped avoid damage like in D&D. Nope. It is kind of like in D&D, right? In D&D, you know, you have to roll a higher number to your hit chance, or you just either take 0 damage, or you can still take the full amount of damage. This game is kind of like that, in that it has a chance to reduce damage, but it isn't always going to reduce damage. So it is kind of like D&D in a way. So you find 28-ish decks to be sufficient, even at your level, to hit reliably 50% of the time. Yeah, I would say so. Here, we'll put up a combat, just so you can see. So combat, melee hits mine, misses mine. So you're only going to see my hits and misses in this list right here. So you'll see how often I hit versus how often I miss. So they parried. I hit for 1. Hit for 1. Hit for 4. Hit for 7. 6. So you see that I'm hitting most of my attacks. There's 1 miss so far. 2 misses. 2 misses out of what? 10 or so? So, I mean, it's all going to depend. It's RNG, right? It's all RNG, but, you know, I hit often enough. Now, these, you have to remember, these are Redcon mobs to me. These are like 4 levels higher than me. And I'm still hitting them pretty consistently. If they were blue, I'd be hitting them all the time. Yeah, the 1 damage is very bad. We've been kind of talking about that, the with the devs, like trying to get the devs to understand. But we'll get there eventually, you know. At higher levels, you don't see that as much. That again is why charm mobs are so much stronger. This is the damage that I'm doing, right? You see me doing, there's a 32 damage critical, but I'm doing like 10 damage, 1 damage, you know, 19 damage. So that's my damage. Now, let's compare that. So you see my damage, right? 1 to 20 in that range. That's my damage. Now, watch what happens when we do this. We'll do pet damage and see how much the pets are doing. If it shows. I don't know if it's going to show or not. Let's find out. Because I don't have a pet. Okay, so we're not seeing pet damage because I don't have a pet. Let me see if I can get the pet damage on here. Combat. Pet. Hang on. Oh my gosh, there's too many things happening right now. Melee. Hits. There we go. Hit pet. Let's see if we try that. Is that going to show up? Nah, it's not showing up either. Hit. Well, here, let's do it. Well, shoot. Let's hit NPCs. Let's see if this will work. There we go. So NPCs, these pets are doing 41 damage, 36 damage, 32 damage, 30 damage, 58 damage. You see the difference? That's why charm pets are so strong. They're doing literally 4 times more damage than I am per swing. That's a huge difference. Huge. And people are like, nah, charm's not too strong. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. They should do same damage or less. They should do less. Honestly, they should do a lot less. It's just dumb. Like I don't understand why people even argue this. Like that, it just did 66 damage. You know, like their range of damage is so much higher. It's just, it's nuts. It's nuts. I mean, same to your damage. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But they should do less than my damage, really, if you think about it. Because if they're doing the same damage as me, they're still doing equal damage to another player just for having the pet. They should be doing less damage than a player. Like, why should a charmed pet be doing the same damage as a player? That just makes him better than a player. You know? There's a lot of factors to it. They honestly should be doing less than a player. It's completely and utterly broken. And it's been like that for months. It's been like that since Charm's been in the game. So, yeah. Anyway, is the spider high level? Yeah, the spider's higher level, but not by much. We're able to charm it. That's the point. Like, we're able to charm the mob. So, why can we use a charmed mob that does so much more damage than a player? Like, it basically makes it... Why would you ever add a DPS, a melee DPS class? Like, you would never add a melee DPS class to your party. It's like playing the game with strong mercenaries. Seems very against the vision. Exactly. 100% against the vision. Anyway, we've gone over Charm all day long. I've talked about it so many times. It's just too powerful, and it needs to be nerfed. It is getting nerfed, but I still don't think it's getting nerfed enough. Sounds like solo leveling a warrior is going to be impossible past level 8. It's very hard, yeah. Soloing on a fighter is one of the worst classes to solo on. The worst class, I would say, is probably a rogue. But fighters, inquisitors, monks, they all struggle soloing. What about healers? The druid and the shaman can both solo fairly well. Druid is right now. The druid is charming this creeper right here, which is doing the majority of the damage. This is a druid charm. So druids can definitely solo if they wanted to. This one over here is an enchanter charm. So it's, you know, druid can solo very well. But shaman can, like, they get a pet at level 32, which helps them solo. And they can slow mobs and then root rot them and send their pet on them and just like face tank them if they wanted to, because they have so good of debuffs. They can literally face tank and rot, dot, or whatever, a mob. So they can solo. I wouldn't say they're very good at solo, but they're better than some classes. And then the cleric is a terrible solo class, unless they're going up against undead. A cleric fear-kiting undead is actually pretty good. I'm not in beta alpha, but I think you should never be able to charm a higher level mob. I agree, yeah. Root seems to hold pretty well so far. Yeah, Root works pretty well unless they take damage. So Root will hold for 30 seconds most of the time, unless you're hitting the mob. And if you're hitting the mob, then it has a chance to break early. Like every hit has a chance to break it early. I didn't know your healer was a druid. Well, we have a druid and a shaman in the group. Wish we could see class symbols on your UI grid. So you can. So it's right over here. You got Necromancer level 30, Shaman level 29, Bard level 26, Druid level 25, and Enchanter level 25. I mean, even with bow shot on my Ranger, it holds up all right. There's a bit of RNG. A bit of RNG in there for sure. Which one are we getting here first? What do y'all want to get? Oh, Good God. Alright, I've got this one on me. There's a Mez there. Alright, so you killed the gated one. Let's kill this Sacramento here that I'm on. Or Sacramir, or whatever it's called. Okay. Yeah, I'm dying here. Do I need to run? All right, hang on, guys. We got in kind of a pickle here. Alright, we're good for now? We're gonna keep holding those two Mez, or those two Charmed. Okay. You could loot this one down here. No. Alright.
Yeah.
That got a little hairy there for a second. But see how easy it is to charm mobs? Like, that was pretty chaotic, but there was very little risk in that. The reward way outweighed the risk. Can I AFK for a second and you guys are okay? While we're medding? Alright, I'll be back in just a second. Be right back, guys. I'm going to change into some comfy shorts rather than what I'm wearing. Alright, I'm back. Had to change into something else. What I was wearing was not comfortable anymore. I see it now. Yeah. No worries, no worries. I'm always ready. Except for when I'm changing my shorts. I think we're good. We got mana, yeah. pull them to the yeah, I can pull them down to the context. Have you found there to be rewarding gear progression so far? There is at later levels, not so much at the early levels. I really wish that they would do something about the early levels and give more gear options and make that gear a little bit more accessible. But I also feel like they're maybe doing that because they want you to be able to use crafted gear at the early levels. So, you know, I mean, it kind of goes a little bit both ways there. I noticed you were linking copper plate boots earlier. Remember being able to make them during the stress test with lower level blacksmith? Yeah. Most of your gear rewards found in dungeons. So that's the thing, is that we haven't really done much dungeon crawling and many named kills. So it might be a little bit better, but that's kind of the issue, is unless you're specifically going after those mobs, then you're not going to get much gear. And you can easily out-level that lower-level content before you actually get decent gear. Now, I am using a few things that you probably didn't have in that stress test, like this, which is enchanted copper plate, which is definitely better than what you probably saw in a previous play test. Yeah, I found it hard to make the enchanted copper bar requires for them. Yeah, it's tough. I had a friend of mine that kind of focused on doing trade skill stuff because he was waiting for other people to get access. So he kind of focused on that, and he was able to make me some enchanted gear, which I'm very thankful for, because that's kind of helping. It's allowing me to continue to tank right now. If I didn't have some of that gear, I would definitely be in a much worse situation. There's been a huge influx of players. There's probably, what, like 800 people on? Almost 700? That invite went out today, and a lot of people came on because of that. $72 druid. Right now, it's Druid, Enchanter, and Bard are the top 3 classes being played. I mean, shocker, right? Bottom 3 classes are Inquisitor, Spellblade, Monk. Spellblade is still very strong, but it's not strong until later levels, and you need a lot of dex gear. But it's still probably a little too strong at that point, but at low level it's kind of weak. level 40? Is it? There's coffee, and then there's Hoop, right? Is Hoop level 40 already? Oh, dude, then he skyrocketed today. How did he gained like 5 levels today. He was 35 last night, and then he's 40 today. Yeah, dude, that's just ridiculous. Like, to gain 5 levels at that point in a day is nuts. How hard is it to solo? Like, does it take a group to advance? Right now, it's a little too easy to solo, I think. Especially if you're charming, it's a little too easy to solo. But the game is supposed to require a group. Not require, but the game is supposed to be made around grouping. Grouping is supposed to be the best way to level. Well, I say it that way. Some people say that it's not true, whatever. But I think it absolutely should be the best way to level. Which classes get charm? Druid, Enchanter, Bard, Necromancer, Elementalist. And Inquisitor. But Inquisitor charm doesn't really count. But the other ones are all charm, like good charms. Charm is just too good. They needed, honestly, when beta started, they should have said, okay, 3 days in, Charm is clearly overpowered. Let's nerf it to Oblivion and then come back and fix it later and like bring it back up. But they did not do that. And now we already have a level 40 player a week in. You know, not even a week in. It hasn't even been a week. And there's already a level 40 player. Like, it kind of bothers me. Mostly because it's like we've been saying this for a while. Like, we've been literally saying it. Like, charm is too strong. It's too easy to it's too easy to XP, etc., etc., etc. And it just got overlooked over and over and over. He's probably playing 20 hours a day. That's not the problem, dude. That's not the issue. That's the problem, is everybody keeps saying stuff like that. Oh, he's just playing a lot. Okay, great. I'm glad that he's playing a lot. But that's... You still look at it at XP per hour then, right? Like, XP per hour, he's skyrocketing in levels. Like, he's playing a lot. But he's also XPing very quickly. Princess the Bandy Pants is insistent that I tell you hi for her in your stream, so hi. Hi. I mean, I'm not trying to say anything bad about Hoop. Like, I'm glad that he's doing what he's doing and he's showing how quickly people can level in this game, because I think it's a problem. I'm very, very glad that he's like, look what's happening. Look what can be done. So how can we fix that going forward? I'm really hoping they change something. I'm really hoping they change several things. Which one are we killing the Legionnaire? I thought that was his pet. I just taunted it because it was broken. Oh, that's okay. I guess Foot Soldier's a little lower level, easier to try. How much farther ahead is he pulled in front of others? That is when you notice a problem. He's 5 levels higher than anybody else in the server. The thing is, he was only like 2 levels higher earlier today. And now he's 5 levels higher. And both of those people have been online all day. What's the tech? 3-player party, all charmers, I'm assuming. Six players, as many charmers as you can. If you can have 6 players with 6 charm spells, that's the best. Although I would say that like 4 charmers, a tank, and a healer is really, really good because then you have a little bit more control over the situation. You kind of need to have a healer there just in case, because when charm breaks, it's probably going to do some damage to people, and being able to heal that back up is pretty important. So having at least 1 healer in the party, adding a druid or making a druid that healer is good because then the druid can charm. But you know, having 1 tank, 1 healer, 4 charmers is probably overall the best, because then the tank can control the mob you're fighting, and then the charmers only have to worry about their charm mob, and then the healer just makes sure the tank doesn't die. It just makes it easier. But what does that mean for all the DPS classes? That means your DPS classes are kind of not being used. Like your rogue, your archer, or no, archer is still very good, by the way. Archer is like a really, really strong class, but I would say archers can just solo. They don't really need anybody else. Charmers don't really need anybody else either. It just makes it better. You could throw 4 archers. You could have like a tank, a healer, and 4 archers, and kind of do the same thing. Archers are they're broken. It doesn't feel great as a ranger when my only CC is root and do like B tier DPS. Oh yeah, it feels terrible for rangers right now. I feel bad for rangers. I feel bad for rogues, rangers, Spellblade. Although Spellblade is there's a Spellblade that is like level 35. So I'm sure they've been part of the dedicated group. I think that Spellblade might be in the group with Hoop. I think, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm assuming that Spellblade has been part of a dedicated like set group, because Spellblade can't solo that well. Like they can solo, but not that well. Not well enough to keep up with everybody else. So I think he's been playing with some dedicated group. Don't burn yourself out. All this will be wiped in a few months. Oh, you don't have to worry about me burning out. That doesn't happen. But I appreciate the concern. Don't worry about that. Games like this, I don't burn out on. It takes a lot for me to burn out. Like, that's one thing that I say, you know, there might be people that blast ahead that end up, you know, getting there first, but it's kind of like a marathon for my group. We tend to like beat a game into the ground until nobody else is playing it. It's just something that my group does. We generally outlast everyone. So yeah, we may not be always the first to get there. I would like to be, you know, server first or whatever, getting level 60, but or like my group server first, you know, whether I get it or not doesn't matter. But you know, we may not be there first, but we will outlast almost everyone. It's just always been that way. We just love these kind of games, you know. I'm very lucky with the group, with the people that I play games with. For MMOs, they won't play a lot of other games very long, but they'll play MMOs for a very long time. One of the problems getting ahead in this game is that you get to lock content down, right? Yes, yeah. That is one of the issues. It's very easy to lock content down and prevent other players from doing it. Absolutely. But see, like this right here also tells me, I don't understand why people have or say that they have issues with threat. I just don't get it. Like, I don't ever have issues with threat. As you can see, they're not pulling mobs really off of me, you know, like I get threat and I usually maintain it. So, I don't know. I don't know why people have issues with threat. Ranger gets an arrow shot that increases threat. It's interesting. It increases or decreases threat? I thought they had one that decreases threat. Weird that it increases threat. I mean, Ranger is they are an off tank, but they should not have things that increase threat like that. Like they should have the taunt and that's it. That's weird. Mainly use it when kiting with a friend. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Whistling shot. Interesting ability. You can snare kite. Well, yeah, snare kiting I understand, but when you're snare kiting, you're usually solo, so you don't really need more threat. Like, how often do you snare kite in a group? Seems kind of an odd thing to have. It's odd. It's like my arrow strike, so I use it for bonus damage, but I gotta wait until half HP. Yeah, that's very strange. Yeah, I don't know why they would do that, but hey, you know, choices are made, I guess. Can't cast. I couldn't cast. I don't know why. I spammed the button. Also, as an off tank, it's nice to use to pull stuff off healers from a distance. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. But a plus threat shouldn't... Well, I mean, I guess it could work, but usually you would want to taunt for that. But I don't know. I could see maybe a use here and there for it. But they're just not... They're not tanks. I mean, they're off tanks, and they have a taunt. So you would think that if they're trying to get a threat off of a healer, they would just use taunt. But yeah, it's like, is it like a ranged? Is it a snap aggro or an increased threat? Because taunt is a snap aggro and it increases threat. It does both. Kind of be a really useful spell for certain situations. Yeah, I could see it being used, maybe, you know, in a few niche situations, sure. 90% increase. Quit early? What's wrong with you guys? I gotta figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know. I might be going up to the hospital again in the morning. We'll have to see. Not directly increases threat by 20 to 250 level scaling. Okay. What? Oh. He's arguing with people? My stepdad does the same thing, dude. Like, he's just to that age, he just gets ornery. I'm assuming he's fighting with nurses and staff and stuff. Yeah, my stepdad does the exact same thing, dude. We should get them a room together. They could be like hospital bunk buddies, just yelling at the staff. They probably would. Like, do you see what Patty did today? She didn't change my bedpan right. Could totally see it happening. Are your video on Necro still useful, or is it completely outdated? Want to learn a bit on the class? It's pretty useful still. The only thing that's really outdated on those is like the character creation. You don't cap it 20 anymore. You now cap it like anywhere from 27 to 29, depending on the class, depending on the stat, depending on a couple factors. So it doesn't just cap at 20, and you have like more stat points. So that's really about it. Most of the information in there is still right there. Biggest wonder about Tron classes running with an Enchanter Bard for shame. I mean, I don't know why you're saying it that way. The biggest whiner. I'm not whining about it. It's broken. It's not whining. I mean, I don't understand where you're coming from. Pretty childish thing to say, honestly. Nah. Already gone. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. What is it, like 2 more AC? Oh my god. Alright, I'll look for more. I apologize. I'm just kind of in loot and destroy mode. I keep forgetting that we're doing stuff that's higher level now. Sounds wingy. Sure does sound wingy. I don't know. People like to try to come in and, you know, poke the bear. It's the internet for you. Yeah, I don't feel like I whine about charm being too strong. I just say that it's too strong. And then I have people ask me, well, how is it too strong? Can you show me that it's too strong? And then somebody comes in and is like, oh, you're whining about charm being too strong, but you're using charm. Yeah, because it's too strong. And people want to see how it's too strong. Like, it's not rocket science. No, I don't think you whine about it. Yeah. It's okay. It's just people on the internet that like to be... They like to poke fights with other people on the internet for some reason. I haven't figured it out yet. I don't think we'll ever figure it out. Make a YouTube short, link people to that instead from now on. Yeah. It's silly. It's silly. The whole thing's silly. Tattered hide tunic. Oh no, hide is not. Wait, that's the old one. Never mind. I thought you got shoulders. So you get shoulders and a tunic. Oh, I thought they gave shoulders for the starting class. Anyway, why do you think charm is OP? Right? I'm showing it right now. Oh my gosh. I just find it funny, man. I just find it funny. Hey, Andy. Cotton pants down here for you. Okay. What? Wait, who said that disenchanting ruins it? Oh, I mean, it's another way to take items out of the game. It's good for the economy, I think. Because it removes a lot of fluff items. Oh, you mean like breaking them down for the scraps? But disenchanting is breaking down magic items. I was confused. Guy got some shoulder pads, man. Is he going playing some football or something? $13, $16. Man, he's getting bored. He's playing monk again. Huh? I don't think it needs to fail at every level of it also, though. Wait, what fail? Charm? I mean, I think Charm has a place in the game for sure. It absolutely has a place in the game. But it just doesn't need to be as strong as it is. Like, I'm fine with having Charm in the game. Like, I think it's a cool spell. It makes certain classes fun. But yeah. Cotton shirt, Andy? Yeah, no stats, just AC. Oh, it's a shirt. Never mind. I didn't look at the stats. I just saw that it was cotton shirt. Yes, they can for 4 cotton. Sorry, disenchanting and chanting. Oh, yeah. You don't think it should fail every... Yeah. It does fail pretty often. The actual enchanting and disenchanting and stuff. Yeah, you can fail that a lot. I don't mind it, though. Like, I think disenchanting and enchanting is a good way to get a lot of magic items out of the game that nobody's going to use. So, like, when you... Especially later in the game, you're going to be fighting monsters and going for a rare item. And that rare item might have like a 5% chance to drop. But the common item has like a 60 or 70% chance to drop. So you end up getting a ton of the common item. Hide cap. You end up getting a ton of the common item. And not many of the uncommon item or the rare item. So you want to, do something with that common item. It just sits there, and you end up just selling it, or you delete it, or whatever. Give you something to do with it. So I like it. Like in an economic standpoint, it's a good thing to have. I know people who have been going for Wormsbane Sword for 3 days and not seen it. Yeah, which Wormsbane Sword are they going for? And why? I don't even know of a Wormsbane Sword that's worth camping that long. It seems kind of crazy. How's 30 going, Andy? Is it still pretty slow, or is this decent? Okay, that's not too bad. Because you were about what, 20% in when we got here? That's not too bad then. I don't even really know the main dragon one. Yeah. I don't know. I would say like this weapon is probably better. But I don't know. I don't know what that weapon is. I'm trying to think of a sword that's in Wormsbane. But hey, I don't know. To me, it's not worth camping that stuff. Yeah. Thank goodness he's got that instant heal. I knew I saw at least one instant heal go off. I didn't know both of them did. Well, I guess Isar's isn't really an instant. It's an instant cast, but it's a AoE dot or hot. The Dragon Crusader one or whatever? Two-hander? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can see people going after that because that's probably one of the best weapons for like the knight classes. That's probably why. Where I would rather have one-handed weapons, but the knights are going to want to have the good two-handed. I don't know that I would spend 3 days down there though trying to get that. I don't know that's worth it. You might as well just keep leveling, doing something else. $12.45 with 2 strength and dex. So yeah, that's not worth it. Not worth days of camping for sure. I wouldn't recommend that. I'm pretty sure there is a little one. 25's 2 levels now, technically. Did they send out a wave of invites today? Yes, they did. A wave of invites for new beta opt-in, and then well, not everyone. A lot of people from the alpha also got access for a friend. So 200 new invites through the opt-in, plus a friend request or friend access, and anybody that was in the alpha also got a friend access. So a lot of new players today. I think the catch-up mechanic is more so just you're a lower level and you need less XP. It's the most of the catch-up mechanic. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the math is wrong. But they have said that the guy that does the math and does the XP stuff has said that there is a catch-up mechanic. But he has been wrong before. Same guy that made it 100 times XP for a couple hours. Or like an hour. So it happens. Friendvite. Yes, the friendvite, exactly. Doing the beta? Yeah, there's definitely doing updates. They will when they do a patch where we have to download something. It's coming soon. The first beta patch is coming. I just don't know exactly when. They haven't announced it. One thing I think people don't realize, even though there's 2K alpha and 500 new invites, that's not the actual numbers of people joining and playing, and plenty of people will quit after a week. Yeah, that is very true. They'll play for a little bit, you know, they'll especially people that first get access, they're going to play really hard for the first day or two, and then they're going to start to fall off, and then after a week, more people, and they're going to get down to just playing, you know, a couple hours here and there. You know, not playing a whole lot. Like we saw the same thing on Alpha when they invited a bunch of people to Alpha several months ago. A lot of them were playing a lot in the beginning, and they, you know, people over time started to slow down, and then people started to hit level 60 and kind of, okay, I've done everything there's to do in the game. You know, they kind of stopped playing. I want to say my group was probably the last high-level group to continue playing on the alpha. There was very few people that were level 60 that were still logging in for the last like week plus. My group still camped stuff and kept doing some things, but even we were playing less, like a lot less. January was nuts on alpha. Yeah, it was completely bonkers for a little while on alpha. It was a lot of fun too, and then over time it got slower, lower and lower and lower. I was soloing Giants of VOZ at 54, but couldn't find a 50 to group to save my life. Yeah, we were like camping mobs and stuff, and still doing stuff. Maybe 4 or 5 days before the alpha server went down, and then I don't know, the last 2 or 3 days we're just like, okay, you know, it's going away. Let's just kind of take a break before beta starts. Apparently the last day, I didn't log in on the last day of alpha, but the last day of alpha they actually did like a little mini event thing in Night Harbor where they spawned a bunch of mobs just to kind of say farewell to alpha. I wasn't there for it though. You've never fallen through the list. What are you talking about? You pushed me down the lift. Did that didn't gate or anything, did it? Just look like it disappeared. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. I'm just gonna keep going until these guys don't want to go anymore. Might as well. She can make a bolt of wool, yeah. Might bug you for that whenever you're free. Me being free is gonna be tough, but if you come to me, I can make it for you. But yeah, I can definitely make a bolt of wool. I'm pretty sure it's close to trivial. It's light blue to me at this point. It'll probably be trivial very soon, because now I'm getting cotton. I'm like at the next stage. Hey, it's Shade. Make it work. Yeah, cause like, let's see. I'll look and see what we're at now. Boat. Yeah, bolt of wool. Whoops. Wrong button. Bolt of wool I can make right here. Here we go, and look at that. Bolt of enchanted wool. I just got the update or upgrade to it. So yeah, we're at 78. I need to start working on cotton. Yeah, it'll be trivial very soon. Because I've got a ton of cotton from today. How much cotton did I have? We got wool. Well, I only have 18 cotton actually. I thought I was gonna have more, but whatever. Yeah, I've got him. Got it. resisted my taunt. Yeah, I need to check that weapon. Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Jade Wolf. I appreciate it, bud. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Wasn't paying attention to chat. that not going off? Oh, Jesus. I don't know why they didn't do it again. I don't get that, man. Like spamming stun. Iron Axe. 942. I'm gonna see if that's worth having or not. I wonder if we're gonna stop soon or not. I don't know what the plan is. But whatever. I'll keep going. Plan is to surpass Hoop? Nah. Never logging off now. Nah. We're not going to surpass Hoop. We're not even trying to do that. I'm surprised these guys are staying on this late. Honestly. Yeah, we have no intentions of pushing super hard. But this is... We are pushing harder than I expected today. What? Yeah, this is, I mean, this would be like a normal day most of the time. But, I'm good with whatever you guys want to do. Andy still needs probably 25%. Yeah. Bard's a lot of work, man. So I want to play one, but I don't want to play one for that reason. I mean, compared to your Elementalist, it's, it's a lot more work. I have a new buddy joining, and he asked about Bard. Yeah? I can talk about Bard. Tell you all about the Bard. Probably pick something else. I wouldn't recommend it to most people. If you got ADD, like really bad ADD, then yeah, sure. It is a lot of work. A lot of button pushing. Most active class in the game. But I think that's going to weed out a lot of people from playing it. So it's going to make like the Bard a good class to have. Or like, you know, people are going to probably want a Bard for certain things, and they're not going to be a lot to choose from. So I think a Bard could potentially be a really good class to play. I will say this: it seems like my issue where the keys would get stuck may have been fixed finally, because I haven't had an issue all day today. What's this? 3 groups here pulling? 3 groups pulling, and we got most of this cleared. So like, that's not bad. Like this entire area will hold 3 groups. And that's 3 groups with like charm classes, and at least ours and theirs. I mean, you probably could have at least 4 or 5 groups. It's a bunch of charms in these groups. It really is, yeah. It's bonkers. Like we've got 2.5 charms because Bard. They've got 3 charms over there, and I think they've got charms over there. I can't see anything from here, but I don't know if they have charms over there. That's just nuts, man. Everybody's using charm. It's like, I don't know. It just drives me nuts. Like that this is the meta of the game. This is where we've decided to go with it, you know? I don't know. Charms and memories, yeah. It's kind of where we're at. They're fixing it. I mean, I've talked about it a bunch. They're looking at it. They know it's an issue. It's changes are coming. Now, what those changes, how they're going to work out, etc. Like that's, we'll see. We will see. I tend to agree. They'll figure it out. Hopefully, yeah. They'll get something working. Now, will it be a, will it fix the problem, or will it just be like a Band-Aid on it? Like what, But they have months to go. They have several months, and as long as they're aware of the issue, I have faith that the team can do something about it. But it is a pretty pressing issue. It does kind of bother me that it's been, this is day number 5 in the game for 5 days, clearly knowing it's an issue with nothing done. It's maybe we should fix some of these things a little bit faster. I don't get how they thought Charm was underpowered. I've complained so much about it for months. Yeah, a lot of us have, but it was really only one person that thought it was underpowered, it seemed like. I just don't think people were using it enough on the alpha, so they didn't get enough data on the alpha to see it. That's the only thing that would make sense to me is it wasn't being used like it is right now. Like, we knew it was a problem, but people didn't utilize it on the alpha. So I think that's why it kind of got overlooked. I mean, people were using it, but I just don't think it was used to this extent, The tricks weren't learned yet. No, it was less abused. It was definitely less abused on the alpha. The tricks were known. All of it was known in the alpha, and we made it very clear. Like, there's archive posts about charm all over the alpha forums. Like it was very clear that it was broken. It's been like this for a while, but way less abused. It wasn't like every single group was doing it, because most groups like had a set people and like they were playing the game, having fun, and just kind of like testing other things out, and it wasn't really, there was really no race to get to max level on the alpha, so people weren't trying to find the best method of getting to level 60, so they didn't really care about abusing things to get there as much. I don't know. Seeing the meta chase now, and new players see the meta and mimic it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It only takes like a few people doing it for the masses to go, oh, that's the best way to play? Okay, so let's do that. And then you have like the few people that watch a streamer or content creator do it, they copy that, and then other people start to do it, and then it spreads and spreads and spreads, and then everybody's doing it. And then if you're not doing it, then you're not invited to a group, you're not welcome in a group, if you're not, using the charm meta. Like right now, I'm pretty sure anybody that has the ability to charm is expected to charm in a group. And if they don't want to charm, people probably don't want to group with them. And pugs. I have no idea how pugs are looking right now, but I would imagine that's exactly what's happening. Then the wow factor wears off. Yeah. That's the biggest deal about it for sure. Non-charmers getting passed up. Yeah. Non-charmers are absolutely getting passed up. And how are you unfollowed? The heck? I don't know, but you have to leave if you're not followed. You're not allowed to be here. Those are the rules of Twitch. I don't know what to say. Nah, you're good, man. I appreciate the follow. I just hope they make minuscule changes. Yeah, it needs to be a drastic change. It needs to be a big change. I think that they're already making too small of a change. From what I heard, from what Nick said, is they're making it, I'll quote Nick, they are making it harder to maintain. We got Cotton Pantalones over here. Does that guy want Cotton Pantalones? You might want to ask him. Anyway, I don't even know what I was saying anymore. I'm just tired of talking about charm. It's just, it's too good. I'll give him a minute to respond, see if he said anything. I got it. I had it. I'm ready to see what they cook up with Monk 2. They're fun to play, but haven't seen the problems they apparently face late game. So monks just need a little bit more DPS, and maybe a little bit more utility. There could be a couple things. Monks don't need a lot, but they could definitely use a little bit of love. They're the best pullers in the game. They do okay DPS. They're pretty good at off tanking, and their stances are kind of cool, but they could use a little bit. It needs, the stances need to be better. The idea behind them is cool though. I like the idea. But Earth stance is only for tanking, so most monks are not going to really use it. Water stance is decent. Wind stance not really worth using because if you're in a group, water stance is just the best if you're in a group. Wind stance is good for like pulling inside because you get 10% run speed that you normally wouldn't be able to have. So that's kind of nice, but it needs to be a little bit faster. I think it needs to be like a 20% run speed to give them a little bit more, or more, maybe. Yeah, flame stance is absolutely worthless. Yeah, it's worthless. How's SK for pulling? I mean, SK can pull, but their feigned death is mana cost. It's casted, and it's a 1.2 cast time. So it can be interrupted. You know, it can be like, it's got some negative drawbacks to it. But yeah, they can pull. You know, anybody can pull technically. Harder to split on casted FD. Yeah, it's a little bit harder. You know, just casting spells in general has a little bit more of a drawback. Pretty sure Gam he's passed out. That might be it for us today, guys. I think Gam literally fell asleep at the wheel. Oh, shoot. Oh, I just noticed my hives are breaking out. Yeah, I say we just kill these pets and call it here for tonight, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'd keep going, but, I mean... yeah, I would port him to Sungreet. And then we can boot him off. Yeah, ported Sungreet would be great, and then boot. We could port, and then you can't group evac yet. Yeah, we'll log him in and kick him out. Somebody can. All right, boys and girls. I think that's going to be it for tonight for the stream. I appreciate everybody being here. It's been awesome. It's been a really fun day. I know it's been a little bit slow and quiet for the past couple hours, but, you know, that happens as the night goes on. I'll be back here tomorrow morning for sure. I don't know exactly what time. I'm hoping early, but I might go visit my my stepdad in the hospital again in the morning, so we'll just have to see how things play out. But I'll be definitely back on here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern, something around there. So, yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate all the fun. Appreciate all the follows and subs and all the stuff. So, take care, everybody. See you next time. Bye.